farming life 742 to 800. In a big room of my mansion in Big Tree Village, the adult angels are all gathered. Tier, the strongest, who is known as the Angel of Annihilation. Strongest? Please take note that it means strongest among angels. Ah, right. She's also Tycel and Aurora's mother. They are both growing well. Gran Maria, one of the three who make up the Angels of Holocaust. Rose Maria's mother. Lancer Gran Maria. Please call me that. Is that what everyone's calling you? No, I'm the one who started calling that myself. If I keep calling myself like that, others will follow in time. Hey, Kudel, one of the three who make up the Angels of Holocaust. 100 shot, 100 hit. Yeah, whatever it is. Glad you agreed. However, that doesn't mean you have to throw the real horned spear in practice. I love how it explodes. Also, I have to make that title a reality. So, that's your plan. I'd like to praise you for trying to make it real, but 100, that's a lot, isn't it? I really want to show everyone that I really made an explosion 100 times. You don't have to. I'll only allow 2. Yay. Laladel's mother. Coron, one of the three who make up the Angels of Holocaust. Tormane's mother. I'll do my best to stand out more. No, you don't have to push yourself. No, I'll be the only untitled of the trio if I don't. It's not like you're going to be forgotten, but I guess it's great that you're willing to work hard for it. Do your best. I will. Saruriu and Saruku, twin angels. We are twins, but that doesn't mean we should be treated as one. I agree. Please treat us as individuals. No, even if you say that. What do you mean? Are you saying that we have no individuality aside from being twins? Is that it? You're saying that, but could you please stop doing everything together? But it makes us happy to do things together, right? It puts a smile on our faces. Geobit, daughter of Malbit, the Angels' chief, the former Heavenly Wings Shrine Maiden of the Garrett Kingdom. She seemed too strict regarding the discipline of their angel race. Ma, you should learn that there's no point in talking about the details. Her character seemed broken now. Well, I guess since it's been a while, it was hard to get the Garrett Kingdom to let me go. You being here means you've succeeded in convincing them. I escaped. Is that alright? There's no point in talking about the details. Is that really alright? Malbit, Geobit's mother and the current chief of the Angels. She looks calm on the outside, but she's also a schemer, so you should never let your guard down on her. When Geobit relinquished her role as the Heavenly Wings Shrine Maiden, she made another identity called Gobit to take Geobit's role. I'm also the chess champion of Big Tree Village. She proudly puffed her chest out, but it was because Kuroyan was waiting for her outside the room. Kuroyan is evenly matched with Malbit in chess. Malbit is the current champion, but there was a time when Kuroyan was the champion. Hey, I will defend my title this winter too, so I can enjoy my kotatsu to the fullest. Ruensha. She's the vice chief of the Angels. She is Tier's mother and therefore Tycel and Aurora's grandmother. Lately, my grandchildren have become cuter and cuter. She's been actively taking care of them, which I'm grateful for. However, can you please stop teaching strange things to Tycel? I'm just educating her as the angel she is, so she won't shame us. Well, she absorbs knowledge as cotton absorbs water, so sometimes I end up teaching her too much. Tycel is very good at what she does, so all is well. Since all is well, I guess it's okay. Tier sends me a signal saying she's watching over them, so I guess it's really okay. Thanks. However, let's have a family meeting next time Tycel comes back to the village. Yeah, we received comment letters about Tycel from the principal, who is the Demon King's wife, and Randon, the Minister of Internal Affairs. They're not complaint letters. They are opinion letters. It's just that the opening of those letters is basically asking how's her education going. I hope I'm only overthinking this. Yeah, I really hope I'm only overthinking. Razmaria. She has gorgeous hair and gorgeous chests. Her manners are soft and the way she acts makes her more of a goddess than an angel. But she's a genuine angel. Gran Maria's mother and Rose Maria's grandmother. In terms of excellence as a granddaughter, Rose Maria won't lose. Rose Maria is still small. Don't make her compete. All children are excellent and cute. Don't you think so? Saruru. She's short and looks like a little girl, but she's the mother of Saruriu and Saruku. She's also the leader of the Rohirrim faction of the Angels, formerly antagonistic to the conservative group led by Malbit. Now, she sits with her in a kotatsu and even eats tangerines together. Well, it seems like the conservatives and radical groups have already fallen apart. Why have they fallen apart? Because when the Angels learned about the existence of this village, there was no point in being radical or conservative. Since Big Tree Village stopped your conflict, I'm happy. The Angels are united and will work for the benefit of Big Tree Village. I ask for your continued blessings. Of course. Reginlif, one of the elders of the Angels and even the eldest among the elders. Until recently, she has spent most of her time sleeping, but now, She's getting more active. It is important for one's life to have stimulation. Of course, a moderate amount of stimulation is important. I'm even surprised with my appetite these days. It's good that you're healthy. The village harvest is increasing, so don't hold back. Yes, thank you very much. Is that everyone? There are other angels that Malbit and Gearbit have brought, but they are resting outside the room. They arrived yesterday and they seem tired from flying over the forest. I'll introduce myself to them in order to check if there's an elder member among the group. However, it seems like all angels look like young women. Looking at them, they look more like sisters. Let me think of it again. Tia, Gran Maria, and the others. No way I'll forget them. Saruriu and Saruku have been in the village for a long time, so I won't forget them. Gearbit, Malbit, and Ruincha have strong presence, so I won't forget them. Razmaria is taking care of the little angels. Saruru patrols the village whenever she's here, and Reginlef is acting as my bodyguard. I didn't forget anyone, right? Well, I thought of introducing a group to the angels who came here this winter, and there seems to be no problem. Who am I introducing to them? The angel children of the village. They are new adults, so they are very curious about them. Liladel and Tormana were brought by the Animaid since they still need to be carried. Aurora seems to be memorizing their faces. Rosemaria goes straight to Razmaria. Ruincha, don't compete. Liladel and Tormana are still babies, so don't be too hard on them. Make sure to be gentle. Saruku and Sararu, don't trick the children by changing places. This is the reason why everyone recognizes them as twins. We have to take advantage of us being twins, right? Yeah, it's been a while since you've seen each other. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. I had food and drinks prepared. Feel free to eat and drink. Those who just arrived, take it easy. You made it in time for the martial arts tournament, but if you push yourselves too hard, you won't be able to give it your all in battles. I said that and was about to leave the room with the children in tow. However, Gearbit stopped me. Let only the children leave the room. She also stopped the Animaids from bringing the food and drinks in. Kuroyan was prohibited from going in too. What's the matter? We need to discuss something serious. What is it? Not only Gearbit but everyone looks serious. I don't want to say it, but I don't want to hear it, but it looks like I can't refuse, can't I? Feel free to say it. Eto, it's about the country we were living. Garrett Kingdom. It's split up. Tier. Strongest, Gran Maria, Vice General Desu, Kudel, dive bombing. Koron, remembering my name is enough. Saruriu, Saruku, astral projection. Gearbit, it's time to celebrate. I'm back. Malbit, lying on the kotatsu. Ruincha, my grandchildren are so cute, so cute. Razmaria, right, my granddaughter, right. Saruriu, Saruku, grandchildren. This way please. Reginlef, delicious. Children, they are all the same. From what I heard from Gearbit, Garrett Kingdom is now divided. She said that the kingdom was divided into 4 factions. The obedient faction that follows the will of the angels. The breakaway faction that wishes to be free from the will of the angels. The hostile faction that concluded that the angels who abandoned Garrett Kingdom were enemies. The independent faction that doesn't care about the angels at all and only focuses on becoming a powerful country. Or at least that's how Gearbit describes it. So, the obedient faction, the one who's maintaining the status quo, are gentle people. They are even thinking of following us to the Demon King's kingdom and founding their own independent state. They're not. They were radicals. By the way, they are the largest group. That makes things worse. I don't know how big Garrett Kingdom is, so I don't know how many the largest group is, but I'm sure it's not 100 or 2. Even though the country was divided, it is still a county, so there should be in tens of thousands. Anyone with eyes can see that migrating that many people would cause problems. Even I can see that. Village 5 alone is very heavy to deal with when it was established. People who wanted to migrate moved there from all over the country, and problems due to differences in race and culture popped out one after another. Thanks to Yuko's efforts, the problem in Village 5 did not escalate. Would the Demon King's kingdom be able to accept the emigration or immigration of that level? Well, given the Demon King's kingdom's past actions, they will accept emigration as long as it was done according to the kingdom's will, even if it would be hard for them. However, since they are thinking of founding their own independent nation after emigrating, the kingdom would not accept them. That's just a rebel force in the making. Let's contact the Demon King. No, before that, check the situation first. What exactly is happening? Have they already started moving? The angels related to the obedient faction are trying to stop them. Good. But what do you mean by related? They are the ones who voluntarily become related to them, so you shouldn't worry about them. I didn't get what Gearbit had said, so I looked at Tia. She told me that the ones she was talking about were the angels who are in a romantic relationship with them. Ruincha, who was standing beside me, told me that they were the ones who stayed behind. They were not able to get married due to the strict trial, but they'll be separated after 80 years of being together. The males are humans, so you can think of it as their life expectancy. Given that reason, they can't leave them behind. I see. My apologies for interrupting. Gyobit-sama, please continue. Ruintia urged Gyobit to continue. The man is the uncle of the current king of Garrett Kingdom. He is the younger brother of the previous king. He has a decent voice in Garrett Kingdom, and he's basically the one who stops the Obedient faction. He's the one who's stopping them. Us angels are basically advisors. So, the one in charge is actually the younger brother of the previous king? Wait a minute. Does that mean that when the younger brother of the previous king reaches the end of his lifespan, the Obedient faction will start immigrating? I guess so. Should we supply him with leaves of the world tree? Thanks for your concern, but the person in question only wants to live his normal lifespan. The angel partner has agreed to it, and we can't just do something to him because it would be more convenient for us, right? You're absolutely right. Reflect, me. Well, there is a more urgent problem than that. Urgent problem? The Obedient faction has already started moving to the sea area in preparation for immigrating. They were stopped, so they haven't left the country yet, but they are all on the east side of the country. The east side is already under the control of the Obedient faction. That's expected. So, the urgent problem is getting in conflict with the natives in that area who are not part of their faction. There's also that but. Gyobit is reluctant to say it and starts looking around for help. Unfortunately, the other angels around all turn their gazes away. It seems like it will be Gyobit's job to say it. Gyobit seems to have given up the place, or rather, the force that the Obedient faction control. What? They've renamed themselves as Village 6 Kingdom. That's not a very kingdom-like name. I know, right? Change it now, as expected. Of course, to those who know, they'll think that Big Tree Village is involved. But those who don't will think that it's a kingdom that started with 6 villages. That may be so, but I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. This might be presumptuous for me to say since we're talking about a country name, but Gyobit or Mulbit has the power to change it, right? I don't want a country named Village 6 Kingdom. Have them change it. That's why we have a favor to ask you. A favor? As a matter of fact, we also thought that a country with that name reeks of trouble, so we tried to order them to change it. You tried? You mean you did not succeed? For example, just an example, what do you think about calling that country Big Tree Village Kingdom? We're talking about that part of Garrett Kingdom which is under the control of the Obedient faction, right? I will not allow it. It would be strange if I don't say number. Big Tree Village is important because it's the name of this village. Don't use it like that. Of course. And that leads us to the request. Can you think of a name for that country? Me? You mean I'll name the new country that is founded by the Obedient faction? Since you're the one who ordered to change it, you should be the one to name it, right? Seriously? Given how the other party acts, I think there's a high possibility that there will be dissatisfaction if they will be the ones who will name the country. Thus, I thought maybe we could impose the name of the country from here. However, it still depends on village chief's will, so I'll leave it all to you. I see. I understand your request. However, how can you just throw me the job of naming a country? Do you angels have thought of something? Let me choose it from what you thought. We do. Here's the list. We've already prepared it. The list of names for the country is written in small letters on several thin boards. Just a glance I know that it's more than 100. And just a glance I've already concluded that there's no way those are names of a country. Next to the names on the list are the origin of the names. Should I choose from here? When I asked that, Ruinch nodded and the angels began moving. Then, they brought out a big board. The board had the names of the countries on the list, but they are written around. The board is then attached to the wall and I was handed with a knife by Ruincha. In other words, throw it and whatever you hit will be the name of the country. By the way, if it fell off the board, it will be a kingdom. The angels are getting excited, but I think this is a terrible way to decide. Also, what's with the all in the middle? Are you going to combine all the names to form one name for the country? That's not it, right? I resisted, but in the end, I threw the knife and it became a legitimate Garrett Kingdom. Ruincha clicked her tongue with all her might. What do we have to bother village chief with this when we can just name it a kingdom? I'm scared. I just want to confirm something. The breakaway, hostile, and independent factions are not causing problems, right? Good. I want to support the breakaway, hostile, and independent faction. I'm talking about other countries. Gyobit, I don't know what village chief prefers. Sararu, Saruriu. Mother's saying all a lot these days. Let's add all. Saruku, all. Like Jugam. Jugimu Goko no Surikaya Kaijirish Yujion no Su Ijiamatsu Anreimatsu Fureimatsu Kuna Utokura Nisamatokura Yabura Koji no Bura Koji Pipo no Sharingan no Grindai no Ponpakopi no Ponpakona no Chokuyumai no Chosuke and Jugimu Goko no Surikaya Kaijirish Yujion no Su Ijiamatsu Anreimatsu Fureimatsu Kuna Utokura Nisamatokura Yabura Koji no Bura Koji Pipo no Sharingan no Grindai no Ponpakopi no Ponpakona no Chokuyumai no Chosuke. Razmaria, with regards to diplomacy, it's taboo to get a country's name wrong, so this will be a good way to harass them. Malbit, that would mean that every time we'll do paperwork we'll have to use that long name. I'll go with our kingdom. Ruinshire, it's a hassle to write 6 letters for a. How about we just use our kingdom? Right. A kingdom would be great. The story of how the Garrett kingdom was divided was a surprise, but not something that would have an immediate effect on the village. Since there's no emigration faction, as for the obedient faction, it was decided that the angels would take turns supervising them. The first one that will be in charge of supervision is Razmaria. She lost in the draw lots. Gran Maria, it's quite unfortunate, but I can only leave this job to you. Please take good care of Rosemaria for me. Mother, Rosemaria is my daughter. You don't even have to ask me to take care of her. Razmaria smiled at Gran Maria and then left for Garrett Kingdom along with 10 other angels. She'll be the one to tell the name of the new country in the place controlled by the obedient faction. Thank you in advance. Razmaria will be back next spring. That's pretty soon if you ask me. Winter makes it difficult for anyone to travel between cities, which nurtures evil deeds. A supervisor is necessary in order to crush anything like that. That means we'll have to send a supervisor every winter. Gran Maria explained, which made me realize what it is for. Incidentally, before the draw lots, someone actually volunteered to be a supervisor. I'm very dissatisfied to leave village chief's side as his guard, but I don't want anything to trouble him. I will go and be the supervisor. Reginlif volunteered to be the supervisor, but everyone aside from her objected. According to them, Reginlif will not hesitate to use extreme measures. The worst case scenario will be the extinction of the obedient faction. Hence, it is impossible to have Reginlif to be the supervisor. Extinction, she won't do that. Right? Given her achievements in the past, Gran Maria muttered while averting her gaze. Also, can that evil deed be even called an achievement? No, thinking about it, Deer and Gran Maria's group had dangerous titles, Angel of Annihilation and Angels of Holocaust. Contrary to how they look, angels are such a rowdy bunch. Well, during the ancient times, angels were both short-tempered and short-sighted. They prefer solving problems with muscles rather than brains. That's what people used to say. Malbit answered my question as she came into the room, got into the kotatsu, and picked up a tangerine. Ancient angels. It's from the time when they were wearing something resembling those golden equipment. I asked Malbit and the others, who had come to the village, to see the golden equipment of the angels, which had been unveiled a short while ago, and they had complicated looks on their faces. The heyday of the angels. I mean, it's true that the equipment from that time was shining like those. It was glorious but also shameful. In other words, during the time you were calling yourselves godkins, right? She glared at me. Excuse me. The word godkin was taboo. As Malbit reached out for her third tangerine, Kyubit, who was playing chess with Kuroin, whined. Apparently, she lost. Kichan, at least by some time. He read all my tactics, so that's impossible. Kuroin and Kyubit's match rule is first to win 3 will be the winner, and Kuroin won 3 straight sets. It can't be helped. I'll defeat Kichan's enemy. Hearing Malbit's motivation, Kuroin sneered. I guess you can call his match against Kyubit a warm-up. Good luck to the both of you. Since Kuroin took on Malbit, my conversation partner became Kyubit. Yeah, tangerine's great for my tired mind. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, I apologize for us being late. I never thought it would take us that long to get here. I originally planned to help with harvesting. Well, you're doing your own job. Don't mind it. That said, I'll be doing things this winter. I'm sorry that we weren't able to do anything since we arrived just after the harvest season was over. You've been helping a lot by patrolling from the sky, right? Besides, you brought some souvenirs, about 500 kilograms of green magicao from Garrett Kingdom. Lou was delighted since she could use them for her research, while Gut and the other blacksmiths were wondering what they should use them for. It must be very expensive. Ahaha, I brought a lot after all. The number of angels who came with Kyubit this time was 150. The total number of angels is said to be around 300, which means half of them are in the village. Well, Razmaria brought back 10 of them. Some didn't believe me when I told them about this place. I had to bring them here at least once. I see. Well, I've heard about the migration of the Angels plan. This place is vast, so we can accept them all anytime, but Malbit and Geobit plan to have them migrate little by little. The Garrett Kingdom has been divided, but they treated us well. We can't just leave them behind. And there are also the things like the previous king's brother, right? Yes, and that's not the only couple. There are other similar stories. Ha ha ha. I think you should have trashed the trial earlier. The trial was also an ordeal to maintain the position of the Angles in Garrett Kingdom, so it was really hard to do that. I was even too obsessed with it before. I'm glad that you were able to reflect. Yeah. Geobit reached for her second tangerine. In another room, Ruincha is talking to Beazle about the current situation of Garrett Kingdom. Beazle had some information himself, but it was probably nothing compared to the amount of information Ruincha knew. I asked her to share information with the Demon King's kingdom in order to avoid unnecessary conflict. Sometimes, the most trivial things are the most important, so Beazle made sure he was not missing a single word by taking notes. HNN, it was the civil servant girls, who were standing beside Beazle, who were taking notes. Beazle is, yeah, Beazle, you should bring down Fraser, who's on your knees. Ruincha, you too. Bring Aurora down from your lap. It looks like they are just bragging to each other about their granddaughters. If you want, I'll take care of Fraser and Aurora myself. No. We're fine. Beazle took Aurora from Ruincha and put her on his lap too. Then, Ruincha took the notes from the civil servant girls and wrote down all the information about Garrett Kingdom. Once you're done reading it, dispose of it. She handed the notes to Beazle, who was taking care of Fraser and Aurora. Beazle hurriedly reads the information on the note and says, "Okay, got it. I won't take Fraser and Aurora from you, so please read it slowly. If you miss something, things might get troublesome. By the way, why didn't you do it from the start? You wanted to brag about each other's granddaughter? I guess it wasn't my imagination that you seemed to be bragging with each other earlier. From my point of view, both of them are my daughters, so please take it easy. I'll leave tangerines here. Fraser and Aurora can eat them too. But don't eat too much." "No, I don't have to say that." Beazle and Ruincha know what to do. When I looked at the garden, I saw Regenlif and Saru teaching martial arts to some of the high elves and lizardmen. It must be for the martial arts tournament. Ah. Some beast girls are studying with them too. It's good that you're energetic, but don't overdo it. Tia, Gran Maria, Caudel, and Coron are. It looks like they are showing the newly arrived angels around the village. Please do what you can in order to prevent trouble. Make sure they meet the Kuros, the spiders, and the dragons. Don't forget to greet the horses and the cows at the ranch. Yeah, if not, the horses and the cows will sulk, especially the horses. You can have the eagle and the phoenix chick, Aegis, meet them at dinner. The fairy queen should be playing with the children, so let them meet her by dinner too. I'll tell her that there will be fruit ice cream dessert at dinner to make sure she'll be there, though it's very unlikely for her to skip dinner. Then, see you. HNN. Tia stopped me. What's wrong? He is the village chief, Hiraku-sama Desu. Ah, come to think of it, we've never formally greeted each other. Most of the angels who had come to the village for the first time had wandered off after a long flight over the forest, so I had put off greeting them until later. Eto, I'm also Tia, Gran Maria, Caudel, and Coron's husband. Nice to meet you. I greeted them as cheerfully as possible, but for some reason, they looked at me as if I were a rare beast. Why? When I returned to my room with tangerine refill, Kuroyan came up to me as if wanting me to praise him. I see. How about loser Malbit? I asked Geobit and she said she had gone to the hot spring. She said she was still tired from traveling. She's just probably being bitter. I guess so. I patted Kuroyan's head. Hello. Nice meeting you. I'm a normal angel. Name? I won't give you my name. I don't want to stand out. I won't even tell you my faction. It is enough to think of me as someone who's lining up behind famous angels. It will be inconvenient if I don't say my name. Then please call me Skuld. Yes. It's only an alias. I got it from the name of a famous ancient angel. Now, feel free to call me that. Ho 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 ho. Regenlif-sama scolded me for using elder sister's name. The chief, Malbit-sama, asked me sarcastically if she should expect me to get the same result as Skuld-sama, and the vice chief, Ruincha-sama, gave me a body blow. It's not fair to suddenly punch someone without saying anything. No way I can evade it. Well, I guess it's my fault for getting carried away. Now, I'm currently in Big Tree Village. Big Tree Village. I had heard of it from the chief and vice chief, but this place really existed. A super dangerous village. It exists. The man who married Tia-sama, Gran Maria-sama, Caudel-sama, and Coron-sama. I never thought he was real. I thought it was just a shared hallucination of Ruincha-sama and Raz Maria-sama, who both wanted to have grandchildren. I was not able to meet Tia-sama's eldest daughter, Taisel-sama, but I did meet her second daughter, Aurora-sama. Yeah, she's truly Tear-sama's daughter and Ruincha-sama's granddaughter. She seems talented. She probably already surpassed me. It would be a good plan to treat her politely and get close to her for my future by acting like an elder sister. Right. Let's do it. I did my best to act like a big sister. I also told her about Tear-sama and Ruincha-sama's jokes. Aurora-sama smiled while making a troubled expression as she looked at me. Foo-fa-foo, she's so cute. Ruincha-sama called for me. The back of the mansion? You mean the courtyard infested with rabid cocks? I guess she plans to show a newbie like me around. There's Ruincha-sama. So, the back of the mansion and the back of the big tree. I evaded the sneak attack. I'm not a fool to take the same blow twice, and the fact that she attacked me since it's okay to fight back. Phew, ha 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 ha. Here's my left jab full of resentment from the past. Ruincha-sama parried it with her arm. Great. That's exactly what I'm aiming for. Seeing Ruincha-sama turn her attention to my left, I gave her a chop with my right. She avoided it by swaying her body. Why does it look so simple? Has she read my move from the start? No, it was a reverse trap. My side is now open. Ruincha-sama stepped in, and a hook came in. This distance, I can't evade it. Then, endure. Hang in there, my flank. I'll be fine even after she gets a rib or two. But after that, I'll counterattack. Ruincha-sama's fist hit my flank. I can't. No way I can endure it. What's with this power? I shouldn't have talked about her jokes so much. I can't believe that a grandmother who wants to show her good side to her granddaughter was this scary. My body bent sideways. A passing by white slime casted healing magic on me and I was revived. That was a close call. If I hadn't immediately spread my wings and flown, I would have died. However, since I fly, I was sent flying far. Where am I? And why is Tear-sama waiting for me here? I see, so that's how it is. It's okay, it only means there's another match. White Slime-san. My apologies, but, could you stay here just a little bit longer? Yup, I'm sure I'll be troubling you soon. Yeah, sorry. I'll be sure to thank you properly after this. Then, let's get it on. Tear-sama. The strongest is called the strongest because she's the strongest. That's what I thought as I looked at the sky. It would be a lie if I say I'm not regretful. However, I'm not the type of angel that fights in the front line. I'm someone who does her things behind the scenes. Yeah, you can just consider me as someone who's climbing another mountain. Yup, I'm just making excuses. Eto, I don't know this Inferno Wolf, but I apologize for worrying you. I'm fine now since White Slime-san has healed me with magic. I thank you too, Demon Spider-san. Yeah, I can get up by myself. By the way, could you tell me where the mansion is? I don't know where I am. I can easily find it if I fly, but it's a little dangerous to fly after my matches, especially since I was beaten out. Over there? Alright. You want to show me around? Thank you very much. The Inferno Wolf and Demon Spider-san led me back to the mansion. Gran Maria-sama's daughter, Rose Maria-sama. Kyudel-sama's daughter, Lolidel-sama. Koron-sama's daughter, Tormane. I greeted the three of them. Of course, I played my role as a big sister. And yes, I told them a lot of stories about the jokes of Gran Maria-sama, Kyudel-sama, and Koron-sama. They are still too young to understand what I told them, but they seem to be pleased with it. That's what matters. To the back of the mansion, Gran Maria-sama, Kyudel-sama, and Koron-sama are already waiting. It won't be 3 versus 1, right? That's not it. HNN? What? Why am I looking to be beaten up? Well, to put it simply, I want to take out what has built up inside of me. I, along with many, desperately tried to support Garrett Kingdom, but it was easily divided. How can I be happy about that? As an angel, I know I must follow the chief's instruction, but my heart just can't bear it. Thus, I'm asking you to go along with what I arranged. I'm sorry if I annoyed you. Also, I'm sure there will be others who feel the same, but please don't hesitate to reach out to them. There are few who can win against you, but even if they win, there are still people behind you. Right? Village chief? He's the most dangerous person in existence. I understand. I'm an angel who lived longer than you. I'm even older than Malbit-sama and Ruincha-sama, in case you want to ask. I'm often told that I don't give that feeling though. Well, we've talked a lot, so bring it on. I will show you how much stronger I've become after experiencing matches with Ruincha-sama and Tear-sama. Good. It looks like White Slime-san has arrived. Normal angel, I'm younger than Reginald-sama. By the way, Gyobit, I heard that you also know about Mother's jokes. Normal angel, the chief's jokes. True. However, that concerns the dignity of us angels. Malbit, Kichan, go to the back of the mansion with me. Inferno Wolf, it's this person again. Demon Spider, she fainted again? Normal angel, of course not. I've learned from my previous experience Desuyo fainted previously, so she's a little resistant now. The martial arts tournament has begun. What's happening? That footwork and measuring the distance with a jab. When one sees an opening, He'll step in and throw a straight, and before the opponent can counterattack, step back and assume a defensive pose. Aren't battles used to be focused more on offense? I feel like I'm watching boxing now. It seems like a newly arrived angel taught them this kind of battle style. The High Elf Rhea, who's standing beside me, told me so. It became this popular in the short time they got here. Amazing. And how about the angel herself? She didn't participate, did she? It turned out that she was good at paperwork, so Frau Sand secured her. Is that so? I bet she would have liked to participate. Probably. Have her work later. What's her name? She stubbornly refuses to give her name. She has a neck-long fly-away hairstyle and she's wearing some kind of string-like anklet on her right leg. Right. She's the angel who came to me when I was playing the rich man's game with the mountain elves. She was a cheerful, good-natured, and easy to talk to angel, but she never gave her name. It's probably her. I guess we can only ask Malbit Sama or Ruincha Sama for her name. By the way, what's the rich man's game? HNN? Rich man's game desu. What is that? Do you remember the green magic ores that Gearbit brought as souvenirs? Lou made the magic ores into small grains in order for them to be easier to use. I heard that it doesn't only involve the green magic ore but gold and silver as well. Is that the reason why it was called the rich man's game? No, that's not it. Lou told me that each small piece of the magic ore was worth about a gold coin. We had a fair amount of it, so I scooped up a handful and spilled it. I see. So that's how you play the rich man's game? No, of course not. I was scolded by Lou saying I shouldn't play with her valuables. The mountain elves saw that and built a hut in the courtyard. They decorated it with extravagant furniture and fabrics brought back by Ancestor San and the others back in the day. And they have laid out gold coins on the desk and the floor. I was surprised to see that unfamiliar hut. So that's the rich man's game? Yeah. The hut has a contraption in it. Gold coins will fall from the ceiling. Gold coins? Yeah. When you sit on a chair in the center of the hut, gold coins will fall around you, making you feel very rich. The gold coins that fall around will be automatically gathered under the floor and will be carried to the ceiling to fall again. It will continue forever. Eto, I don't know what to say. Of course, you don't. I sat there too, and after about a minute, I felt my heart ache. The mountain elves too. Suddenly, an angel showed up in the hut. Wearing a super expensive looking robe, she gave out a wide grin while enjoying it for 1 whole hour. That super imposing figure of hers looked like she was the richest person in the world. I even instinctively put a cat on her lap and have her hold a wine glass. That said, that hut was left as it was as a sign of remorse. The mechanism of collecting gold coins under the floor and carrying them to the ceiling seems to have various applications, though. I'll warn the children to stay away from it. That sounds really bad for their education. We have already been scolded by the teachers, Hakuran, Gurand, and the ghost mage. The hut is still there, but the furniture and gold coins inside have already been taken away. Currently, what lay there are the wooden pieces of furniture I made, and what's falling down are medium copper coins. It still sounds like it's worth a lot. It looks so brown, so at least you wouldn't feel that rich. And the medium copper coins are there just to check if the gathering system is still working. By the way, I applied that system to a game table I made. It will drop the metal that you will put in there and it will be accumulated there. It's very common in game centers. There are many parts that could be improved, like a moving gloom inside the table that will push the payout. The mountain elves are already doing their best to improve it. I'm certain they'll be able to make a few during winter, so I'd like to bring them to Village 5 or Shashuato City. However, there's no metal there, so medium copper coins will be used instead of metal. It will become a complete gambling table. I don't want people's lives to be ruined because of it. By the way, what's the official name of that medal dropping game? I call it medal game back then. Also, I've never actually played it. Most of my knowledge about it came from TV. Village Chief. As I was thinking about it, Rhea called out to me. The final match is about to start. I'll have to watch it. That game table that uses medium copper coins. I think it's dangerous. That's what Yuko told me at the banquet after the tournament. That's what she thought of the prototype I had made. It was demonstrated to me after dinner last night. I played with it a little, and before I knew it, it was already morning. I thought I was under some kind of spell. Is that so? I could see the copper coins piling up on the table through the glass. That stimulates anyone's gambling spirit. I mean, isn't it supposed to be a medium copper coin game? Why are big copper coins and even silver coins mixed in? My instinct told me that I must pour my medium copper coins to get everything in it. That was the mountain elf's idea. I never thought that I had to remind myself that I was only playing with it as a test. The medium copper coins that Yuko used were prepared by us, and she was reminded before she starts that everything will be returned even if she wins. I have no intention of making gambling popular in the village. However, if even Yuko was affected like that, I should give up on spreading it, right? Right. though I don't fully agree. I think it's fine to leave some in places where only rich people gather. I see. We can't have too many of them anyway. I'll tell the mountain elves to do things moderately. What did you ask them to do? They're improving it. I see. When the table is ready, show it to me first. You're that interested? I only wish to check it out to make sure they didn't overdo it. Ah, by the way, Michael played with the table after me. Michael-san? Yeah. When he saw a lot of copper coins, it must have touched his curiosity. Come to think of it, I didn't see Michael-san during the whole tournament. Come to think of it, I don't see him at this banquet either. It couldn't be. No. It's possible. It's possible. Yuko and I rushed to the place where the game table was set up and rescued Michael-san. Wait, just a little more and that mountain of coins will collapse. I should consider installing it in places where rich people gather. Now that the martial arts tournament is over, preparations for winter are in full swing. However, we have been gradually preparing for some time and each of us knows what we have to do, so there's no confusion. My job today was to check on the beehive sheds. I look for any damaged parts and repair them. I couldn't find any damaged parts. Well, if anything was damaged, the spiderlings would report it immediately. The bees told me there was no problem, which means beehive inspection complete. The fat queen bee seems like it's healthy too, which is good. HNN? The joints in your legs hurt lately? That's because you're overweight. You need to exercise. What? You want to exercise but were unable to do so because your feet hurt? Joint pain due to being fat. Aren't they supposed to be exoskeletons? In the first place, do bugs feel pain? No. Number. I shouldn't be bound by my common sense. That was the common sense from a different world. Since it says it hurts, it must really hurt. I'll ask Lou to prepare some medicine or even use the leaf of the world tree. The queen bee says she's afraid of the leaves of the world tree, so I can only ask Lou to concoct some medicine. I'll bring it to you later. Ha ha ha, I know you're happy, but is it okay for you to move around that much? Is it still painful? I'd better prepare the medicine first. Back at the mansion, I asked Lou for some medicine to cure or alleviate the bee's joint pain, but what she gave me was a strange look. Are you sure you're talking about a bug with exoskeleton? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Fun, Ma. If you feed it with nutritious food, it will heal on its own, right? Well, its joint pain is caused by obesity, so I guess we should prevent it from getting any fatter. So the patient is that queen bee. Since it's the one, perhaps this should work. Lou brought out a square piece of wood. Is that some sort of medicine? No, it's a platform where it can lie its body on. If it doesn't use its legs, it will heal on its own. I see. There's no medicine. There are medicines for joint pain, but if you use them on bees, it will be dangerous given the high medicinal effect. It might take some time, but I think the best cure is to keep it from using its legs. I see. I guess we have no choice. Let's take this platform. HNN, spiderling. There was a spiderling that had just molted in the medicine cabinet and it had a cool pattern on its back. I think it is called curse spider elite or something. A few of them are born every year and work in various places. You can take care of the bee's joint pain. Can you use healing magic? Is that so? Then, please take care of it. What's the matter, Lou? If it's just using magic, I'll do it. No, Lou still needs to do some things to prepare for winter, right? If it's just using magic, I'll do it. As a result, me, Lou, and the cursed spider elite went back to the bee. Well, it's not a bad thing if you think that there will be a second opinion on the spot, right? Anyway, it was me who prepared a draw lots to decide who will cure it first. About 30 of the newly arrived angels were praying around the world tree. I heard that the world tree is very important for the angels. Some of them got too close to the tree and were attacked by the giant silkworms that live in the tree. Wait, both sides, don't get too excited. Don't fight with each other. Silkworms, stop using string shot to the tied up angel on the ground. Well, I guess they would really be shocked if someone tried to rub her cheek on the world tree while looking ecstatic. Angel, you have to calm down. Take a deep breath. Yeah, slowly. The silkworms let the angel they caught go. Yeah, I'll take care of it. Village chief, please let us take care of the world tree. Don't be too excited. Don't be too excited. And how are you planning to take care of it? Water it? We will surround the world tree and pray and dance around it every day. We will surround the world tree and pray and dance around it every day. I heard you the first time. I just didn't get it. Eto. In any case, watch over the world tree peacefully. Praying and dancing around it is a nuisance to both the world tree and the silkworms. That can't be. No. It can be. What's this? Why are these angels so enthusiastic? I heard that they cherished the world tree, but I never thought it would be this much. Tia, Gran Maria, and the others were not like this. Geobit, Malbit, and the others are not like this too. That means only these few of them, right? Gran Maria, who got here before I knew it, nodded. It's because of the religion of the angels. I see. Then, it would offend others if we leave them alone. However, it would be dangerous if we prohibit them. Even so, leaving them to pray and dance around it is a nuisance. Alright, I've decided. Let's give these angels the important job of taking care of the world tree. Job. Is it? Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I led the angels to the flower garden north of the village. We stopped at the world tree field. The world trees here are growing slowly and have only grown as little bigger saplings. However, there are a lot of them. I'll have them take care of this place. So far, it was the Beast Girls who have been taking care of this field with the Kuros and Spiderlings guarding it. However, taking care of the world trees is so unpopular because it requires a little work and they attract beneficial insects but no pests. Since they are believers of the world tree, they should be very happy to take care of them. Am I a genius or what? Why are these angels not responding? And why does it look like the light in their eyes disappeared? What's wrong? I asked Gran Maria, who came here with us, for an explanation. Eto, let's put it this way, they thought there was only one god, but then, they found out that the god has a lot of siblings. I think that's what they feel now. I see. I don't understand. Then, leave it to me. Gran Maria said that and clapped her hands. Everyone, please choose the world tree you want to take care of. It's on a first come first serve basis. Desu. There are many world trees here but they are still fewer than you. When Gran Maria said it was first come first served, the light in the eyes of the unresponsive angels returned. Around the time Gran Maria said the trees were fewer than they were, they started running. Eto, please don't hit each other. You are before the world trees. Don't draw lines on the field and claim it as your territory. Name tags are fine. It's fine to put name tags on the world tree. And just to remind you, it's fine even if there are more than one person to take care of one world tree. Talk it out with each other and decide. Please take care of all the trees. On top of that, take care of the world tree you are in charge of. Don't forget that. What are you doing? Don't fight over which one is bigger or has more leaves. And don't make faces as if you don't understand what I'm saying. What an outstanding move. Dividing the believers and making them fight and beat each other. No, why are you praising me like that? That's not what I meant to do. Gran Maria. I don't care about religion or what anyone believes in as long as it doesn't cause trouble. Anything is fine as long as you don't cause trouble to anyone. That's a Koran religion verse. Amazing. Yeah, well, this place is far enough from the village that they probably won't cause anyone trouble even if they pray or dance around. However, since we've given jobs to 30 angels without permission, I guess I need to apologize to Malbit. There's no need to apologize though. I guess we must report it. Really? Yeah. And I'll have them guard the village as well. Even though they have to take care of a bunch of world trees, it doesn't mean they don't have time to do anything else, right? Right. I'll be looking forward to working with them. Alfred and the others have returned to the village. They opened the front door of my mansion and loudly greeted us, who were waiting for them. We're home. The one with the loudest voice was Ursa. Zubaton and Hakuran ran up to her. Zubaton is especially happy to see Ursa before she goes into hibernation. Oh, don't fight for her. Look, Ursa looks troubled. You want to take Ursa with you? It was Nut and the others. I don't mind. However, we'll have a sumptuous dinner later, so don't be late. Ah, Lou, wait a minute. Don't take Alfred with you yet. I want to speak with him first. I'm home. How are you? No. I received all your letters and know what you have been doing. Ha ha ha. I'm glad to hear that you're doing great. Even so, you've grown up a lot. Given his age, he should be around middle school, but he looks like a high schooler. Children grow up fast. While I was being overwhelmed with emotion, Lou asked me if I still need to speak with him. Sorry, Alfred, please keep Lou company. Let's talk later. I left Alfred with Lou and went to Tysel. Tysel was surrounded by angels. Her mother, Tia, and grandmother, Ruensha, are proudly introducing her to the other angels. Let's talk to her later. I greeted Azar, Earth, and Meteora, who have been taking care of Alfred and the others at school. It must have been a lot of work. Sorry for troubling you. Alfred and the others are yet to graduate, so I'll trouble you again next year. If you have any requests, I'll be happy to comply. No, it should be us who should apologize for not being able to fully fulfill our duties. This winter, I wish to train hard again. Azar said that it was his personal request. I'm especially focusing on the store. However, troubles about the store all fell to Meteora-san. If you could, please fulfill Meteora-san's wish. I understand. Earth said that, but does Meteora has any request? I do. I am very sorry since this is all routed in me being inexperienced, but can I really? Of course, you can. Then, please send us additional personnel. Please send us additional personnel. I heard you the first time. Eto, are you saying that the three of you are not enough to get the job done? That's right, Desu. Currently, we are getting help from Kulsama, Silsama, and Brinzama, and there are also the High Elf Rugian-san and the 3 impure dragons Ojes, Hayfrigda, and Kahitroy. General Glatzman and the Dolphin Company also help us, but if things continue as they are, it will become unmanageable. We don't need a lot of people. We can hire them at the royal capital. We don't even need someone with strong fighting power since the Demon King is nearby. What we need is someone who can speak his mind to Alfred-sama, Taisel-sama, and Ursa-sama. Someone who understands the wishes of Big Tree Village. Someone who can lead people. If I may say the person I choose, it would be Mayo-sama of Shashuato City. That can't be. If we pull Mayo out there, Marla will be in big trouble. In addition, Mayo is also involved in managing Big Roof Shashuato, and Governor Ifris especially chose her to be his assistant. Yuko-sama would be great too. If we do so, Village 5 will fall. I'm sure you're aware of that. But if you don't send another person to the capital, it will hinder our activities. Do we even have someone like that available? The first person that comes to my mind is Gyobit, but she's likely to refuse given her position in the race. Malbit and Ruinsha can't be chosen too. Until the issue with Garrett Kingdom settles down, sending an angel will be tough. Then, who? Flora. However, no way she'll leave her lab, right? She's also not the type who'll lead other people. Senna. She's the representative of the Beastkins of the village. However, if we keep her away from the village for a long time, it will affect her standing among the Beastkins. In addition, Senna's daughter, Sut, is still a child. It would be difficult for her if her mother is outside the village. As for Gut, he has some leadership skills, but it would be difficult to ask him to work in an unfamiliar territory, especially if that place is the capital. In addition, he won't leave his job as a blacksmith. Gulf and Dagger are warriors. They may be able to command battles and even implement complicated tactics, but I'm doubtful if they can do the same about office work. No, I shouldn't stay away from what was needed. What Mitora wants is someone like Mayo and Yuko who doesn't need to move much themselves and can use subordinates to get things done. I think the perfect person for the job is Taisel when she grows up. The person I want is someone who can fill in for Taisel-sama. Is that? By the way, why do you even need additional personnel? Is it that hard to take care of children that are going to school? When the 3 Beast Boys were there, well, yeah, they graduated right away and became teachers, so I guess their situation is completely different. No, not really. To put it bluntly, every time Alfred-sama, Taisel-sama, or Ursa-sama face and solve a problem, the faction will grow. Faction? Please think of it as a faction within the Nobles Academy. Originally, it was Taisel-sama who's managing the faction until she was taken to the royal castle. Aza followed Taisel to act as her bodyguard and Earth is in charge of the store. Mitora is taking care of Alfred and Ursa alone while managing the faction on their behalf. We have some excellent students in the faction, so we leave some things to them, but there are some situations where we need someone with proper position to take charge. Golsama, Silsama, and Brinzama can do it, but they're not always in the royal capital. I see. Then, who can I send? If I take someone from outside the village, it will be Pirika of Village 5. But, does Pirika have the power to make Alfred and Ursa listen? And what will happen to the guards of Village 5 if she leaves? Is there anyone who can replace Pirika's position? There's no point in thinking about it alone. Let's consult others. Meet Tora. My apologies, but I can't give you an answer yet, though I assure you I'll do what I can. Thank you very much. Well, it looks like Taisel can't leave yet. I guess I'll. I think I saw Ursa's friend, E3, there. TN, E3 because of the image below, but if you prefer E3, I'll retain it as E3. Where have you gone to? Dawes and the others took you with them? Mahjong. I hope the stakes won't pile up again. I'll check on them later. In the meantime, let's help prepare for tonight's dinner. Tia. When Taisel is free, could you call her for me? Thanks. After dinner. Village Chief, I wish to speak with you about Mitora-sama's request. Anne, who brought me the after-dinner tea, asked me that. I have someone I would like to recommend. Who? You're not talking about Ramuria, right? If Anne or Ramurias leave for a long time, the mansion will have a lot of trouble. Thank you for listening. It's not her. I would like to recommend someone else. My son, that is Desu. Anne's son. Terrain. He's not even 10 yet, right? He should have been born 9 years ago. Right, and he's amazing. Desu. I know. Lu and Hakuran praised him too. However, he's just a child. He has grown horns. I see, so he has grown horns. No, his horns grew some time ago, right? In addition, that's not a good reason. Even if we sent him to the academy, he would only be a junior student of Alfred and the others and not the additional personnel that Mitora was asking for. It wouldn't matter if they make him a student of the academy. That much is expected. However, he still can't do much given that he's still so small, so I would like one of the mountain elves to assist him. One of the mountain elves? That one. The mountain elf who often hangs out with Terrain. To be more specific, She's the mountain elf who gives shape to Terrain's ideas. She's like Terrain's personal engineer. Yes, I'm talking about her. I think the two of them could do it together. Can they really do it? They can. He's mine and village chief's son after all. I'm not convinced. In addition, one more person will automatically follow them. I originally thought that things should be left to that person and the problem will be solved. What are you talking about? Someone will follow Terrain automatically? One of the animaids? No, it's her. Anne said that and moved her gaze to Gearbit. The person in question is looking at Terrain. Terrain was distributing tea just like Anne. He's helping the animaids. Impressive. Gearbit is looking at Terrain with a smile. It's unofficial, but she asked me what plans I have about Terrain's wife. Of course, we'll have to wait until Terrain's a little older. Terrain's partner, the mountain elf, has yet to appear. She asked Anne because Terrain is still a child. Once she gets a good response from Anne, Gearbit is thinking of talking to Malbit and village chief about her intention. That's when Terrain is of a reasonable age. Malbit, I thought you were aiming for village chief. Gearbit, there are too many rivals. Not to mention Tyr. Malbit, what about Alfred Kun? Gearbit, Warlursa is too thick. Yeah. Terrain and Gearbit. That's a pair I have never thought of. The age difference is... well, let's not talk about it. Terrain is still too young. For me, I'd like to hear something like this once Terrain is a bit more mature. At least when he's already old enough to deny his parents' opinions. I should have said that before. You did, and I'm looking forward to talking about it. Then, let's talk about our son. I want to do it right. And I also want to hear Anne's opinion. Whatever village chiefs will, I'll follow. As a maid, that's fine. However, as Terrain's mother, you can't do that. Can you? I want to talk to you about it now as her mother. Let's discuss it now that we both have time. Understood. That said, I sense that Anne is very open to this conversation. She knows Gearbit's personality to a certain extent, and she looks like she's not that dissatisfied with her being her son's partner. In that case, what are we going to discuss then? As a mother whose son is going to be taken from her, there's no way she'll just let it be. Absolutely not. Anne loves Terrain very much, to the point that it's excessive. She trains him hard, but it's because she cares about his future. She is happy that someone wants to be Terrain's wife, but at the same time, she's anxious and lonely that Terrain is leaving her. If we don't straighten this up, once Terrain gets married, no matter who the other party is, there will be trouble. Wait a minute. Weird. Something's not right. Why does Anne not mind Terrain being taken away? What is happening? If it's the usual, Anne would say, a filthy angel is eyeing my Terrain. Can I kill her? I won't be surprised if she said something like that. And in fact, she would have already attacked even without asking me. Yeah, she would have attacked. And yet, she accepted the proposal and even reported it to me. Did they have a fight and Anne lost? That can't be. If it's an all-out battle, Anne would do it in a place and situation where she has all the advantages. Even if she wasn't able to, she has enough ability to fight. She can even go toe-to-toe with Lu. She should be no worse than Gearbit. If Anne were to lose, it would probably be a sneak attack from the sky. But there's no way that will happen in this village. The Kuros and the Spiderlings will definitely move. Some Kuro pups are even treating Anne better than me. She's the one who's feeding them after all. Well, those Kuro pups will follow me in the end when they grow up. I digressed. Let's move back. Why is Anne taking Terrain's marriage positively? Let's ask the person herself to find out why. Anne, what's going on? Did Gearbit offer you some kind of behind-the-scene deal? Or did you put some conditions about Terrain's after-marriage life? Were you threatened with regards to your future grandchildren? You didn't lose your love for Terrain, did you? No, it's nothing like that. Are you sure? Yes, I am. It's just that Gearbit-sama was able to notice and grab the opportunity. Desu. What are you talking about? Village chief, I have to announce something. What is it? What's so sudden? I'm conceiving a child. You're conceiving a child. That means she's pregnant, right? Who? Anne? Yeah, I know. Anne is pregnant. Second child. I'm still in the early stage of pregnancy, so the baby will probably be born around summer. Is that so? No, I'm glad. Very glad. Awesome. Then, I finally understood what was happening. I see. It's not like Anne lost her love for Terrain. She was just looking for someone who could take care of Terrain now that she was conceiving her second child. Very well planned. Then, we can just leave him to Ramurias, right? Village chief, I have one more thing to announce. What? You mean? Yeah. Anne signaled to her, and Ramurias, who was nearby, came up to her. Me too. Ramurias too. Yeah, I guess we seem to be spending a lot of time together lately. I see. Congratulations. Thank you. I think I'm going to give birth next summer too. Okay. As for work, consult Anne to make some adjustments. If you want to, you can take leave of absence until you give birth. That applies to you too, Anne. Wait a minute. Anne and Ramurias are going to be on leave due to pregnancy, right? In that case, who's going to manage the mansion? Until now, the management of the mansion has heavily relied on Anne. No, it was all left to her. Ramurias can be considered as Anne's arm. If the two of them are absent, can the remaining Unamaids handle it? Even if they could cover their shifts, would there be someone like Anne who could lead the operation? This is something I can't do. I can't take command of the maids as good as Anne and Ramurias. All I can do is help with cooking, and it is limited to cooking for a few number of people. Cooking for dozens of people is tough. No, I'm willing to do what I can for Anne and Ramurias, but my original plan was to have Terrain lead the maids, but it's still too early for him, so Terrain will go to the academy instead. Since it's Terrain, I'm sure he'll do well in school. Ramurias backed up Anne's statement. I want to nod too, but I'm worried. Village chief, you don't have to worry about the mansion. We have prepared for something like this. Anne's reassuring me. That's right, Desu. The maid's operation won't be hindered just by losing two. Ramurias reassured me too. However, the lack of manpower is indeed a problem that had to be addressed. Anne glanced to the side as she said those. We're lucky. Ramurias glanced at the same place. The two of them were looking at the group of angels who were enjoying after dinner tea. They are the newcomers. The qualified must be caught. How impolite of me. Let's recruit and train them. Eto, Anne, I understand your enthusiasm, but recruit only those who are willing to settle down. You're already thinking about the future. I understand, Desu. If they won't settle down, we won't train them. Ramurias, don't do anything dangerous since you're pregnant. I hope you understand. Ma, the two of them don't look like they'll go on vacation anytime soon. However, it looks like they want to settle everything down while they can still do what they want. Just don't overdo it. If there's anything you need, just let me know. It was Ramurias who responded to what I said. Then, I won't hesitate. What do you need? Sour fruit. Ramurias smiled as she said that. She was longing to say something like that after seeing it from the previous pregnant ladies. I guess she has this side too. You're free to eat lemons, oranges, and tangerines as long as they're reserved for me. If there's not enough, I'll go to Village 5 or Shashuato City to buy some. You too, Anne. Don't hesitate to ask me something. And don't let your guard down just because it's already your second child. When you think you are already used to something, that's when things go haywire. You've experienced something similar when cooking before, right? Me too. You can never be too careful. By the way, who else knows you two are pregnant? We have to inform everyone in the village. Yeah, we should. Let's announce it tomorrow. However, before we do that, there's someone who needs to hear about it, right Anne? Yeah, Terrain. Don't be shy, let's tell him together. And let's celebrate. Zubaton and the Spiderlings began preparing for their hibernation. This happens every year, but this year, things are a little different. If you want to know what, it's that they prepared futons. They are even very particular about the weight of their futons. Is hibernation really like this? I can't say for sure since I've never hibernated myself, but I imagine them staying in a hole or something. Well, if Zubaton and the Spiderlings are going to use beddings, feel free to do so. No one will go in their way. Some even prepared pajamas and nightcaps, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, they look good on you. The pajamas are going to be a little hard to wear though. They have to put all their legs on different sleeves. Do they stretch okay? They are acceptable pajamas. I think they are very well made. You made pajamas for me too? I already have pajamas, but new type. Okay, I'll use them when I go to bed. By the way, I don't mean to interrupt you, but there is one thing I really want to ask. I'm sorry. This is just a simple question. Can I ask you a simple question? Yeah, a truly simple question. When you put on those pajamas, nightcaps, and use the futon in your hibernation, do you lie on your back or just lying down? You have individual preferences? Is that so? Okay, I see. Understood. Eto, those who prefer sleeping on their backs might surprise someone thinking they are dead, so be careful. Since I'm almost done doing my part in the winter preparations, I'm basically in laid-back mode. However, that doesn't mean there isn't something to do. For example, making medals. This is my job. Every year, I make hundreds of new medals during winter. I need to complete it by spring, which means I have a lot of spare time. Even so, if I take it easy, I'll be in trouble later, so I make one whenever I have time on my hands. I also need to make furniture and things that can be used for games that can be exchanged for medals. The high elves and the mountain elves help me with this, so it's easier compared to the previous one. The other thing is to farm in the dungeon. Basically, what I plant there is food for those who live in the dungeon, but if there ever be an emergency, it can also be used as our food. For that reason, I have to plant a lot. Well, We never encountered a situation where we need to use it as emergency food, but we will not let our guard down. We work with the intent of not letting anything go to waste. Of course, there are other things to do aside from working, like parent and child talk, especially since I haven't seen Alfred, Tycel, and Ursa for some time. I met them in Shashuato City a while ago. Ma, I don't care if I say it's been a while. It's been a while. I don't know what I should talk about with them again, but what matters is that I talk with them. Yep, that's what matters. So, why am I playing Mahjong with Ursa's friend, E3, now? Mahjong is a game played by 4 individuals. Damame, who was playing with them, lost too much and suffered mental damage, so he was forced to take a break. Because of that, there aren't enough players. So, around the Mahjong table are me, E3, Dawes, and Dream. Ma, I can hear from E3 how Alfred and the others are doing at school, so I guess I don't mind. Since I said I don't mind, I don't really mind. TN, I have no idea what's happening here, so if you don't get anything don't ask me. Hey, Dream, what do you got? Do you have any Suzu? Father, just because you are losing doesn't mean you have to cheat. This is not cheating. We're just having a chat. As proof, I no longer want my Suzu. You have already been warned that such tactic is not allowed. Also, don't get me involved. Dream, father is sad. Isn't it just choosing the means to win? Only by following rules would one's victory shine. HMPH. Dream, you've grown up. HNN, it's your turn. Oh, excuse me. I don't think I'll be needing this. Whoa. 3 rons. 11,600. Father, I told you I don't need Suzu. Phew. A ruthless battle. It's nice that you father and son can have a bonding like this. Ma, me and Dawes and me and Dream are father-in-law and son-in-law, not the father and son I've been talking about. By the way, in Mahjong, there is a rule called Hakokairako or Hakushita in which the game will end when you lose all the points you have from the start, but this village doesn't use it. As for why, everyone said that ending it too quickly is boring. Because of that, the game continues until everyone finishes their 2 OR. As a result, even though there is an exchange of 10,000 points between Dawes and Dream, E3 is still out of reach. Of course, she's far beyond me too. I was reminded once again that Heikariko rule is a way of helping the weak. This game won't seem to be over soon. In other words, it looks like I won't be able to talk with Alfred and the others. Perhaps sensing what I wish to do, E3 was very considerate of me. No, if you want, I'll entertain you. Ha 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 ha, thank you. However, that's a bad idea, E3-kun. I'm fine with it, but for losers, what you did is an act of provocation to them. And the dragon is a race that's not very tolerant to provocation, according to my research. Since they are the top of the food chain, they won't let anyone provoke them. Ho ho ho, my apologies if what I did bore you. Not at all, father. I guess things will take a turn now. And just like that, Dawes and Dream snapped. Even so, that doesn't mean they're going to win. Sumo. 8,000, 16,000. Ron. 32,000. Sumo. 16,000 all. And E3's consecutive advancements keep the game going. I've been caught up, so I'm losing points. Please, stop this futile fight, and let's cooperate to end E3's OIR. Cooperation is not something that can be considered cheating. We're just going to support the fastest player in the game while each of us aims for an easy win. Can we do something like that? Of course, we can. I'm sure we can do it. Dawes and Dream responded to my eye contact with eye contact. So, how are your hands? Can't. Heavy, meaning, it will take time to Agari. Dawes can't too. Heavy, meaning, it's too hard to advance by only Pon or Kai. I can't do anything either. Heavy, meaning, it is impossible for me to move. I can only discard. I see, that means, Sumo. 16,000 all. It means it's all E3. Well, let's not be discouraged and do our best. Stay positive. It was an hour later that I was released from the Mahjong table. The Mahjong is still ongoing. The players now are E3, Hakuran, Ursa, and Hichiru and Ramiran. I would have stayed since Ursa had joined, but the damage to my spirit from continuous defeat was too severe. Let's talk to Ursa later. Alfred is at. He's talking with Lou about something. I don't know what they were talking about, but it should be about magic. I want to join in, but I can't. Let's talk to Alfred later. That means the only one left is Tycel. When she came back, the angels took her, but I guess she's free now. I found Tycel drinking tea in the living room. Let's have a father and child talk. Father, there's something I would like to speak with you. As expected of Tycel. Ask me anything. Is it alright for me to talk to you? Of course. The reason why I'm here is to speak with you in the first place. I see. So, who am I going to marry? Excuse me, Did I mishear it? I thought I heard you asking me who you are going to marry. That's what I said. Why are you asking? I heard that Terrain's partner has been decided, so I thought you had decided on mine too. Why did you even think of that? Though we have different mothers, I'm still Terrain's elder sister. Shouldn't the older sister marry first? There's that order, but that's not absolute. Think about it. Terrain got married first compared to the elder sister Hakuren, right? If you ask around, you'll find out that there's no need to follow such order. But in the academy, everyone is following the order strictly. That's a noble's academy, all right. If you don't marry in order, there will be a lot of trouble. But maybe they can make an exception. The order is important to the angels too. Is that so? Don't angels have a culture where they don't care about things and just beat up each other to decide who'll be followed? Beating is the last resort. Malbit-san said that the order will be followed first to settle things before beating each other up. Is that so? I have doubts if they even thought about following order, but I guess that's not a bad way of thinking. I hope they do so in the future. Maybe you'll be exempted from that too. Exempted? Yeah. And I don't know who told you that, but Terrain's marriage is not set in stone. The only thing confirmed is that he's been proposed to. If it's up to me, I'll respect Terrain's wishes. Of course, this also applies to Taisel's case. Therefore, I won't do anything like deciding for you without asking you first. Father, on the other hand, if you find someone who you'd like to marry, don't hesitate to bring him to the village and introduce him to me. When I heard about Terrain, I thought I'm going to be married too. However, I'm not ready to marry yet. Is that so? But Taisel is so cute. I'm sure men won't leave you alone. That's why once you think you found someone you like, bring him to the village. Understood? Yeah. I'll follow Father's instructions. Good. Taisel went back to her room while I stayed in the living room, content with our father and child talk. Then, Tia came in. Are you sure? If Taisel finds someone, she should bring him here? You heard us? I did, and I agree with it. Is that so? But, are you sure that's the right move? I trust my daughter. I don't think she'll bring back a bad guy. Is that so? There are places where it seems like the marriage partner is decided by interests alone. I guess so. Well, the relationship between men and women is complicated and strange. Sometimes, people get married by chance, so I won't nag about it. No. That's not it. I just don't want Taisel to think that I'm a nagging father. And I don't think Taisel is ready for marriage yet. 10 more years. No, I want her to continue to be my little girl for another 20 years. I wouldn't want her to act like a little girl and miss out on marrying. There is also a talk among the angels about finding Taisel a marriage partner. If you continue that, you might come out with someone you can't refuse, so stop. I think so too, so I'll have them do that. No one will be happy if it is forced. I agree. In addition, I don't want anyone to think that they can easily become Taisel's husband. Even if not as harsh as the angel's trial, please forgive me for preparing and welcoming the other party with some kind of trial. Eto, it's just a sideshow. A sideshow. We'll just have him fight against a dragon. In dragon form, of course. Their power is quite limited in their human form. Tia, let's stop talking about Taisel's marriage. Tia is obviously against it. I'm sure it will still be a long way to go. Until then, Taisel will only be our daughter. Angel A, there's no sister better than my elder sister. Angle B, you say that but you treat your sister like a cat at home. Angel A, no, I don't love her that much. Village Chief, by the way, I told Taisel how you and I got to know each other. Tia, that's a wonderful story. Village Chief, Tia, it's a wonderful story, right? Village Chief, yes, it was a wonderful story. That's what happened. Zabuton and the spiderlings hibernated. We can only meet them until spring. The non-hibernating spiderlings, who are resistant to cold, are all fired up. Take it easy. Of course, we're counting on you. However, each of you must have a hot stone, thermal insulation stone. I guess it was concluded that it was easy to call it like that after several hundred chapters. Also, even if you are holding on to a hot stone, you shouldn't let your guard down. It's cold. You wouldn't want to stay frozen outside like the slimes until spring, do you? When I said that, the slimes got angry at me. But it's true that those who are outside are frozen, right? Slimes, you just insulted a whole race of critters? But yes, look at how few you are now. Before you get mad at me, make sure your whole race pays attention to it. And following Zabuton's group, the pond turtles in the reservoir went into hibernation too. See you in spring. Eto, Lou, we're actually saying goodbye. Can you please stop dancing around while holding a pond turtle shell in your arms? Besides, we receive a good amount of them every year. They are not too rare for you to dance, right? Even so, this is precious. It's a phantom material. There are so many uses for it, so you can never have too many. She stopped dancing, but she's now skipping. She must be very happy. The shell of pond turtles can be used not only as medicinal material but also as magic catalyst or magic component for magic tools. For Lou, it was as if she had fresh material to use for her research this winter. However, that doesn't mean you can monopolize it. If Flora or Tia wants some, give them too. I know. If they ask, I'll give some. Good. By the way, dragon scales are also precious. Why aren't you as happy? They are indeed rare, but they take a lot of work to process. It seems like it's really troublesome to use since you have to use other precious materials just to process it. In addition, we have too many of them that no one would mind if you throw them away. If you really try throwing one, the people around will desperately stop you. Next year, we'll have to build more warehouses for the scales. And so, winter came. It suddenly started with a blizzard. I was surprised. However, we are well prepared. There's nothing to worry about. Foo-fa-foo. This level of blizzard won't scare anyone. That's what I thought. The next day, when the blizzard subsided, we checked the village and found that a part of the wall of the cow barn broke. Impossible. The cow barn had never been broken before, and it has always been taken care of. There's no way it would break with just a blizzard like that. Apparently, it was a cow who broke it. It seems like a young calf was startled by the sound of the blizzard and went berserk. If that is the case, it can't be helped. Fortunately, the only one that was damaged was the wall of the barn and no cow was harmed. Weren't they cold? I was worried since there are a lot of cows in the barn that will be directly impacted by what happened, but the spiderlings with hot stones appeared and warmed the cows. So they kept the cows warm with their hot stones? Thank you very much. That's a big help. HNN, you are apologizing because you weren't able to call us? No, there was a blizzard. You did the right thing by not forcing yourself to go out. You did well by staying. However, there are a lot of spiderlings. I knew there were a few of them are going in and out of here in shifts to protect the barn, but I'm sure it shouldn't be this many. They didn't move here because of the blizzard, right? No, they said the cows sometimes suddenly traveled to the hot spring, so they had to increase their number just in case. I see. And because you had increased your numbers, you were able to keep the cows warm. Lucky. Yeah, me and the cows are lucky. The spiderlings were prepared and that gave me luck. Again, thank you. You saved us. Now, the cow that destroyed the barn seemed to be sorry. As long as you don't make the same mistake, there shouldn't be a problem. Other than the barn, there was no other place that it was damaged. Since that is the case, we must hurry and repair the barn. First of all, we clean off all the snow inside the barn and thoroughly check the damage. There seemed to be no damage on the foundation or any of the pillars. It looks like only that particular part of the wall was damaged. Can this be repaired immediately? Just when I was getting a little worried, the high elves, mountain elves, and beast girls came to help. Thank goodness. The spiderlings will help too? Thanks. I'll leave the high places to you. Alright, let's get this done before another blizzard comes. After 4 hours of work, the barn was repaired. After watching over it, the cows started to prepare to go out. Where are you going? Hot spring? If so, why didn't you just go immediately instead of leaving after the repair? It's not like we're not going to do it if you are not watching. That's not it. You can't relax in the hot spring while we're working here. Is that so? Thanks for your concern then. All right. You can go and relax in the hot spring. I already knew about it, but seeing how these clever cows open and close the door themselves is really impressive. We had to improve the lock on the door many times to make sure they wouldn't be able to open it. By the way, the horses and the goats can also open and close doors. The animals here are generally smart, unless they are trying to go somewhere dangerous. The spiderlings are the ones who open and close the door for them. The spiderlings accompanied the cows. They go with them in case something happens on the way. Please take care of them. Also, give my regards to the ghost knights at the hot spring. I visit the hot springs a few times every winter. Hot springs during winter feel great. When I returned to my mansion, it was already dark. However, it would still take some time before dinner. This doesn't mean that Anne and other animates are slacking off. It's just that the sun is setting earlier. I offered my help in cooking dinner, but they declined, so I'll just relax and wait in my room. In my room, Kuro's group was relaxing in the kotatsu. Kuro and Yuki, Kuroichi and Alice, Kuroni and Iris, Yuno and Kurosn, and Kuroin and Iris. The first generation of the Kuro family is all here. Well, the Fenras are the mainstay of the village security during winter, so it's okay for them to stay here. By the way, why didn't any of you accompany me today? I saw a few of them when they saw me off as I left the compound. Kuro and the others thought for a moment in response to my question, then hid in the kotatsu, all in together. Well, it's cold. Also, I'm not mad. I'm going to use the kotatsu too, so make some space for me. Phew, it's warm. I'm going to make a potato dish tomorrow for the spiderlings as a reward for a job well done. What would be good? Mashed potato. It's winter, so the warmer, the better, right? Steamed potato. Steamed potato with lots of butter. Not bad. No, Maybe they would be more pleased if it's something unusual. I thought about it while waiting for dinner. Morning. After eating breakfast, I relaxed a little bit. It's winter, so there's nothing big to do. Relaxing. However, there are still some small things to do. Let's check the weather outside first. Yeah, it's sunny. The snow, that's around 30 centimeters deep, looks great. However, it has already been trashed. Given the footprint on it, it should be the younger generation Kuros. The older generation Kuros won't walk around in snow if not necessary. Looking at the trails, there were also traces of skis. Given the width of the trails, it should be the children's ski boards. Several of them. Perhaps the children went out to ski and they were accompanied by the Kuros' guards. That's not a problem. However, the children might have gone out without telling anyone. I asked the Animaids and they said it was Alfred, Rarius, Riguru, and Rat who went out. They told them they're going out and they also said that they were going to play. Good kids. In addition, they are being accompanied by 2 more guards. I didn't find any trace of them. I heard that the guards were high elves, so perhaps they used magic or something. I'll ask them later. The kids will be fine, so I went outside too. Yeah, cold. However, the sun was shining, so it was not freezing cold. I'm wearing clothes that can keep me warm too. My destination is the ranch. I'm going to check the horses, cows, goats, sheeps, and pigs' condition. I also plan to check the entire place. We don't want any broken things like what happened to the barn. A trail of big shoe prints on the snow. Given what they look like, they should be traces from the boots used by the high elves and beast girls. However, they have spikes, so it should be the beast girls. The shoe prints are heading towards the ranch too, so I'm certain it's them. When I arrived at the ranch, I found the beast girls as expected. Apparently, they were checking the barns too. Taking care of the animals is essential even if it's raining or snowing. Someone must look at the barn every day no matter what. It is quite an easy job on sunny days though. I would like to help, but it looks like they're almost done. I guess I came too late. No, of course not. The animals are happy when village chief visits them. Is that so? Though it's only the goats who are rushing towards us. I looked around again and saw that the Pegasuses and unicorns were rushing toward us too. What's up? What's going on? You thought I only cared about the horses and forgot about you? Ha ha ha. I haven't forgotten about you guys. Don't lump you together with the horses. Why can't I? Aren't you similar? Okay, I won't lump you together. I'll treat you differently. Is that okay? Good. By the way, the unicorns and Pegasuses are all dressed up. Horse coat. The Pegasuses are wearing horse coats that don't get in the way of their wings. They are beautifully made, which is expected, but what's with that? It seems like Zabaton and the others made it for them, as expected. Did you thank them properly? If you did, that's good. Take good care of them. I look around the ranch and made sure everything was okay. Not a lot of snow, but I did remove the snow on the roof of the barns. I also broke off the icicles that had formed. They are dangerous. Incidentally, something related to that happened. An animal licked an icicle to rehydrate and had its tongue stuck on it. In order to not humiliate the animal, we are not allowed to say this outside the village. A horse head-butted me. I'm not telling anyone. On the way back to my mansion, I found Alfred, Rarius, Riguru, and Rat, wearing ski boards. They seemed to be on their way out again. It looks like they had just taken their lunch. The Kuros escorting them seemed to have noticed me and inform Alfred and the others. I waved to say hello. It's a pity we missed each other. By the way, there were strange creatures, or rather, round fluffy-looking creatures following Alfred's group. It's the high elf escorts who are wearing white winter coats. However, it's not the winter clothes that are eye-catching, but their feet. The high elves are equipped with sticks at the sole of their feet. Bamboo stilts. No, more like clogs with horn soles. Though what's on their soles are not horns but sticks. Because of that, their footprints are just small holes. I see. So, they were not using magic to erase their footprints. I just overlooked them. However, those sticks are too long. They are around 1 meter long. I asked a passing high elf about it and she told me that it was a countermeasure against stepping on something dangerous in the snow. We just made it recently. We're trying to use it this year, and if it's effective, we'll recommend it to other races. I see. At first glance, it looks like a pain in the ankle. However, the sticks are fixed as if a part of the shin, so it can be removed with one touch in case of emergency. The disadvantage is that it takes time to learn how to use it. Another disadvantage is that it looks funny. Well, I admit it looks interesting, but given that every high elf is using it, it should be pretty useful. Monsters and demon beasts sometimes hide in the snow. I guess it's an important safety measure. Yes, well, the Kuros exterminate them before we can get close to them, so we never really stepped on something strange. During winter, the number of active Kuros should be low, right? Won't that be a problem then? If you tell them you're going into the forest, they will come with you with their usual numbers as guards. Is that so? During winter, We go into the forest less often, so it seems like the number of Kuros, who were our escorts, are low. When you put it that way, I see. Phew. I'll have to take a fresh look at Kuro and the others. When I returned to my mansion with a thought in mind, I found Kuro snoring while lying on his back in my room. Around him are Yuki and the others sleeping quietly. I quietly lifted the sleeping Kuro in my arms and he was quite heavy. However, I'll do my best and bring him out of the mansion. On our way out, Kuro wakes up. Our eyes met. And he ran away. Father, you shouldn't torture Kuro. I was scolded by Fraser, who had been watching us. Fraser is kind. However, I'm not torturing him. I only wanted to let him play in the snow a little. If Kuro doesn't want to, don't force him. Well, she's right. It's just a little prank. No pranks. Okay, as you wish. Reflect, me. Before I knew it, Kuro, who had run away, was already behind Fraser. He looked at Fraser with satisfaction. I had to apologize and make up with him. Yeah. You can use the Gotatsu freely for a while. You use it even without my permission though. Spiderlings, horse coats, we made them. Pegasus, horse coats. It keeps the cold and insects away. Unicorn, hey, it's an insect repellent too. Wait, what? Spiderlings, technically speaking, spiders are not insects. Horse. Don't be so nitpicky in a fantasy world. Alfred looks like he'll go with Ririus, Rigru and Rat again. They are planning to go to Village 1 today and they will be escorted by the Kuros, a lot of them. Don't fall in the river on your way there. Be careful on the road. And their high elf escorts are following them a little further behind. Their sticks are longer than before. Is this okay? Their steps are really wide. And they are also wearing thicker winter clothes, making them look like some kind of creature. No. I guess the correct way to describe it is camouflage. Take care of the boys. After seeing Alfred groups off, I went to the playroom of the mansion. In one corner of the playroom, there's a crowd of people. In the center of the crowd is a mahjong table occupied by E3, Ursa, Nut, and Terrain. Is this the children's tournament? No, this is a match to determine the best of the best. Terrain, who's watching them, told me. It seems that the table has all the present top mahjong players. Hey, I was surprised that Ursa, Nut, and Terrain were strong players though E3 is expected. After watching the game for a while, I noticed that there were many matches where no one wins. And even when someone wins, it's only by a small margin. There isn't much to see. What are you talking about? Those are basically high-level battles. Look, once someone gets something, the other three will crush it. This time, it was Ursa. Sensing that, Nut and Terrain immediately made their move to attack Ursa while E3 is trying to take advantage of it. Wouldn't that make E3 win in the end? If E3 makes a big move while Nut and Terrain are on offense, E3 will be targeted by the three starting there. And as expected, E3 would refrain from doing so. She's doing the cheap tactic of deliberately destroying everyone slowly in order to go up. Hey, then, how will this tournament be settled? Now way it can. At some point, they'll get tired of it. Those around them are watching to see when it will be. It looks like it needs skill to watch them. I don't even know what's happening. By the way, Terrain, what's with the table over there? Dors and Gura, Domain and Koran, are they teaching each other mahjong? That's the weakest king tournament. Further was chosen as the weakest king, but he resisted. He brought in those who were not that familiar with mahjong to transfer the title. Ah, yeah, okay. So, I guess Terrain doesn't deserve to sit there. I've been in this village for the longest time. I have played more mahjong matches than any one of them. That's good to hear. By the way, I have a question. What are Alfred and the others trying to do? What are they trying to do? They're going around teaching the residents about life in the capital. Not all villagers live in the mansion after all. All that trouble just to talk about it? That's what he wants to do. Phew. A king in the making. Do you think so? Yes. I'm happy for you. I will spare no effort in cooperating with you. Just tell me when you need it. I understand. And don't hold back. Ahahaha. Thank you very much. I'll let Alfred know. I watched T3 and the others match a little longer. In one of the guest rooms of my mansion, there was a rare cat meeting. The father cat, Regal. The mother cat, Jewel. The Ananekos meal, Al, Gal, and the Imtonkos, Seal, and Sl. There was no sign of the tiger saw Ugetsu. Thus, this should be a cat-only meeting. This was not a meeting. It was just the mother cat, Jewel, scolding the Ananekos and Imtonkos. The father cat, Regal, seems to want to leave the scene but stays put, thinking that Jewel will scold him too once he shows any sign of leaving. You noticed me. Don't send me help signals. See, the Ananekos and Imtonkos noticed me too, so they all ran and hid behind me or not. They are pushing and offering me to Jewel. Don't drag me into this. So, Why are you scolding them? Check outside the window. What should I check? The courtyard is full of snow. I don't think there's anything particularly noteworthy. The ground? There are lumps of snow. Ah, I see. Snowman. There must have been more than one snowman, but they were all destroyed. The cats destroyed them? They used them as magic targets? I don't know who made them, but they must have worked hard to do so. It's not very nice to destroy them. You really need to be scolded. Hey, don't protest. Just pose as if you're reflecting to Jewel. What's the matter, Ragel? It was the angels who made the snowmen. He said they worked really hard to show it off to the children in the village, especially Tysel, Aurora, Rosemaria, Laladel, and Tormane. They already showed them off to the children, but that doesn't mean it's okay to break them. Should I do something about it? Yes, of course. Fix them. I should fix those snowmen. I don't know what they looked like before, so I'll just have to talk to the angels. You're going with me to apologize? Okay. When I told her what happened to the snowmen, Tia quickly fixed them with magic. Amazing. It's an application of Gillam control magic. Desu. Hey, but those cats can do it too. What do you mean? Those snowmen must have had defensive magic to prevent them from breaking. If it breaks, there are traces of mechanism to make it explode. The cats broke through the defensive magic and avoided the trap, so they should be aware of it. What the heck are you building in this village? Don't build something dangerous. No, they are just basic defensive magic so that the snowmen can last through the winter. Desu. What about the explosion? That's our policy. When you go, it must have an impact. Desu. Also, even if you're hugging it when it explodes, it won't kill you. Desu. Yo, are you telling the truth? I won't lie to you. Also, there are chickens and children walking in the courtyard. I see. However, aside from that defensive magic, I forbid that explosion trap. Make sure everyone knows that. Okay, the circumstances around the Ananekos and Imtonkos have changed. It is possible that they attacked them in order to remove that strange trap. The Ananekos and Imtonkos had attacked the snowmen for the safety of the village. While I was thinking so, Ragel, who was being held by me, shook his head, saying no way, that's true. Is that so? Shortly before sunset, Alfred's group returned. The High Elf escorts are walking normally. Did something happen? The residents of Village 1 mistook the High Elves as monsters and attacked them. They are guarding Alfred and the others, but from their perspective, they thought that they were chasing after Alfred's group. Is anyone injured? None. Alfred and the others stopped them immediately. Good. Let's apologize to Village 1 later. That must have startled them. Terrain. Samo, 3600. Village Chief. That's a big gain. Do you think this match will go to Terrain? Terrain. Number. That rude move won't go anywhere. Village Chief. What do you mean by rude? Terrain. It's like he's telling everyone his plan. Not good. Terrain's going haywire. Village Chief. Why? What the? Sir, you've been exposed. I'll take this one. Kai. Terrain. Ursa has started. This is a big move. Village Chief. So, what's going on? Terrain, you'll know if you watch. Nut. It's time for me to join. Pon. I'll cut your cheap tiles starting now. E3, dare toss cheap tiles. Ron Desu. 1300. Ursa, I'm crushed. Terrain, that was close. At least I did not go haywire. The matches continued like that. Angel A, so this is a snowman. Desu. Angel B, oh, awesome. Angel C, how about we make lots of big snowmen to show off to the children? Angel D, I agree. Let's do it. Angel E, however, won't they be fragile since they are made of snow? Desu. What? Angel F, we can just use defensive magic, right? Angel G, right. Angel H, done. Amazing. They are our masterpieces. Angel I, however, they will melt in spring, right? Angel J, they are snow after all. Desu. Angel K, it would be unbecoming of us if we leave it like that. Desu. Let's make it explode once it melts halfway. Angel L, agreed. Desu. Ni, like this. Desu. Angel M, perfect. Desu. Let's show it to Tysel Sama and the others. Rosemaria, Laladel, and Tormane. Kaya, overjoyed. Tysel, amazing. What beautiful defensive magic. Overjoyed. Aurora, there's even something complex inside. Overjoyed. Snow is falling and it's getting thicker. It becomes harder to shovel. Even so, it is not recommended to melt the snow using magic. The water from the melted snow will freeze and it will cause danger to everyone. Why do I ask the Phoenix Chicky just to use flame to melt the snow off the roof? For some reason, the snow melted by its flame evaporates immediately from ice. That was an exception. Getting back to the topic. Blasting snow with magic is not a good idea too. It will just blow the snow away and the melted snow will freeze quickly, which is dangerous. And there's more. The vibration from the explosion might cause the snow on top of the buildings to fall off. That's dangerous, right? That's why there's no way I'll permit the use of Kuro Horn Spear. No matter how much Kudel asks, I won't give in. It's not fair to use your daughter Laladel. I ended up giving permission to use around 5 horns. I reflected on my weak will. Well, I told her not to do it near the village, but it wouldn't be shoveling the snow if it's far from the village. And she received them with a bright smile, so I guess she just want a dive bomb, as expected. As I was taunted with the use of Laladel, my only wish is that she won't grow up like her. Laladel started sleeping, so I went to her room and put her to bed. I thought I would be able to watch over her, but some angels volunteered to take care of her. They were newcomers and were getting along well with Laladel. Are you sure? Won't you find it boring? She's my daughter, so that doesn't apply to me. They take turns reading books and watching over Laladel. They also want to take care of the other angel children since they won't be able to spend time with them a lot. I have no problem with that request, as both Tyr and Kudel have given their permission. I can entrust it to them. If anything goes wrong, just let the animaids or the spiderlings at the ceiling know. When I pointed upward, some of the spiderlings raised their legs. HNN, what's wrong? They said they were impressed with such perfect security. Ah, yeah, well, the spiderlings are awesome. Leaving Laladel to the hands of the angels, I wandered down the hallway and saw an unusual group making a snowman in the courtyard. Gurand, the Orthrozo, and Hichiru. No, the ones who were making snowmen are Gurand and Hichiru, while the Orthrozo is just hanging around Gurand. I put on some warm clothes and went to the courtyard. Yow. Where's Ramiran? Ramiran-sama has gone off to make a snow mountain. She took her husband Dors-sama with her. I see, so that's why Gurand's the one taking care of Hichiru. I apologize for that. Ramiran should have called for me or Hakuran. Perhaps she has chosen me since she'll return right away. That's true. In addition, Hakuran-san is taking care of Hikaru-san and Himiko-san. That's true too. I want to take care of Hikaru and Himiko myself, but the two of them can't control their powers that well yet. They don't want me to get too close to them just in case. That's sad, but I can't risk traumatizing the kids. It doesn't mean that I'll ignore Hichiru. How about we make a snowman together? Good. Where's Gararu? Gararu is usually with Hichiru, especially when Ramiran is not with him. Why isn't she here? She's dressing up. That's what Gurand said. She asked Zabuton-san to make clothes for her before she hibernates. She went back to her house to wear them. I guess Gararu wants to show off to Hichiru. Well, as long as they don't use force to pair them up or anything, there's no problem. I'm the one who made the snowman's head. The body was made by Hichiru. As a father, I want to show off my strength to my son. Unfortunately, I can't win against race. I asked Hichiru to put the head on the body. Yeah, not bad. Gurand's done with her snowman too. Gurand's snowman has a semicircle-shaped body with a sphere head on top of it. I was going to make its torso like an igloo, but you have to make the torso hollow. If I do that, the head will fall sink, won't it? I guess it would. Igloo can be found all over the village during winter, so Gurand knows about it. I guess she was trying to make it more practical. It was a failure of a plan. Well, don't be so downhearted. I've done something similar and it indeed lost its head. Gurand is better than me since you've foreseen it before it happened. Foo-fa-foo. Let's just make a legit igloo. Hichiru is willing to make one. The Orthrozo climbed on top of Gurand's snowman and looked very happy. A little later, Gararu arrived. Black and red winter clothes. My first impression when I saw it. Priestess outfit. Even though it can be categorized as winter clothes, it's not stuffy and you can even feel holiness. Is it not cold? No problem. I wish that's true, but it complements Gararu's gray scales. In short, it's not clothes for her human form but for her dragon form. I was wondering why it took her a long time before coming here. It all makes sense now. Go easy on landing. The snowman will break. We're also in the middle of building an igloo. Land there, slowly. Alright, nice landing. Hichiru, please say something about Gararu. Lots of wings. Well, it's true that Gararu in her dragon form doesn't only have one pair of wings but 3 pairs. Was she always like that? I have seen Gararu's dragon form several times and I'm sure I've only seen a normal pair of dragon wings. She only didn't let them out because she can't fully control them yet. Gurand said. I see, so that's how it is. She says she can't fully control them yet, but she looks so cool while posing with her 3 pairs of wings while staying stationary in the air. Well, I didn't say it, but she's exactly what a fallen angel or a dark priest looks like according to my imagination. Impressive. All is well, which is great. Hichiru, what do you think about having lots of wings? Do you want more yourself? You are more jealous of Gurand for having lots of heads. I see. Gararu looking at us. No, at Hichiru. She's gone to the trouble of dressing up. It can't be helped, so let's ask one more time. Hichiru, please say something about how Gararu looks. As expected, it is impossible for Hichiru, who's still a child, to read the atmosphere. Thus, I whispered my words of wisdom. Does Hichiru like that kind of clothes? Yeah, Gararu's clothes are cool. In other words, you look good on it. I translated it for her so it should be fine. Gararu seems not dissatisfied. Good. Oh, Gararu's going to transform back to her human form? What will happen to her clothes? Magic storage? That's convenient. Gararu, why do you look like that? You look like a high school girl, you know? What's more surprising is that she's not in a dark priestess outfit but in a priestess outfit. You have it made for your human form too? Yeah, it looks good on you. But, how? I know that dragons can freely change the age of their human form. They usually think of dignity first, but there are also those who are similar to Raymiran, who looks young. Gararu must have chosen that age to fit the clothes. However, that's a bad move. I glanced at Hichiru beside me. He's clearly unhappy. He had always thought of Gararu as someone as old as him, and now, he found out that she was ahead of him. As a boy of delicate age, he'll surely be jealous and wouldn't be able to praise her. Gararu seems to have noticed it. What should I do? Soon, you will look good next to me. She stirred up the pot. Good job, Gararu. You are motivating him to chase after you. Gurand nodded full of emotion while looking at Gararu. As for the Orthrozo, he looks bored. Let's finish the Siglu. Will Gararu stay like that from now on? No. Gararu returned to her usual appearance. Her clothes resized accordingly. Ah, yeah, you look cute. Eto, I'm not sure if this makes sense here, but you look like you're going through Shikogosen. TN. It means 753. It's a celebration of children's growth. 3 and 5 years old for boys, and 3 and 7 years old for girls. What does that mean? It means adorable. Anyway, can I leave the sulking Hichiru to you? Okay, I'll leave him to you. Number. I don't approve of her as Hichiru's wife yet. As I've been saying for a while now, the two of them. Well, Gararu's fine with it, so it will be up to Hichiru himself. After completing the igloo, we warmed up there with some soup. Hiroku, if you can magically store clothes, can't you also magically wear them? Gurand, we have to wear them first. Hiroku, you mean Gararu wore clothes twice? In her dragon form and in her human form? Gurand, yes, she did. Hiroku, that's a lot of work. Gurand, that's fine. She's a girl after all. Lu, I'm the one who taught village chief his understanding about women. Raymiran and the others made a snow mountain of around 30 meters high on the south side of the village. The children were very excited seeing the yearly snow mountain they can play at. Hey, children, before you go to the snow mountain, you should thank Raymiran and the others for building it. Also, did you already have breakfast? Don't wear light clothes. Wear something warm. If you sweat, you can just. The Unimaids who will be accompanying you will give you further instructions. The children took their skis and sleds and headed for the snow mountain. I'll be there later too. Incidentally, the children knew why Raymiran and the others built the snow mountain, so they thought of making Hichiru and Gararu use it first. However, Hichiru said that they should all play together. Raymiran was in tears saying Hichiru had grown up to be a good boy, but I think he had always been a good boy. Or maybe I thought so since I'm the father. After breakfast, Yuko did not go to Village 5 but stayed in the village. There is a meeting with the Demon King, Beezle, and Randon. The topic of the meeting is to recheck and reconfirm the economic relationship between the kingdom and Village 5. Well, these matters have been discussed several times beforehand, so there shouldn't be any major issue. In fact, the talk about it was over within 5 minutes after the Demon King arrived. It was over, but why am I reading the report about it? Village 5 aside, why do I have to know what's happening to the Demon King's kingdom? HNN, chat? Yeah, I don't mind, but what are we going to talk about? Randon took out a document and put it on the board. Actually, the number of fires in the royal capital has become alarming. According to the data Randon showed me, 27 fires, big and small, occurred in the royal capital between spring and fall of this year. 27, that's a lot. If it were a full year, that means there would be at least 2 fires per month. It is increasing every year. Desu. When we were discussing about countermeasures, someone talked about the fire incidents of Village 5. Desu. I don't know about this year, but last year and the year before, there was not a single fire incident. That's amazing. I would like to know if there's some kind of countermeasure or initiative for you to achieve this. I don't know any countermeasures or initiatives you are talking about. I'm just urging the residents to do the usual fire drills. Mainly fire extinguishing and evacuation drills. No, Village Chief. That's not all. Yuko began talking. Village Chief was very particular about disaster prevention when he founded Village 5. Not only did he make sure that evacuation routes and evacuation sites were secured, but he also strictly set the width between houses to prevent the spread of fire in case there was fire. Well, that's natural. I'm sure you're doing the same, right? Hearing my question, the Demon King, Beezle, and Randon turned their gazes away. You haven't done it. Didn't you design your cities? The Demon King started talking. In building a city, the only things that will be planned are the defense facilities and the nobles' mansions. We give them the freedom to do what they want. Translation: the royal capital was close to the front line. Why would we waste our time designing the city? Beazle argued. We converted an already existing city and turned it into the royal capital, so there are some parts that are hard to touch. Translation: even if we design the city, it will be stopped considering the effort required to realize it. Randon says, giving the citizens freedom and liberty is our policy. Translation: even if we order them, not many will listen. And you're telling me you're running a country? No, I understand that you have to step back in designing the city considering war with other countries. However, there hasn't been any conflict for the last 10 years or so, so you have to think about improving the city. I'll encourage them. We'll do our best. We'll try. No. Why are you so reluctant? Ah, I see. You're joking, right? I guess there's nothing wrong with being light-hearted. This will be a long conversation, so the Unamaids brought a new tea. Green tea. There's also some kinako mochi, mochi made from soybean flour, given to everyone. Green tea was served because of kinako mochi. Nice choice. The kinako mochi was made from last year's mochi powder, but there's no problem with the taste. Ah, we haven't pounded them yet this year. I'm planning to do it on a nice day when we can get a certain number of people together. Today would have been a perfect day, but it was taken by the snow mountain. Let's get back to the fire issue. It's important to find out the cause of the fire. We need to find out what is causing the fire and take countermeasures from the findings. At the same time, you should build evacuation routes and evacuation sites. If there's an emergency, I think it is necessary to evacuate people to houses with big yards. I see. Randon was impressed, but as far as I was concerned, I'm not even saying much. I'm sure you did something similar, right? You investigated the causes, right? Ah, that. He seems reluctant. What's going on? Then, Randon began talking about it. When a fire breaks out, the area around it will become noisy and our hands will be full for acting against thievery during fire. Once things settle down, those who started the fire will either be driven out of the city or executed. In short, even if you wanted to find out, you couldn't. That's not a good practice to prevent fire from happening again. What about Village 5? When I asked Yuko, she puffed her chest out. In Village 5, the cause of the fire will be thoroughly investigated by the local security team. In the past, what caused fires were magic explosion, torch and bonfire mismanagement, and fires caused by cooking. Of course, countermeasures have been taken for each of these, so fires caused by the same cause are almost unheard of. That's expected. Yuko looked at Randon and continued. It is presumptuous of me to speak of the royal capital, but fire prevention is the result of an accumulation of information. It would be better to create a systematic investigation. I understand. I will inform the mayor and have him create a systematic investigation. There is a mayor in the royal capital? Isn't it under the Demon King? The Demon King is the overseer of the whole kingdom, not the royal capital. Of course. I'm also in charge of the internal affairs of the kingdom and not of the royal capital. He is one of my subordinates. Hey, I didn't know that. If it is necessary, do you want me to bring him to greet you? No need. But could you tell him to hold fire drills? If the residents experience firefighting and evacuation, even if they don't want to, it will change their mindset about fires. That alone would reduce the number of fires. Understood. Yuko Dono, could you please give me some material about the fire drills conducted in Village 5 later? If the royal capital burns to the ground, it will be an economic disaster. There is no problem in submitting them. And don't make biff fires in fire drills. It will be confusing and may lead to a real fire. Start small and spread it. Okay, I understand. Also, participating should be voluntary. Don't make it mandatory. Is that so? However, wouldn't that make more people aware? Fire drill should be renamed as countermeasures when there's fire. You won't have any trouble of getting people participate if you use that name. Come to think of it, when I talked to Piriku about fire drills in Village 5 before, she asked me if I was talking about countermeasures when there's fire. I spoke about fire drills with Brandon along with Yuko. The Demon King and Beazle listened quietly to our conversation. Or not. The Demon King was enjoying his kinako mochi while playing with the Imtonkos. Beazle had Fraser on his lap and was very pleased with her. Hey, aren't we talking about disaster prevention in the royal capital? It is best to leave things to the person in charge. If I misspoke or something, it will only cause confusion. Agreed. I see. Anyway, the conversation was over. After this, I'm going to the snow mountain to check on the children. What about you? Randon will immediately get back and tell the mayor what we just discussed. Good luck. The fewer fire victims, the better. Beazle sent Randon back to the royal capital and then came back here for a family reunion with Frau and Fraser. The Demon King is building a camp for a snowball fight? That's what Glatz has been doing with the High Elves since yesterday. I don't know how they divide themselves, but I think Glatz is on the Demon King's side this time. Ma, don't overdo it. After I go to the Snow Mountain, I'll get something warm. Yuko's not going to Village 5. She's going to hang out with Hito at the Kotatsu. Well, I don't mind. You've informed Village 5, right? Then there's no problem. Randon, let's compare the position of the mayor to a fleet. Demon King, I'm the admiral and I direct the movement of the entire fleet. Royal Capital Mayor, I'm the captain of the ship where the admiral is aboard and I direct the operation of the ship. Randon, as for me, I'm like the chief of staff of the admiral. Village chief, that made it harder for me to understand. Ridley, I can only converse with the mayor's subordinates, so there's no way I can reach the mayor's boss. Randon Sama, at least that's how it was in the past. Now, if she wants to, she can easily meet Randon. What's the point of talking with a member of the city council if you can easily meet the internal affairs minister? Late afternoon, I headed for the Snow Mountain. I heard that the children had eaten at the Snow Mountain, so I thought it would be nice to bring them sweets. Strawberries? No, how about dried fruits? Dried fruits? It is made by drying fruits. TN, and here I thought it was made by smoking meat. I guess that's how Fantasy World works. Once the water content of the fruit is removed, its sweetness will be denser. You can enjoy a different taste from eating the same fruit. We have made dried fruit teas several times in the village, but almost all of them had been consumed by the Fairy Queen as snacks. It was probably because the amount of dried fruit teas we made was small. The villagers are fine with it, so it's not a problem, but the problem is that none of them goes to the mouth of the villagers. As a countermeasure, the fruit area was expanded in order to increase the production of fruits, which will also increase the production of dried fruit teas. Thanks to these changes, villagers can now eat dried fruit teas. It has a good reputation among villagers. The Demon King and the Michael-san also tasted it and wanted to take some home, but for now, we don't have any plan about it other than being consumed by the villagers. Since we made so many, there are bound to be a fair amount of failures. We are very strict with our quality assurance and we don't want any failed products mixed in with what we sell to others. If it was in the village, people would just laugh at it, but if it reaches outside, it would be a quality problem. I would like to wait until our dried fruit production skill develops before selling them outside the village. Incidentally, dried persimmons can be considered as dried fruit, and since the village has been making a certain amount of dried persimmons every year, the technique has been well developed and there have been almost no failed products. It is all thanks to the dried persimmon enthusiast called Rasuti, I guess. Dried potatoes. Can dried potatoes be considered as dried fruit? Dried plums? This is troublesome. While I was thinking about some strange things, I arrived at the Snow Mountain. Ah, the children are sliding down the Snow Mountain and they look pleased. They are using skiboards, sleds, and snowboards. What's that ski board with a chair? Do you plan on enjoying a cup of tea while sitting on it? Maybe, but is that fun? Well, there's nothing wrong with taking the challenges. Everything attitude. These dried fruit tests are for you. Please share it. The Animaids have probably prepared hot food and there's soup to warm you up. No, this smell. It's not just soup. It smells like curry soup. Yeah, drinking curry soup in a Snow Mountain is a good idea. It goes well with Snow Mountain. However, does curry soup and dried fruit tests taste good together? Dried fruit tests are sweet, but they have a weaker impact compared to fresh fruits. Did I make the wrong choice? Then, what should be curry soup's partner then? Ramen? Yakisoba? Steamed potato? No. I wanted something sweet for the children who are probably tired from playing in the Snow Mountain. I mean, what's good? Something warm and sweet, and something that will complement curry soup. Roasted corn is the way. Dried fruit, delicious. The children's voices brought me back to reality. Ah, I see. Dried fruit is delicious. The Animaids put dried fruit tests in their curry. I see. This is a learning experience. Can I have some of that too? Curry soup with dried fruit. Not bad. I'll try making it myself next time. By the way, I'd like to verify something. What is that rope that stretches from the top to the foot of the Snow Mountain? Rope for children's use when they climb up? Until recently, the dragons were carrying the children up to the top, but the children said they wanted to climb up by themselves, so they set up that rope. I see. So, they found fun not only in sliding but also in climbing? No, Hichiru doesn't want the dragons to give him and Gararu preferential treatment, and Gararu agreed. I see. The ski board with chair was carried by the dragons, right? As expected. The children can't carry something like that, so I guess it can't be helped. However, the dragons look sad that they no longer have to carry the children up. Seeing my concern, Taisel took the initiative to have the dragons send the little ones. The dragons' reaction was, they look reluctant, but they are happily wagging their tails. They don't seem to feel bad about being asked for help. That day, the children enjoyed the Snow Mountain until the sun went down. The next day, The rope that was used to climb the top of the mountain has turned into a lift. The lift, however, was not the chairlift that can be found on ski resorts but just a rope stretched out as it was yesterday. However, unlike yesterday, the rope is moving toward the summit. In other words, the children could climb to the summit just by holding on to the rope. The children are chuckling as they grab the rope and climb. It looks like the mountain elves did what they do best. The installation was done by the Titans and High Elves. Thank you. However, how is it powered? Golem? That's convenient. How about safety? You know that it will be the children who'll use it, so you made sure to consider everything. Good. Excellent. What about the depressed dragons who no longer have any roles now that there's a lift? Gara looks like it's the end of the world. Gararu is using the lift with Hichiru. Is that okay? What are you going to use those for? Skiboards? Sled? Boards? Those are not kid size. Those are for adults. In short, you're going to ski with them in human form? So, you're going to play with the children. I see. Not a bad idea. When Hichiru and Gararu come down, invite them to join us. No, I'll invite them. If it's me, there's no way Hichiru and Gararu would say number. That day, the dragons seem to have enjoyed the snow mountain with the children. And me, of course. Yeah, skiing is difficult. Sledding is better and safer. Reflect. I was a fool to think that sleds were safe. It is true that sled takes time to increase speed and it is easy to slow down its speed by leaning backward. However, it doesn't mean that you won't go fast nor you can stop anytime you want. Furthermore, unlike skiing, which is meandering while moving downhill, a sled takes a straight path downward, and going straight downhill makes it faster and faster. I'll say it one more time. Sledding is also dangerous if you go too fast. That's what I thought while riding a sled that went straight down the mountain and didn't stop even after traversing on the flat ground for some time. Late afternoon, I went into the big kotatsu setup in the guest receiving room. Sitting on the tatami feels good. On the kotatsu table is a basket of tangerines. Nice. Looks great. I was served with black tea. I think green tea would be better for kotatsu, but there is a basket of tangerines. I get it's personal preference, but I think black tea goes well with tangerine than green tea. Well, I guess it also depends on the type of green tea and black tea. Today, I enjoyed it with black tea. The Demon King came in and sat opposite of me. He is accompanied by the 4 Tonkos. The Inanekos were so attached to the Tiger Saw Ugetsu that they were no longer that attached to the Demon King. I rolled up the kotatsu a little and tapped my thigh to see if at least one of them would come this way. It was Kuro who came. Yeah, heavy. It's a pain to let him rest on me. He got off and put his chin on my thigh. Good. I put a cover on Kuro's horn so there's no danger. And I like the cover of his horn. He also no longer has to worry about damaging the kotatsu when he uses it. While I was patting Kuro's head, Yuki came over. She has a horn cover like Kuro. I guess she was delayed because she had to put on her horn cover. And as if to line up with Kuro, she put her chin on my shin because my thigh is already occupied. I know you two like to be pampered, but now I can't even put my legs on the kotatsu. Also, Yuki's head is too far and I'm having trouble petting your head. Yuki seemed to have noticed it and turned her gaze to Kuro. He looked back at her. I think Kuro did a great job. Yeah, I think he should be proud. If it were me, I would have given up my position instantly. Here, you can get in the kotatsu. You want to stay next to me? I don't mind. Okay. Yuki's fine too. However, you have to consider Kuro from time to time. I got into the kotatsu again. Kuro and Yuki are in the kotatsu while sandwiching me. The Demon King on the opposite side of me is relaxing with the Tonkos while drinking a cup of coffee. Then, Yuko came in. She entered the right side of the kotatsu. It's unusual to see Yuko in the village when it's only almost evening. Is there something wrong? I promised to eat lunch with Hito, but I just finished my work today and went back. She said we should eat here in the village. Yuko is so sweet to Hito. It is normal for me to spoil her since she's my daughter. Besides, Hito has prepared kamabura and nabudon for me by herself. It should be quite difficult for someone as young as Hito to prepare kamabura and nabudon by herself, so she must have asked for someone's help. Honestly speaking, I'm envious. The Demon King seemed to feel the same. In response, he shared a story about his daughter, Yuri, who worked hard to make a flower ornament for him when she was young. When I was about to counter it, wait a minute, village chief. I have something to discuss with you. Yuko stopped me. It's about the monster investigation team the village chief asked me to form a little while ago. The monster investigation around Village 5? Was there a problem? It's not really a problem about that, but When we investigated monsters around, we found scattered villages throughout the remote regions, and we obtained information from there. Yuko then unfolded a map, a long horizontal map. It's a map of the outskirts of Village 5 and Shashuato City. The reason why the map is so long horizontally is because the north is the mountain range where the Rame's Nest is located, while the south is the sea. The Demon King also looked at the map with interest. According to the information we have gathered from the villages around here, there are stories of plague outbreaks that occur every 40 years. Plague? The disease is a prolonged period of fever and vomiting. It is said that those who are physically weak will die. TN. Sounds familiar. By chance, are we nearing the cycle? Next winter, to be exact. Next winter? That's a whole year away. We have plenty of time. There is enough time to prepare medications and treatments. However, there's something that bothers me. Something's bothering you? Yes. There is a story about a monster that becomes active every 40 years in a certain village northeast of the one where the plague was reported. A plague that occurs every 40 years and a monster that becomes active every 40 years. Are they related? I don't know, but according to the information we got, it will be active this winter. This winter? Yes. What should we do? What else do we have to do aside from finding it out? If it's the cause of the plague, we'll have to exterminate it. If not, leave it alone. It's okay to leave it alone, right? Or could it be a rabid monster? I did not receive any information like that. I've only heard that it's rare demon that can only be seen every 40 years. Then, check it out. I think I should be the one to handle this, but since Alfred and the others are here, I don't want to leave the village. I could investigate with them, but since there is a plague involved, I'd better not. I'm afraid of the possibility of an epidemic. Can I leave this to Yuko? Of course. I'll ask the Adventurers Guild to send adventurers. However, I want to minimize the risk to the investigation team. Of course, it would be up to the adventurers' fate if they were attacked by monsters, but it would be bad if they approach the Adventurer Guild if they'll actually be infected. Thus, I would like your permission to use the leaves of the World Tree to treat them if they'll get sick. Yes, I'll allow it. Take as much as. That would be an exaggeration. Take 100 or so, as you wish. Also, it would be helpful if Village Chief could inform the silkworms of the World Tree first. I don't really mind, but don't silkworms hibernate? They are special silkworms. If you knock on their cocoon, they will come out. I didn't know that. Okay, I'll inform them. In the meantime, tell them you have my permission to take some. Okay, I'll do that tomorrow before going to Village 5. I'll take the rest of the day off. After saying that, Yuko took the map she had spread out and went out of the kotatsu. Seeing that, the Demon King bowed to me. Excuse me, Village Chief. Since this is about a plague, it should fall under the jurisdiction of the kingdom. We will investigate this matter as soon as possible. Okay. Well, since you didn't know about the 40-year cycle, it can't be helped. It's not like it's your fault. Just let me know if you need any leaves from the World Tree for treatment. I'll give you some. I could not ask for more. And while we're on the subject, can I have a copy of the map Yuko Dono was carrying? There's no map as elaborate as that in the kingdom. I'll tell Yuko. However, I'm sure you'll have to pay for it. I know the effort one must take to make a map. I never planned to take it for free. I'll prepare a sufficient price for it. The Demon King got out of the kotatsu. The Imetonkos complained, so he walked back into the kotatsu. After apologizing to the Imetonkos for around 30 seconds, he finally left. I guess he'd returned to the capital to order an investigation about the plague. He looks like a proper Demon King who's not crazy about cats. Anne, regarding the treatment of the leaves of the World Tree outside Big Tree Village, it is never called World Tree leaf but has names like Village 5 Elixir or Demon King's Kingdom's Secret Medicine. Winter is cold, alright. I find it hard to get out of the kotatsu. As if my thoughts were read, dinner was served in the kotatsu. That made me not want to get out of the kotatsu more. The only time I get out of it is when I'm going to the toilet. The dinner was chicken nabe with lots of wild vegetables. I enjoyed it with citrus seasoning. Sharing it with me in the kotatsu were Lu, Tia, Ria, and the Phoenix chick Aegis. Every time like this, I wonder if it is really okay for Aegis to do this. No, I'm not asking about not using spoon or anything. I mean, we're going to eat chicken nabe. No, well, I guess carnivorous birds eat other birds. I've already said this a number of times. You want me to stop saying it every time? Okay. Do you want some yuzu pepper? Here you go. I was about to ask for that too. Give me some. Lu asks for a small plate of yuzu pepper which Aegis handed her. It is both fragrant and spicy, which is great. Tia, who already got some, compliments yuzu pepper. Thanks. Ria helped me. I did my best to combine various ingredients to make this yuzu pepper. Well, the finished product isn't even pepper. Ria looked a little annoyed, so I asked Lu what was wrong. Actually, that yuzu pepper was made without the use of any pepper. Eh? Really? Yeah. After all the experiments, What passed through Village Chief's taste was something that didn't use any pepper. I think we should change its name. I agree. We shouldn't call something a pepper if it doesn't have any pepper in it, right? Ria and Lou say so, but this is the yuzu pepper that I know. Should I add a small amount of pepper? I guess. There, you don't have any complaints about the taste, right? I'm sure it was called like that to confuse everyone and make it a secret seasoning, right? Given what Deer said, I decided not to add pepper, and the name of the seasoning remained the same. After eating, we continued to relax in the kotatsu. We chatted while drinking tea which was brewed by the Animaids. We are talking about sending Terrain to the academy. I have my doubts, but I'm sure it will be fine. One of the mountain elves will accompany him after all. Yeah, she's the one who often hangs out with Terrain. If possible, I would like to send a few more adults in addition to her. The angels are certainly able to send some of their people if they want to, but it seems like their race is not very welcomed in the Demon King's kingdom. The Demon King himself said that it would cause trouble even in Village 5 or Shashuato City, let alone the royal capital. Thus, I am in the process of consulting Beezle, Randon, and Glatz to see if they can think of anything. I've talked to Hu about it, but I have already asked her to take care of Gol, Sil, and Baron. I know that they are already married and have families of their own, but I can't help but think about how much trouble they caused in the village in the past. Right, they only started making trouble when Ursa came to the village, right? It must be Ursa's influence. No, I think that's a good influence. Probably. While we were chatting, one of the Fenras came to the kotatsu we were using. What's the matter? Do you want to go in the kotatsu too? No, blizzard. A strong blizzard is coming tomorrow night. I see. Understood. It's already dark today, so we'll start preparing for the blizzard tomorrow morning. Thanks for the head up. I pat the Fenra's head. Well, it has no horns, so it's easy to pet. I'm not going to tell that out loud, or else Kuro and the others will get upset. Now, Lou, Tia, and Ria, you heard that, right? My apologies, but I need you to inform everyone. We're going to be busy tomorrow. Okay, I'll take care of that. Us angels, will do our best. The high elves won't be outdone. I'm glad of your cheerful reply, but when do you plan to do it? I can't get out of the kotatsu. Jay, just wait until it's a little warmer. I agree. I really don't mind. Just don't forget about it. Okay. The next day, I look at the sky from the mansion. It's already dark. The Fenra was right. There's going to be a blizzard tonight. Village Chief, I've checked the barns in the ranch area again and found no problem. We will gather the animals together early this day. A beast girl reported to me. Yeah, good. Gather all of them afternoon. Village Chief, we re-inspected the buildings in the residential area and found no problem. However, we can never be too sure, so we plan to gather people in some of the bigger houses. A high elf reported to me. Understood. The inn will be open and you are free to use it. You are welcome to stay in my mansion too. Affirmative. The high elf said that and went to the residential area. After that, the centaurs came. It's time for their regular report. Village Chief, thank you for contacting us. Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 began preparing for the blizzard. There are no food or fuel shortages. We can hold on even if the blizzard lasts until spring. That's very encouraging, but I don't want to experience a blizzard that will last until spring. You already know this, but please stop your regular contact report during blizzards. I don't want to put you in danger. Understood. We will wait for the weather to improve before resuming. Please. The centaurs saluted and left the mansion. After seeing them off, the next person to arrive was Tia from Village 4. Village Chief, the last flight to Village 4 will be in a few minutes. Do you have a few more words? Nothing. I don't think you'll be able to use the universal ship for some time, so do some maintenance in Village 4. Understood. However, if you need me, just say it and I'll be there as fast as I can. Of course. I'll count on you. Please. Right. I heard that the hot spring area is fine, but Yoru was lamenting the need for weapons that can be used when there's a blizzard. She's still the same. Yes, she's still her. Well, I guess that's what makes her special. Ha ha ha. By the way, I'll just ask for the last time. Are you sure you won't let Annin and Ramuria's Nin go to Village 4? I told the two pregnant Unnies to evacuate to either Village 4 or Village 5, but they said they wouldn't. They said that the village was important and that they would never run away. Well, they can still freely move by themselves. If it had been just before they gave birth or something, I would have evacuated them with or without their consent. However, given they're still okay, I wouldn't be able to persuade them. So, I asked them to stay in the safest place in my mansion. Yeah, my room. That's what happened. My apologies for the unnecessary confirmation. No, thank you for your concern. I looked up the sky as I saw to off. There was a proposal of evacuating the children to Village 5 along with the evacuation of Ann and Ramuria's, but that plan was also rejected. Of course, it was not because of the trouble that happened in Village 5 and the past when we evacuated them before. The village structures have been proven to be sturdy, and it was also pointed to me not only by Lu and Tia but also by Dawes that it was not a good idea to flee every time something happened. It is also important to make an effort to deal with disasters head-on, and I believe that's true. However, I was afraid that the children who remained in the village might get injured or even worse. According to Dawes, you can even get killed while walking on a sunny day. Well, that's true. As a compromise, we set up a short-range teleportation gate made by Lu in the basement of my mansion. The destination is the Big Tree Dungeon. Once there, we can easily evacuate to Village 5. The gate was installed but not yet activated. It was a preparation for the worst-case scenario. Without it, I would have asked Anne, Ramurias, and the children to evacuate at Village 5. No, would I be able to persuade them? We're talking about me. I shouldn't let my guard down. I still need to prepare for the blizzard. The blizzard has come, and it's pretty strong. It was so strong that it was impossible to get out of the house. Even so, the houses don't seem to be affected. There's no problem inside my mansion too. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. No, we should never let our guard down. We don't even know how long the blizzard will last. Well, there's no use in getting all worked up while in the Kotatsu. Let's take it easy. Second day of the blizzard. I was making new seasonings with the Animaids. As for why, it's because of the yuzu pepper. It was made by me and the High Elves, but originally, the Animaid should have joined us. Unfortunately, Anne and Ramurias, who lead the Animaids, were pregnant, so their sense of taste was not stable, or rather, they became sensitive to smells, which makes it difficult for them to make new seasonings. Even with all that, the yuzu pepper was made. If it had only been made, there wouldn't be any problem, but given how it was well received stimulated the competitive spirit of the Animaids. The maids, who have free time now because of the blizzard, began to work on a new seasoning. And as expected, Anne and Ramurias both did not participate. Since the two of them did not participate, no one's controlling the Animaids now. They did whatever they wanted with me in the background, making sure they would not waste any of the ingredients. Result: since they were influenced by yuzu pepper, I thought of using chili pepper. Thus, we add chili pepper to sesame oil to make Ryu Japanese chili oil. But what happened? What we made was a solid Ryu and not a liquid Ryu. Well, whatever it is, it's a good seasoning if you want something to be spicy. It also adds texture, which I think is not bad. I would like to hear the review of the villagers during this winter and continue to improve this. Third day of the blizzard. In the corner of my mansion, adults with lots of free time are playing with the children. What are they playing? Some kind of board game. It seems to be a game in which players spread a map on the table, place their pieces on the map, and aim to expand their power by conquering different forces. No dice are used and each force can move simultaneously. The forces may pass each other and can choose to fight each other or not. It is important for each force to decide what to do. Glatz is the referee of this game. It looks like a lot of work. Given the number of participants, there should be around 40 of them. Can you take care of it alone? There are indeed a lot of participants, but it's a team game, so it's okay. Ah, I see. So, each team is in charge of a force. The teams seem to be almost divided by race. That would seem to put the vampire team, led by Alfred, at a disadvantage because they have fewer people. No, there's a one-man team. Daraim has teammates, the Spiderlings. Sorry, this board game. It takes a lot of time just to decide what each force will do. The reason for this is that during the time a force will move, it can choose to negotiate with other forces. That means they can form an alliance, deal, or whatever they can think of, and they are free to keep or not keep them. Also, each force can choose to keep what they negotiated with others or what they are planning to do. In addition, each force will have a room of its own which will make the other forces unaware of whom they negotiated with or what they are planning to do. In other words, when it is time to think of their next move, each faction will be locked in a room. However, some of the team members have been asked to keep an eye on the rooms of other forces in order to find out which force has made contact with which. Of course, that's not against the rule. Sounds like a difficult game. However, keeping an eye on each force is necessary, and the Angel team with a large number of participants and Daraim's team which is full of Spiderlings seem to have an advantage. Well, I think this is not a game that can be settled with only that. I was also allowed to watch the game. It is the fourth day of the blizzard. Glatz board game is still ongoing. Ugh, traitor. Ho ho ho. It's your fault for trusting too much. The First Legion of the Cabbage Kingdom will invade and occupy the royal capital of Tomato Theocracy. Surrender. If you do so, I will guarantee you to be treated generously. Sorry for interrupting your happy moment, but the Potato Knightdom is breaking its alliance with the Cabbage Kingdom. First and Second Legions, march to the territory of the Cabbage Kingdom. Wait, why? Announcement. The Potato Knightdom, the Carrot House, and the Onion Union are in military alliance. We are now in control of the naval battle. the Radish Empire will be joining the battle. We will not let the sea be taken by your alliance. Thus, we will support the Cabbage Kingdom. The Radish Empire is on a rampage. We must stop it. The New Pumpkin Nation and us, the Onion Union, have no time to fight against each other. Let's build a joint defensive line. We will no longer be fooled by such sweet words. We, the New Pumpkin Nation, will move on our own. We will occupy the vacant city of the Carrot House. On the map board, the situation is quite chaotic. Since the children are participating, shouldn't they play mildly or something? Other forces are just food for their own force to feed. Diplomatic lies are not lies. If you show any weakness, you will be eaten. This is how the world works. See, I feel like they're educating them the wrong way. No, I know it's just a game, but... Fifth day of the blizzard. An unfamiliar woman is standing before me. She has sheep horns on both sides of her head. However, she looks like a demoness and not a beastkin. From the way she dressed, she looks like a girl from a wealthy family. What do you think? I immediately knew who she was when I heard her voice. That unfamiliar woman's real identity is Gearbit. If you're not familiar with my voice, it looks like you won't find out. Ma, I've always known it was you. Why do I look puzzled until I hear your voice? In any case, can I go to the royal capital now? Yeah. Gearbit's purpose is to accompany Terrain to the academy in the royal capital. I consulted the Demon King about it and he said that he doesn't really mind an angel going to the capital, but the problem is that angel is Gearbit. Although it is often forgotten, Gearbit is the former Heavenly Wing Shrine Maiden of Garrett Kingdom. Although former, she still has a great deal of influence. Moreover, Garrett Kingdom's civil war broke out when the Demon King's kingdom and Garrett Kingdom were in the peace process. If Gearbit were to be seen in the royal capital, they would suspect that the chaos in Garrett Kingdom was induced by the Demon King's kingdom and peace talks with other human countries would no longer be possible. In short, the answer is it's all trouble, so give up. I talked about it to Gearbit and this is her answer. Quite enthusiastic and speaks using action. Kind of scary. However, I shouldn't tell her that, right? Then, I can go, right? As long as you don't cause trouble. Of course. Leave it to me. You sound dependable. I'll put my trust in you and tell the Demon King about it later. By the way, the Demon King. He's participating in Glatt's game. You ask us to surrender? Our Carrot House will never surrender. We'll show you how foolish you were. And he sounds like he's having a good time. They take turns in taking breaks and eating, so the game is continuous. Well, the kids are happy, so it should be okay. But, when will this game end? It can go on indefinitely, but this time, there's a time limit. The winner would be determined with the current affairs when they reach the time limit. Ah, it is supposed to end this evening? I see. Good luck. Which force am I rooting for? I'm rooting for Glatz. Yeah, it looks like he's the one who worked the hardest. He seems to be enjoying it though. Morning of the 6th day. The blizzard finally stopped. Tomato Theocracy, team of vampires led by Alfred. Cabbage Kingdom, team of angels led by Tysel. Potato Knightdom, team of dragons, Hakuran, Rasuti, Hichiru, led by Ursa. Carrot House, team of demons, Beazle, Demon King, Civil Servant Girls, led by Fracier Bell. New Pumpkin Nation, team of Beastkins and Lizardmen led by Surt and Sna. Onion Union, team of Animaids led by Terrain. Radish Empire, team of Spiderlings led by Dream. The blizzard has stopped, and what awaits is a bright morning. When I opened the door, the world turned to silver. No, it was already silver even before the blizzard. The thickness of snow is amazing, more than 2 meters high. This looks like a shoveling problem. Thinking that the roof should have the same thickness of snow over it, we had to remove the snow fast. While I was thinking about it, the dragons, or rather, Raymarin, started working. She used magic to turn the snow solid and carried it all at once. Is that how she makes the snow mountain? Even if the reason why she's working for us is to show off to Hichiru, as long as it's helpful, it's okay. Wait a minute. Leave the snow on the square as it is. That place is going to be used for the snowball fight. The Demon King and Glatz decided on the location and shape and adjusted the snow around by using the thermal insulation stone to turn it into defensive terrain. It didn't work very well because of how heavy the blizzard was, but you can faintly see the shape of the encampment. Not bad and looks useful. Starting next winter, I guess we should start installing thermal insulation stones on the roads and roofs. Right. We also need to think about where the melted snow from the thermal insulation stone will flow. If we don't design the right drainage, things will get dangerous. Let's do it while consulting the villagers later. For now, we still currently have something to do. Leave the snow to the dragons and have the adults who can move around split up and check every part of the village. The most important thing to do now is to confirm the safety of the villagers and animals. Next, check buildings for damages. Children, don't go too far away yet. It should be fine for you to stay at the places where the dragons have cleared the snow. As for other places, you might get stuck in the deep snow. If possible, Please don't get in the way of the work of the dragons. As for the dragons, they look very motivated. By the way, Gurand, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Doors and Girar in case they get carried away. Orthrozo, go escort Gurand. Oh, you're wearing some warm clothes. They were made by the Spiderlings? They look good on you. I don't think it's overkill for you to wear shoes. I mean, snow is cold, right? Yeah. Alright. We also need to check the beehives in the fruit area. They are checked and reinforced before winter every year, so they should be fine. Good. They haven't collapsed. Great. However, we have to be careful about the snow piled up on tree branches. There are icicles everywhere. We should break off anything within reach. I'll ask the angels to break the icicles in high places. Kuros, I'll ask the angels so you don't have to tackle the trees. Falling snow, especially icicles, is dangerous. They are dodging it lightly, but I'll get a heart attack just by watching. Ah, look. You got burrowed by snow. Are you okay? Good. I know you've been indoors for a while, so I understand that you want to move your body. However, be careful. There could be a hole hidden in the snow or even something else. No, only a fool would take it lightly just because you used to come to this place before the blizzard. There are many people in this village that can make holes with magic. I hope you understand. Then, let's go back to the mansion. When I looked up at the sky, I saw the Universal Ship from Village 4. The captain of the Universal Ship reported that there were no problems in Village 4, the Lamias of the South Dungeon, and the Titans of the North Dungeon. They must have checked on them first before going here. Thank you, especially since we won't be able to inform the Lamias of the South Dungeon and the Titans of the North Dungeons immediately about the blizzard. I was worried. It seems like both the Lamias and Titans have detected the blizzard based on their time-taught intuition. That's great. I've lived here for around almost 19 years. Even so, my intuition never detected a blizzard. At most, I can tell if the weather is going to get worse. It's more accurate to ask Kuro and the others regarding things like that. There seems to be nothing urgent that needs to be delivered at Village 4, so I asked the Universal Ship to head for Howling Village. It's also a village in the mountains. Snow and Gut said that there should be damage from snow. As neighbors, we should be concerned. As for the rest, Village 5. Yuko, the acting village chief of Village 5, moved to Village 5 before the blizzard. We don't know how long we will be trapped by the blizzard after all. It was a consideration to make sure her work in Village 5 won't be affected. I thought she would take her daughter, Hito, with her, but Hito stayed in Big Tree Village. Hito feels more at home at Big Tree Village. There are too many people in Village 5. I'm happy for that trust, but that also brings pressure. Well, Hito didn't mind Yuko's absence and lived normally with the Animaids and Beast Girls. When I entered the Big Tree Dungeon with Hito in my arms, we bumped into Yuko, who had just returned from Village 5. I'm glad we did not miss each other given how many paths the dungeon has. I'm glad we met on the way. I handed Hito to Yuko and returned to my mansion. That night, a small banquet was held to celebrate the end of the blizzard. The main event was a thanksgiving for the fact that there was no major damage to the village. In addition, there is also the celebration for the winner of Glatt's game. Apparently, the forces of the Spiderlings, led by Doraemon, won. However, although they lost the game, I can't help but feel that the Angels, who managed to obtain a lot of gains with bribes and other underhanded tactics, were the team with the highest advantage. That's how the Angels are. Glatz complained to me and the Angels didn't seem to mind at all. Yeah, just eat as much as you like. The main dish of the banquet was udon noodles cooked in a small pot made by Gut and the other blacksmiths. Under the pot is a pot stand with thermal insulation stone. This small pot is quite extravagant. One of the Angels praised it and I agree with her. I agree, alright. It can only be used in this kind of banquet after all. Ara, is that so? I would like to have some of this size. Given the size, it can be used to make a small amount of medicine. I agree. I would like some as well. Lou and Flora wanted small pots too. It's alright, but don't take the ones we use for cooking. I'll ask Guts Group to make some for you. Thanks. And I'd also like some pot stands. Me too. Okay. That's a mountain elf. I'll tell them to make some. Ah, the Animaids have brought extra udon and mochi. If you want one, just let me know. It was a lively after blizzard dinner. The blizzard has stopped, but it is still winter. In other words, it is still cold outside. Very cold. However, the children rushed outside as if to relieve the frustration of being confined for so long because of the blizzard. They look very energetic. Well, they were forced to wear thick clothes by the Animaids before they started running outside, so I guess I don't have to worry about them catching a cold. They are also wearing scarves and gloves. The Kuros are following them as guards, so they run without holding back. They look courageous. However, one of them immediately came back and asked another Kuro to replace him. Seeing that, Yuki scolded it, so it immediately chased after the children. As for Yuki, who scolded it, she went into the kotatsu. I stared at her. She stared back at me as if saying, "What? and I told her nothing. Winter. According to the spring forecast of the Nyuni Udafn in Village 1, it will still be long before winter ends. Because of that, I changed my plan and put on my Hantan. Hantan has always been a popular winter clothes, especially among the angels. This year, many angels have arrived, so there's not enough Hantan to be used. Some of the spiderlings, who are still awake, have been working hard to make additional ones. It seems like they were having trouble finding cotton to put inside the Hantan, so we purchased from Village 5. Actually, Village 5 had ordered a lot of cottons some time ago, and that's what they're currently using. Not only cotton, but we also purchased wool, silk, and linen. Each of them is stored in its own big warehouse. Yuko had arranged it that way in case Zabuton and the spiderlings had an emergency request. Yuko said that this is part of the financial management scheme of Village 5, but she looks like she's hiding her embarrassment. In any case, Village 5 has enough materials for making clothes for tens of thousands of people. There's no problem if we use some of it. Incidentally, a good number of spiderlings are secretly stationed as guards in the special warehouses of those said materials. I told the Demon King about it and he just laughed at me. Well, I'm afraid of fire and those are highly flammable. I don't think it's a bad idea to put some guards. While thinking about it, I moved to the second floor of my mansion where there is a nice view out of the window. When I was about to ask for a cup of tea, I was stopped by Yuko. I thought you were in Village 5. What's wrong? My apologies. There's trouble? ? I moved with Yuko to Yuko's mansion in Village 5. We went to the guest receiving room beside the office Yuko is using. What awaits us are two strangers, a man and a woman. The man is small like a boy, but he has a beard, so he should be older than he looks. The woman is a little taller than me and she has beast ears and tail, so I guess she's a beastkin. Then, Village Chief, let me introduce them to you. This one is Citan, the monkey holy beast, and Con, a silver fox. Citan bows his head in response to Yuko's introduction. I'm the monkey holy beast, Citan Desu. It's an honor meeting you. I'm Con of the Silver Fox Desu. Citan and Con greeted me while bending their waist politely. Citan then stepped forward. I apologize for calling you while you were away from the village. Normally, it would have been me who should go to the place where you are, but Yuko Dono insisted I wait here. Con-san took a step back, so I guess it is only Citan who wishes to converse with me. We apologize for getting your son, Golsama, and his wives in the dispute of us, the monkeys, and the goblins. On behalf of the monkeys, I sincerely apologize. Citan said that and handed us a letter. Yuko took the letter and handed it to me. The letter seems to be a catalogue. I was told that it was a token of apology. I've heard about the trouble between the monkeys and goblins, but since they went all this way to me, I guess it's not completely irrelevant. Well, it's related to Niz after all. But I don't want to make the matter worse. Furthermore, I heard that they had already gone to Gol and the others to apologize before coming here. Thus, I don't really have anything to say about it. I'll just accept the apology and be done with it. Yuko told me that it doesn't end with just that. She said we need to have a banquet with Citan as the main guest. Yuko said she already made a reservation at Niz Alchemy. Understood. I thought we just needed to relax at the banquet next, but it looks like another thing needs to be discussed. However, it's no longer from Citan but from Con-san. Because of that, Citan will go to Niz store first. You have to apologize to Niz too? When I told him he has it hard, he smiled with a tired face similar to an office guy. Eto, let's talk some more at the banquet. I'll have the best steak prepared for you. After saying that to him, Citan left. Now, let's talk with Con-san. Yes, again, I'm Con from the Silver Fox race. According to Yuko's explanation, Silver Fox is a kind of fox and not a beastkin. It seems like foxes can transform to a humanoid form, and that's what Con-san is currently doing. The Silver Fox is said to be living in hiding in various places, and the name Con is the name of the chief of the Silver Fox race, similar to how the Demon King is named. So, the person in front of me is the current Silver Fox chief? Yes, I'm the current chief. So, what does the Silver Fox chief have to do with me? I asked fearfully. Yuko called me saying that there's some trouble. Citan doesn't look like the trouble, although she really needed to call me to meet him. In other words, the trouble is Con-san. I prepared myself. Before I say what I need to, there is something I would like to confirm. What is it? Is Village Chief Yuko-sama's boss? I am the Village Chief of Village 5 and Yuko is the acting Village Chief. In terms of job grade, yes. I see. Thank you for answering. Then, the reason I'm here today is to ask Hiroku-sama a favor. A favor? Yes. There are a total of 92 silver foxes in existence including me. Of these, only 23 can transform and work as a person, but if you turn blind eye to a few inconveniences, 84 can fully work. Would you please hire our whole race? HNN, hire? Yes. You're not requesting to relocate to Village 5? The Silver Fox race is not very good at living among other races. Okay, but you said you can work, right? What kind of job can you do? Assassination desu. Assassination desu. No, it's not like I didn't hear you. Eto, please leave. The moment I said that, the AFT in spear form suddenly appeared in my hand and pierced through Konsan's chest. What's happening? And Yuko is already gripping the spear pierced Konsan's neck before I knew it. Kon, I told you that if you dare do something to village chief, I won't forgive you. I don't think I managed to do anything. Konsan looks at Yuko, not caring about the spear that still pierced through her chest. Think of what you have done. If you continue to speak nonsense, I'll annihilate your entire race. I know what I did. Even so, I'm in a position where I have no choice but to do it. I understand. Village chief, I'm sorry. Let me explain what's happening. Yeah, please. But she's pierced through her chest. When I took back the AFT in spear form, I saw a hole in Konsan's chest. She's okay. This much damage isn't enough to kill her. I have to say something, Yuko-sama. What is it? Actually, I received quite a lot of damage and I'm already reaching my limit. Cough. Konsan fell down and turned into a big silver fox. Yuko panicked. She can't even maintain her form. Village chief, may I use the big silkworm food leaves of the world tree? Use it. After all, I'm the one who stabbed her. I can't let her die like this. Why did it go from apology to banquet? Apology. Send an apology. Burden on the apologizer. Banquet will be hosted. Borne by the victim. By inviting them to the banquet, the apologizer shows that they have no hard feelings, and by accepting the invitation, the victim will also show that they have no hard feelings. This is also a mean to give back for the apology given by the apologizer. Incidentally, being silent at this banquet will ruin the banquet. It is necessary to show that both parties had a proper discussion. If the wrongdoer apologized one-sidedly, the victim might not take it and reopen the topic in the future. It can also be used by those who hate the wrongdoer. It is a troublesome culture where the victim has to bear some of the burdens to close the deal. This method is not used by individuals but by organizations or forces. My name is Kon. I used to be called Gyu, but when I became the matriarch, I inherited the name Kon. 60 years have passed since then. My race is the Silver Fox. Population has been gradually declining. This is because we live in hiding in the forest. It's never safe in the forest. There's always danger. Those who can transform into humanoids can blend in and live in cities or villages, but silver foxes don't like people or other races in general. We prefer to be with other fox species. As for those who can't yet, they have built relationships with other races of the forest, but the problem is it's not that friendly of a relationship. I know we can't continue like this. We know that if we don't seek a safe place to live in, we are doomed. However, what can we do? Even if we discuss it among our members, we can't find a solution. 10 years passed while we were struggling to find one. At the end of fall of a certain year, a request came to us, the Silver Fox. It was from Seiten-sama, the monkey holy beast. The monkeys had a dispute with the goblins, and it even involved nobles from the Demon King's kingdom. He said he is going to apologize, so he asked the Silver Fox to send some of us to escort him. Unusual desu ni. No, I'm not talking about the request. The Silver Fox has a decent number of foxes who can transform into humanoids. That includes me, so we are indeed suitable escorts. For those who can't transform yet, we sometimes let them pretend to be pets. In addition, the Silver Fox has its own channel to move into various places, and there are quite a number of requests to use them. We receive both kinds of requests at least once a year. It is a valuable means of obtaining funds for us. What I thought was unusual was that Seiten-sama himself will travel in order to apologize. With all due respect, monkeys are a bunch of arrogant and mannerless buffoons. They behave in an orderly manner in their congress, but outside it, they are indifferent and wouldn't care about anything. And even if they had a dispute with others, I thought there was no way it would be Seiten-sama's job to apologize. However, when I asked more about it, I found out that it involves Nisama, the apostle of the serpent god. Greater gods are also involved. Seiten-sama has it hard desu ni. Yes, I will gladly accept your request to lend you our channel and escort you along the way. The destination is the royal capital and a city. Village? A village that is as big as a city. Okay. When are we going to depart? Soon desu ni. What is it? Elite guards. As you wish. I'll take part in this mission. Yes. It's my honor to guard someone as distinguished as Seiten-sama. I look forward to working with you. I had a strange premonition when we were deciding on the number of guards. I felt that I should be part of it. I have never felt something like this before, and I don't want to go against it. I'll believe in this divine instinct and do my job as an escort well. Middle of winter. Sama's apology in the royal capital ended quickly. It seemed that the other party had no intention of making a big deal out of it. Since Sama had apologized according to the procedure, a banquet was held immediately after. We, escorts, can join in. No, there are 12 of us. You don't mind? Thank you very much. The food was delicious. The drinks were good too. Next. Village 5. It's a city. It's not as big as the royal capital, but I'm certain that it's bigger than most cities. Why is it called village? Well, there's no point in complaining. Eto, the people you need to apologize to here are the village chief and Nisama. Then, let's go to Nisama. Village chief first. We will not disobey the client. Just obey Desu. We went to the building where the council of village 5 is located and Sama requested to meet with the village chief. According to our plan, we will get in touch with him this day and be done with it, but we were stalled. We were told that the village chief of village 5 was not available. However, they told us that the acting village chief will meet us soon. Thanks for that. However, that will make things troublesome. The purpose of this meeting is to apologize, so if we only meet the acting village chief, we will not achieve our goal. No, normally, it would end even if the apology is with a proxy. However, in this case, greater gods were involved. Even someone like Sama has no choice but to go to the village chief and apologize. However, it is understandable that it can't be considered as an apology if you just barged into their place. You need to contact them in advance first and ask for the most convenient time. We might have to wait for a long time. With this in mind, I was surprised to meet someone again. It was the nine-tailed fox, Yuko-sama, and she's the acting village chief of village 5. It's been a while. So, you have become Kon. Indeed. It's been a while. Yuko-sama, I have a lot of things I want to tell you, but first of all, we must talk about Sama's case. I understand that you want to apologize. I thought it would take a few years before you come here, so I commend you for coming this fast. I will call the village chief and arrange a meeting with you. How about Go? You already apologized? Good. Niz? After this? I see. You did well. No problem. It looks like we apologized in the right order. What did you prepare for your apology? Sama showed Yuko-sama a list. You did not hold back. Good. Enough to throw a banquet. Niz is running a store in village 5. This place. We can hold the banquet there. That would save you a lot of time. I know. I already spoke with Niz. It will be fine. Niz is someone who doesn't like trouble. She won't be mad at someone who comes to apologize. Yuko-sama then instructed some of her subordinates. The apology will take place at Yuko-sama's mansion. This is the city hall, so many unrelated people come and go. She's making sure that Sama's apology won't be bothered. In addition, she said she would call the village chief. I know it's disrespectful to call someone to apologize, but I'm sure he'll understand. Rest assured, the village chief would prefer being called for this, and he won't be offended in any way. It's discourteous. That's what I would like to say, but it's true that it will save us a lot of trouble if we trouble him now. However, the village chief is still on his lunch break, and so am I. Wait a little. We already expected to wait for a while, so we don't mind waiting a little. However, what's lunch? 3 meals a day? The village chief and Yuko-sama seem to be living an enviable life. Eh? You'll feed us too? Thank you very much. There's no problem. Excuse me, but there are 12 escorts including me. Is that okay? Thank you very much. That rice dish called inari was superb. That pasta dish called udon is also delicious. Can I have another serving of inari? Excuse me, I mean 2. No, if I can have 3. Thank you very much. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I was absorbed in eating. Let's talk with Yuko-sama while I still can. There are things I want to ask and discuss. Eto, let's start with Yuko-sama. Why are you working here? Why? It's so easy. The food is good and the drinks are better. We didn't serve them yet because there's still the apology, but you'll definitely like them once you tasted them at the banquet. You were lured by food? That's not all. There are many people in the village who are not afraid of me. Some are even stronger than me. No way. How could there be people stronger than Yuko-sama? Think about why I'm the acting village chief. The village chief is way stronger than me. I work here to be of use to the village chief. You have to keep that in mind. You understood? Ah, I know I don't have to tell you this, but if you dare touch the village chief, I won't forgive you. Don't act recklessly. Of course, there's no way I'll make an enemy out of Yuko-sama. However, what? Will it be alright if we serve the village chief too? HNN? What do you mean? Aren't you geese supposed to be hired but never become subordinates? We're in a situation where we can no longer do so. Is it already that bad? Compared to the last time Yuko-sama met us, things have become so much worse. The number of job offers suddenly decreased since a few years ago. Thus, you wish to be the village chiefs? Yuko-sama pretended to think for a moment. I know why she's doing that. I know that it's impossible to get a positive reply. We are the Silver Fox after all. We are infamous for being notorious. If we serve as a race, The village chief will bear that infamy. To put it simply, the village chief will be blamed as the one who manipulated the Silver Fox race. Even so, I can't let this opportunity go no matter how small the possibility is, or else, our race will perish. Con. The village chief will gain nothing even if you serve him. On the contrary, he'll suffer big time. I won't even dare tell your request to the village chief. However, I'm indebted to Con. I mean the previous generation Con. That guy took care of me. I owe him? Gender neutral. A debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid. Therefore, I can't refuse a request that involves the fate of your whole race. Then, I will let the village chief decide. However, I will not say anything to back you up that time. Is that alright? Yes. Thank you very much. All I have to do now is to show my excellence. By the way, Saitama, why have you been covering both of your ears since the end of the meal? Preventive measures in order to not get involved in something dangerous? Is that the monkeys famous for? The don't ask, don't tell attitude? I'm learning a lot. A little later, Yuko-sama went out to call the village chief. In the meantime, I will decide on the deployment of guards. The ones who would be left in the room are only Saitama and me. The other guards will wait in the room prepared by Yuko-sama. However, if we really set it up like that, what's the point of us being hired as guards? Only 3 should wait in the room that was prepared for us. Of course, I will get angry if you just take it easy there. Always be on alert. Be ready to move at any time. Be prepared for surprise attacks. The 3 of you, stay inside the mansion. I'll leave the place where you'll stand guard to you, but don't go inside any room. Yes, stay hidden in the corridor. The 5 of you will stay outside the compound. This is to secure an exit. If anything happens to me, Kitsu will take over the command. Alright, good reply. HNN, I thought it will take more time, but Yuko-sama has already returned. Was the village chief nearby? My impression of the village chief is a normal human. I can't believe she's stronger than Yuko-sama. However, given Yuko-sama's attitude towards the village chief, it is obvious who's the boss and who's the subordinate. That alone shows he's not a mere human. Is he a sage then? He and Saitama greeted each other and finished the formal apology. It seems like the village chief has no intention of making a big deal out of it. Perhaps he was encouraged by Yuko-sama to just let it go. I'm grateful for that. Saitama's apology is over. Saitama is going to Nisama's store first. The 3 who are waiting in the room prepared for us and the 5 outside the compound will be Saitama's guards. But she will be in command until I rejoin them. Kon-sama, wouldn't it be better if I go? Kitsu asked me. It's true that if we're going into a separate group, the other group should be led by Kitsu. However, the fate of our race is on the line with my meeting with the village chief. If we do not show our resolve, we will not be able to serve him. If push comes to shove, I'll die with the infamy of the Silver Fox on my shoulders. If I do that, perhaps Yuko-sama will show mercy. After that, the rest of our race will just have to negotiate with the help of Yuko-sama. I beg she'll do so. Then, let's begin my discussion with the village chief. I have been warned. It would be wrong to start at the main topic immediately. Let's talk about something different first. Before I say what I need to, there is something I would like to confirm. HNN, what is it? Is village chief Yuko-sama's boss? I am the village chief of village 5 and Yuko is the acting village chief. In terms of job grade, yes, I see. Thank you for answering. I would like to ask 2 to 3 more questions to understand how the village chief thinks, but the village chief was away from the village. Maybe he still has something to do after this. It's a bad idea to waste his time. I've taken 1 step closer to the village chief. That's enough. Let's do it. Then, the reason I'm here today is to ask Hiroku-sama a favor. A favor? What is it? This is it. I took 1 step forward. Yes, there are a total of 92 Silver Foxes in existence including me. Of these, only 23 can transform and work as a person, but if you turn blind eye to a few inconveniences, 84 can fully work. Would you please hire our whole race? Hire? Yes. You're not requesting to relocate to village 5? The Silver Fox race is not very good at living among other races. Okay, but you said you can work, right? What kind of job can you do? Well, we are Silver Fox, so isn't it obvious? Assassination desu. Was my voice too low? Assassination desu. No, it's not like I didn't hear you. Is that so? HNN, why is Yuko-sama holding her head? Did I do something wrong? The village chief is going to open his mouth. It looks like he'll give us an answer. Eto, please leave. The moment I heard the answer, I released bloodlust toward the village chief and made my move. I released bloodlust, but I have no intention of killing him. It would be meaningless since we're the ones who are asking favor, and it will turn Yuko-sama into an enemy. I will only show my strength, and then, I will apologize with my death. After that, Kitsu will request him again. Yeah, I'll lay my life for this desu. The fate of our race is at stake. I will not choose any means. Since I, a bodyguard, attack, it will cause trouble to my employer, C-Iton-sama. I should tell them that C-Iton-sama has nothing to do with this before I die. I can only apologize to C-Iton-sama in the afterlife. It seems like Yuko-sama noticed that I'm trying to make my move. However, it's already too late. I'm not in the place where I'm supposed to be. My view has not changed at all. In other words, I didn't move. Why do I feel like I'm being pierced by something? It was by the spear held by the village chief. When did he take that spear out? Also, when he entered the room, he didn't have that, right? While I was puzzled, Yuko-sama gripped my neck. There's no way I can move now. I give up. The part pierced by the spear also seems to be quite injured. Kitsu, I'm sorry. This is the worst situation. Me dying without even being able to show off my ability. Escape and protect our race. After this, anyone who has ever been involved in assassination work should die. The rest will be praying for Yuko-sama's mercy. Yuko-sama is a strict person, but she takes good care of us. I know it's pathetic, but we can only rely on her. The Silver Fox can communicate with each other mentally if they are close enough. That's what I told her. However, I didn't expect her reply. Sorry, we've been caught. Spider Desu. Spider? I slowly turned my face upward and looked at the ceiling of the room. There are many big spiders. I didn't notice them. And they are not just any spiders. They are demon spiders. There's nothing we can do about this. It seems like the spiders have captured everyone. Even those who escorted C-Iton-sama. They are very thorough, aren't they? I guess I could only say as expected. I told you that if you dare do something to village chief, I won't forgive you. Eto, I don't think I managed to do anything. I didn't even move. Think of what you have done. If you continue to speak nonsense, I'll annihilate your entire race. I know what I did. Even so, I'm in a position where I have no choice but to do it. This is our only hope. I understand, village chief. I'm sorry. Let me explain what's happening. I guess we were able to avoid the worst of the worst. However, I didn't expect the village chief to be this strong. He seems to be concerned about me too. I guess he's also kind. She's okay. This much damage isn't enough to kill her. I have to say something. Yuko-sama. What is it? Actually, I received quite a lot of damage and I'm already reaching my limit. Desu. I coughed up blood and collapsed. I can't even maintain my human form. This can't be. Author's Note 1. What can try to do? Request. If rejected, will attack to show ability. I'm sorry, I'll bring the infamy of the Silver Fox to the grave with me. Then commit suicide. C-Iton-sama has nothing to do with this. Then, the next person Kitsu will ask to be hired again, showing her will to attack again to make the other party think they will continue to do so until they all die. If the other party's mentality is strong, the number of person who'll die in vain will increase, but Kon thought that the village chief would be moved by her alone, so she decided to do it. The Silver Fox values the whole race more than their own lives, so they won't hesitate to die for their race. It is similar to the samurai society of old Japan, where family name is more important than one's own life. Author's Note 2. An exchange around the time when Yuko's holding her head. The Silver Fox is a famous assassin race. Anyone is an expert assassin. Yuko, appealing to village chief as an assassin is counterproductive. It shows that we don't mind risking our lives. Yuko, you think too much. Sorry, but you'll die in vain. Author's Note 3. Yuko-san cheating. I will not say anything to back you up that time. She's in trouble. Important hint. Village chief. Notice. Q&A corner. Kon-san, aren't you being too short-sighted? I will not hesitate to do anything if our race is at stake. Yuko-sama is also there, and she's like the trump card for a fox race. Why hesitate? Do it now. I think your expressions are a bit outdated. The Silver Fox lives in the forest, so we are not familiar with worldly affairs. Can't you just ask to be hired by Yuko? By Yuko-sama? Are you serious? That Yuko-sama? You want to be hired by that Yuko-sama? No. That, you're courageous, aren't you? Yuko-sama is merciful and the trump card of the fox race, but if you ask anyone if they want her to be the boss for the sake of the race, anyone would shake their heads. The previous generations are still crying. The Silver Fox Kon-san survived. She was in a quite dangerous situation and was lucky that there was a leaf of the world tree available. Kon-san regained consciousness and fainted again. She is now sleeping in her fox form in a room in Yuko's mansion. You don't have to worry about her. If she's awake, she'll start screaming about suicide. Suicide. Why? Because she tried to kill village chief. I guess she wants to apologize by dying in order to protect her race. Kill. Is that why the AFT in spear form went out on its own? I was surprised since it had gone out without me asking for it, but I guess it was trying to protect me. And I finally understood why Yuko held Kon-san down. However, why did she suddenly want to kill me? No, It was probably because I refused. I would like to explain the current situation of these guys. This isn't something that should be talked about next to someone sleeping. Let's go to the Japanese tile room. Okay, but what about Kon-san? If she wakes up, there's a chance that she'll commit suicide, right? The spiderlings are watching over her. She won't die, so you can rest assured. I followed Yuko's gaze to the ceiling and saw several spiderlings. I see. I'll leave this place to you. There are tatami mats so I feel at home. And there's a kotatsu too. Yeah, this place is good. It doesn't get that cold in Village 5 during winter, but winter is still winter. In Yuko's mansion, which is located on the summit of a small mountain, a kotatsu would be a good addition. The village council members and some of my subordinates knew about the kotatsu. They begged for one. I told them to ask the Goran company if they really want one, so Michael might go talk to village chief about it. I see. If the people involved are good enough to be invited to this room, I think we can accommodate them. How many are they? Futa, Locke, Nana, and he confirmed that they'll definitely get one. Mayo wants one too. They are people who can use reward medals for one. So, 5 Mercuries from Village 4. Well, there are kotatsus at Belengu's place in Village 4, and Yaru also has one in the hot spring area. Considering how hard they work, let's just give each one regardless of using reward medals. As for the village council, there are 3 who don't want to leave this room. They even said they would live here. They are the Sword Saint, Pirika, and the 2 former 4 Heavenly Kings. Yeah, the long-named one and his partner. Only a few of them then. Michael will make some adjustments so he won't ask for a lot. However, the vice manager of Kuro and Yuki asked if we could set up kotatsus in the store. Kuro and Yuki's vice manager, Kinesta, it wouldn't be a bad idea to set up kotatsus for the store during winter, would it? I'll consider it. By the way, what did Kinesta do here? To talk about new products to you? Yes, as the acting village chief, I need to know the products of the stores run by village chief. Right, you can't just say I don't know if they ask you. Sorry, I never thought of that. From now on, whenever there's a new product, I'll show it to Yuko. I assume you go directly and leave everything to the vice manager. I don't really mind you continuing this setup, though I did find it annoying if there's already a new product available and I don't even know about it until someone asked me. I see, you have that concern too. Then, let's leave it the way it is. Then, have you calmed down? Yeah, a while ago, I was upset because I had stabbed Kon-san, even though I know it was because Kon-san released bloodlust. Yeah, I guess I need to get used to it, though I don't think that I can get used to it. For now, let's listen to what Yuko has to say. Now, let's talk about their current situation, their wishes, and the reason for their actions. Please. I don't know much about them though. I can only explain as much as I know. Yeah, the Silver Foxes are in crisis. Their population is dropping, their territory is shrinking, and fewer outside job requests. By outside job request, are you talking about the assassination that Kon-san said earlier? Yes, you can say that. It's one of the requests they take to earn a living. I see. Assassination isn't their only work. From the time I know them, they also receive requests such as gathering information, and escorting people. This time, they came here with Seitan as Seitan requests them to escort him. Then, why did she only say assassination? I guess that's what made the most money. I see. What they wish for is a safe haven. Whether they want to live or procreate, they need a place where they can have peace of mind. Fume. I think I asked Kon-san if they can just move to Village 5. Not all silver foxes can transform into humanoids. Only someone who has lived for about 50 to 100 years can transform. Is that so? However, silver foxes who can't transform into humanoid form are just foxes. They are prey to be hunted for others. The silver fox's fur is silver, which is rare. Their fur is expensive. Therefore, the silver foxes don't like other races. Kon and those who came with her might be able to live in Village 5, but it is different for the rest of them. Those who came with her? Yeah, Kon is Seitan's escort, so she's not alone. Then, when things become complicated if we don't inform them about Kon-san, that's not a problem. The spiderlings already captured them. They did? Of course. We can't risk leaving them around. They were just locked in one room. It is to prevent them from imitating Kon. I see. I'm glad to hear that. However, this time, I think things would have been different if they had done something like asking for protection rather than asking to be hired. Even if they are in crisis, the silver fox also has pride. Right, I see. However, Village Chief was troubled when you heard the word assassination. Yes, I was. Village Chief doesn't have any assassination target after all. Even if I do, I wouldn't send someone to assassinate that person. Of course, Village Chief will just exterminate that person head on. I won't. Good grief. Let's keep this between us. Why? If the villagers find out, there will be trouble. That's true. I personally would appreciate it if we could end this here. Yes, that would be very helpful. I'll report it though. Yuko made a troubled expression. It can't be helped since it will be difficult for me to remain silent about what happened here. I'm sure I'll talk about the piercing thing and others. It can't be helped as you said. So, the reason why Kon released her bloodlust, to show me her power or something, right? I know there's a cultural difference that I find hard to understand, but I won't make fun of it. Kon-san must have been pretty desperate. I wish she would learn how to negotiate though. After that, Yuko told me stories about the Silver Fox race. We have to go to the banquet. Let's go to Niz's restaurant. Ah, right. What about Kon-san and her fellowmen? It's a banquet for the acceptance of Seitan's apology. We can't call Kon and the others there since they made trouble. Right. Also, what Kon did this time was simply a slap on Seitan's face. He was the one who hired and brought them here after all. I will explain the situation to Seitan and apologize to him. You? The main reason why Kon decided to make a move was because I'm here. I have to do at least this much. I see. Ah, I'll check. By the way, does village chief plan to put the blame on Seitan? He has nothing to do with this, has he? Number. I owe you. No number. Yuko has helped me a lot. I appreciate that. Also, if you can, could you tell them that too? HNN? I followed Yuko's gaze and saw the spiderlings. The spiderlings are still there. They were fist-sized spiderlings, but they should be from the old batch. They had an air of dignity. These old spiderlings were beckoning Yuko to join them with their feet. Given their attitude, they want to talk before we go to the banquet. They seem to be angry. Ah, they are angry at Yuko since she's the one who introduced Kon-san to me. Thank you very much. However, Yuko was also cautious since she let you into the room. Didn't she? You don't have to be that angry. Understood. However, I don't want Yuko to be absent from Seitan's banquet. You'll just speak with Yuko after the banquet. That would be great. How about you, Yuko? Understood. I feel like drinking, but I'll drink less at the banquet. I think that's a good idea. The drunker you are, the more emotional you are. I'll arbitrate the talk with the spiderlings at a reasonable time. Okay. However, I'll ask you to come as soon as possible. You must do it. If you abandon me, I'll cry. Ha ha ha. I won't let them make you cry. I'll surely intercede. Ah, I guess I shouldn't drink too much at the banquet either. I'll keep that in mind. Spiderlings, we've been waiting for village chief and Yuko's discussion to end. Yuko, I thought I could procrastinate if I'm with village chief. Sleeping Zabuton, I swear I'll strangle you when I wake up. Evening. Yuko and I went to Niz Alchemiat. Niz Alchemiat is reserved for today's banquet. However, it was not announced that someone reserved the restaurant. Thus, some customers came in. Lucky for them, Village 5 will pay for everything this day. I was tempted to ask whether the victim should bear this much responsibility, but I heard that the apology received was more than enough to cover the costs, so I did not ask more. Even so, Niz Alchemiat is overflowing with customers. Some of them are even having a party in the cold outside. Are they going to be okay? Even if they get drunk and fall asleep outside, the guards will pick them up before they die. No, that's not what I'm worried about. If this continues, the banquet will spread all over Village 5, right? Foo-fa-foo. That might really happen. However, fear not. The finances of Village 5 won't be that affected. I know that, but won't those who couldn't attend be dissatisfied? Also, we have a limited supply of meat and alcohol, right? It's still winter. We don't want to run out of stock. Those who were not able to participate in the banquet can only blame themselves for not being able to participate. There's nothing to worry about. The guards will take turns to join. As for the stock of meat and alcohol, I already told them to only take out within a budget. You don't have to worry about it. As a precaution, I already told Mayo and the others in Shashuato to stock up meat and alcohol to ensure there won't be a shortage. The perfect person to run the government. I wish I could be like her. The restaurant is overflowing with customers, but Yuko and I have reserved seats inside. We are seated at the second best table. Niz and Seitan are sitting there, drinking. Seitan looks like he's done whatever he needs to. Perhaps he was done apologizing, so he's now drinking. I don't really care, but is it okay for Niz to be drinking? It's fine because the employees are trained. Niz is also involved in this, so it's better for her to participate than to serve. I see. By the way, there was someone familiar besides Seitan. It was the Tiger Holy Beast, Sanjetsu. When you came to stock up some alcohol, you saw Seitan. Since you both personally knew each other, you decided to drink with him? Seitan said the same. It's not strange if you knew each other. You plan to invite the Elephant Holy Beast, Ganeshui, next time? I'm not forbidding you to come, but please don't cause trouble. When I sat down, I smelled the meat being cooked by Niz on the table. Then, Seitan made me hold a cup and poured sake into it. These are definitely something I need to eat and drink. I looked at Yuko for confirmation and she nodded. Thanks for the food. Thanks for the drinks. I drank the sake. It's not good to drink it all at once, so I only took a sip. And then, I went to get some meat. It's not fully cooked yet. Let's wait for a while then. By the way, I'm kind of confused why no one is sitting at the best table. I guess another group is coming since food is prepared at a table enough for 10 people. Who is going to use that table? When I asked Niz, she told me that it is reserved for the gods. Seitan-sama is also the familiar of the monkey god. It would be disrespectful for him to sit with me, the familiar of the serpent god, at a banquet, as it would look like we're treating gods as outcasts. Because of that, we prepared the best table for them to show respect. I suddenly remember that I translated as familiar. Though apostle, envoy, or messenger is not wrong. They are holy beasts, so I guess that's the most appropriate. Oh, you're a very pious person, or perhaps that is expected since she's the familiar of the serpent god. However, those who don't know the situation might cause trouble seeing the beast table in the restaurant is unoccupied. Don't worry Desu-yo, if you explain them properly, they will understand. Is that so? Well, most people assumed that it is village chief's table. Is that a good explanation? Of course. That table is for the gods after all. Why are they convinced then? Is there some kind of strange religion born in village 5? I'm a little uneasy now. Let's just leave it at that. By the way, if you want to, why don't I build a shrine for the serpent god? Is that alright? It will be small though. I'm indebted to Niz after all. I'll find a place near the store. Thank you very much. As soon as Niz answered, a chair on the best table shone brightly. As I was wondering what was happening, Niz rushed over to the table and returned with something. She brought back something that was as big as her palm. Emerald color. What's that? Eto, it looks like the scale of the serpent god. He said use it as Shintai. Shintai is an object of worship believed to contain the spirit of a deity typically housed in a shrine. I guess that means the serpent god wants a shrine too. I'll try to build one as soon as possible. Sorry for the trouble. Niz, this is not something you need to apologize for. During the banquet, Yuko took the opportunity to explain to Seitan what Kon had done. Yuko then tried to apologize on Kon's behalf, but Seitan stopped her. Don't mind it. I'd already prepared myself to some extent when I decided to hire the Silver Foxes. There's no need to apologize. Is that so? No, I really should apologize. Given that we are animals, we are prone to get in trouble with other races. The trouble caused by the Silver Foxes can be considered moderate. I don't really mind. I appreciate that you don't mind, but are you really okay with that? Try taking care of the monkeys and you'll understand. I'm okay with it, I'm sure. If you want to, why don't I tell you some incidents? They're not very funny and they'll make the taste of sake bad. Let's talk about it some other time. Sake should taste good. Right. Come on, Yuko-sama, drink too. I'll have some. However, that doesn't change the fact that Kon's group caused trouble. I think you should at least punish them. Kon and the others did not participate in this banquet, did they? I guess that's their punishment. Understood. Seitan Dono, monkey holy beast, familiar of the monkey god. Nine-tailed fox Yuko, once again apologize and thank you on behalf of the Silver Fox race. You're so formal. There's no trouble to begin with. Won't we take it as that? Understood. Then, I would like to offer you a drink. Of course. The explanation and apology to Seitan seemed to have gone well. It was a relief that Seitan was not the type that gets easily swayed by emotion. Before Seitan returns home, I'll give him some souvenirs. The sun had completely set, but the banquet is still ongoing. As expected, there was no way I could leave in the middle of the banquet, so I stayed behind. Seitan and Yuko are completely wasted. I don't know about Seitan, but this is pretty rare for Yuko. Well, if Seitan offered me a drink I wouldn't be able to refuse. However, you completely forgot that you have a meeting with the Spiderlings after the banquet. I'm a little worried. Niz is drunk as well. But she doesn't look wasted. Strong. How about the Tiger Sanjutsu? He's drunk singing. Or is he composing a poem? I don't know if the poem is good or bad, but please don't write on the wall. It will be hard to clean it up. Someone came into the store. She easily passed through the many customers. It's the Holy Maiden Celise. She looks angry. What's wrong? I'm the one who should ask that. Desu-yo. What did you do? The beast gods are talking to me non-stop, one after another. I already have a headache. I don't know what they want, but the words village chief comes out at the end of every sentence. They said I want one or build me one too. Probably because I said I was going to build a shrine for the serpent god. I looked at the best table and saw that there were various things like gold, silver, and other shiny things on it. I looked at Niz and she turned her head away. The serpent god has nothing to do with them. Neither do I, of course. I see. The noisiest is the fox god. Probably. She seems to be calling Yuko-sama. Is she on her day off? She just drank to death. I'll tell her when she wakes up. Please do. Other voices have subsided. Apparently, a greater god came out and stopped them. That's good to hear. And sorry for bothering you. No, I'm sorry for yelling at you too. It wasn't village chief's fault to begin with. Yeah, it was all those gods' fault. The holy maiden Celise went out in a good mood. Perhaps because she no longer has a headache. Or not? Actually, I haven't had dinner yet. May I join you? Please do. There was still plenty of meat and steak to be eaten. The banquet continued, and after a while, and then, Yuko, who's wasted, floated in the air. When I looked up at the ceiling, I saw the spiderlings. It seems like they can no longer wait for Yuko and decided to pick her up. What should I do? Village chief, you don't mind if I cook meat over there, do you? Of course not. The meat will taste better if you cook it around here. Okay, I'll cook 3 at the same time. Village chief wants some too, right? I'll add 3 more. Sorry, Yuko. When Seitan wakes up, it will be a problem if he doesn't see me or Yuko. I'll be sure to run to you when the banquet is over. Seitan, please wake up soon. I prayed on my mind while staying at the banquet. By the way, Seitan woke up the next morning. I greeted Seitan again as he woke up. That means I can finally leave Niz Alchemy. By the way, the banquet is still ongoing. It seems like it won't end soon. However, since this is a reconciliation banquet, there's no problem with letting things be as they are. It seems like the Holy Maiden Celise will continue enjoying the banquet with the Sword Saint Pirika, Holy Knight Chelsea, and Guro and Yuki Vice Manager Kanister, who all joined earlier. Don't overdo it. Also, Niz, keep those expensive-looking things over there with the Serpent God's scale. I'll come back for them later. Thanks. I've been worrying about Yuko since she was taken by the spiderlings, so I rushed to Yuko's mansion. I am greeted by the spiderlings. Given how the spiderlings showed up in an imposing manner, it should probably mean that only people related to Big Tree Village are here. Following the spiderlings, I was led to the Japanese tile room. This is where Yuko is? At least that's what I thought. When I entered the room, I found a semi-transformed Yuko. You're finally back, Kon. You are late, Kon. TN. Kon is the sound made by foxes. She's basically turned into a Nekomimi that's always saying now but fox. Eto, aside from being twin-tailed, she also has a headband on her head. As for what she wears, a frilly kimono with an apron in front. Is she cosplaying like a waitress in a Japanese style restaurant? No, given how she acts and how she talks, she should be a waitress from a Japanese style maid cafe. The foxes and Ninetails shouldn't be cosplay but her real body parts. Even so, given that she's always saying Kon, it looks like a cosplay. She also takes on a pose that's clearly saying I'm angry. Kill me. Yuko has a bright red face and she's also trembling. I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like doing her best to keep her sanity. No. I mean, you look good. Yeah. So, why are you dressed like that? This is the result of the discussion, Kon. Is that so? Result of the discussion? I glanced around the room and saw many dresses, maid clothes, and even shrine maiden-like clothes scattered around which the spiderlings are putting away. It seems like there has been a heated discussion. I'm sorry for taking too long to rescue you. No, it was my fault for getting drunk. When Yuko said that, the spiderlings tapped their legs on the floor while looking at Yuko. Then, Yuko talks again. Drunken Yuko's fault. Don't mind it, Kon. Cute pose. I get it. I shouldn't get involved. So stop trying to tell me with your eyes I should do something. Now, it seems like you've already thought of characters for Yuko for a long time, but, will she have to stay like this forever? When I asked the spiderlings, they said she only needs to stay like that for 10 days. I see. In exchange, she'll be exempted from Zabuton's punishment. Is that so? No, I was planning to stop that too. When Zabuton wakes up, you're going to greet her dressed like that. Eto, is Yuko okay with that? Looks like she's okay with it. Got it. Then, I'll go back to the village to sleep. I had an all that night. Also, Yuko. Seitan said he was going to stay in Village 5 for a while. He said he'll come to say goodbye before he leaves. Also, the fox god is. You know about it? Got it. See you later. You're going to come back with me? Yes, I'll accompany you back. I already contacted the village, but I have to explain again why village chief had to stay in Village 5. Sorry. I'll go back with you, Kon. We have lots to talk about, Kon. Hang in there. When we got back to the village, no one asked why Yuko looked like that. It's kind of them to turn a blind eye, but I also think it's kindness to ask about it. Also, Hito, she's not Nanichan you've never met. She's your mother. Don't look twice. I woke up and it was already past noon. I was informed that Konsan is awake, so I went back to Village 5. It looks like she can't transform into her humanoid form yet. A trembling, depressed looking, big, silver-haired fox greeted me. I was a little worried, so I asked Yuko. She said she was sorry, but she's also lamenting the fact that she wasn't able to attend the banquet. I see. I guess Citan was right. Not being able to attend the banquet is indeed a punishment. By the way, Yuko, what is it, Kon? Why is Kon on that form? I asked Yuko, but it was Kon who answered. I have learned how sinful my actions were. Once again, I'm sorry. Right. It's good that you are reflecting on what you've done. What am I even saying? Then, village chief, what are you planning to do with Kon-chan and the others, Kon? Yuko urged me to make a decision, but what do you expect me to do? I'm not sure. What punishment should I bestow on someone who sent me bloodlust? I didn't even feel it to begin with. According to Yuko, even if Kon managed to do what she wanted, she wouldn't really try to kill me. However, since I stabbed her before she even moved, it can only be called an attempt, right? Should I follow Citan's lead and just say nothing happened? If that's a village chief's decision, then let's go with that, Kon. That's a cute pose. Then, Yuko turns to Kon and says, do you understand? And then, Kon-san turned her face down. What did she understand? What's happening? Can you explain to me later? And the spiderlings made noise by tapping the floor. Forgive them already. Yeah, the atmosphere is very tense. With that, Yuko and I leave the room, leaving Kon-san alone. She won't be able to move for a while, but when it's time for Citan to leave. Yes, I know. Kon-chan won't move for a while, but I think she'll be okay when Citan-chan decided to go home. Kon, is this really going to go on for 10 days? That's a pretty harsh punishment. So, where are we going to go next? It doesn't look like we're going to the Japanese-style room. Kon-chan's friend's room. Kon. Ah, right. She had companions. It's a little far away from here, Kon. Okay. Ah, by the way, what happened earlier? Why does Kon-san look so down? You decided that nothing has ever happened, and that includes Kon-chan asking you to hire them. That means she can't ask to be hired anymore, Kon. Ah, I see. So that's why she looks so down. I learned about their situation, so I'd like to help somehow, but I think the best I can do is to give them several souvenirs. While I was thinking about that, Yuko opened the door to the room. There were 11 silver-haired foxes sitting side by side, and they were looking at me with dull eyes. One of them speaks out. I am a silver fox called Kitsu. We apologize for the trouble we have caused you. We are very sorry. They bowed in unison. Oh, so smart. I mean, no. Forget what I said. Ah, I heard that all of you here can transform into humanoid form. We have to show remorse. I see. Eto. Looking around, all I see are silver-haired foxes. Their tails are fluffy. I don't mean to be rude, but may I touch your tail? Please do. Oh, it's quite fluffy. Not bad. Yeah. Not bad. Feels great. Yuko. What is it, Kon? Was there a mountain near Village 5 that was untouched by people? Not a bald mountain, but one with trees. There are several mountains like that, but what are you planning with it, Kon? Let's turn one of the mountains into an animal sanctuary. Ask the adventurers to go there and exterminate any monster or demon beast on the mountain you'll pick. I will do so, but Kon, suggest the silver foxes to move there. Are you sure, Kon? Sure. I remember the day Hito arrived at the village. I tried to keep her and named her Kon. The chief of the silver foxes who came here is named Kon. That's fate. So, Kitsu-san, I hope you can tell Kon-san later. Thank you very much. Eto, can I leave the room? You may leave, but if you let me pat your tail a little more, I'd appreciate it. Please do. Ah, how about the other silver foxes? Can I pat your tails too? Then, I won't hold back. Let's enjoy this. However, Yuko's mood turned a little sour. No. You don't have to brag about your tail. No way I can say let me pat your tail to someone in their humanoid form while patting Kitsu's tail. Village chief, Kon, Kitsu. Other foxes have names too, don't they? Kitsu, yes. From right to left, Buchi, Maru, Hana, Gun. Village chief, Gun. Kitsu, why yes, Gun desu. Is there a problem? Village chief, I see. You are Gun. Kitsu, no. Why are you crying? Village chief, don't mind me. I just remembered a sad story. Kitsu, yeah? Village chief, by the way, Yuko, why are you pointing your tail at me since earlier? Yuko, don't mind me, Kon. A small fox named Gun went to a small village in search of food. There, he steals food and causes trouble, but it easily escapes from angry villagers. One day, Gun takes an eel that Hayao intended to give to his dying mother in front of Hayao. Later, his mother passes away. Gun repents of his error and makes an effort to make amends by delivering things he took to Hayao in secret, but the villagers now accuse Hayao of stealing and assault him. Gun then only gives him the mushrooms and nuts he has picked in the jungle. Despite not knowing where the presents came from, Hayao is appreciative of them. One day, Hayao catches the fox creeping around and, in a fit of rage after remembering the death of his mother, shoots him to death. Only afterward does he realize to his horror that the fox he just shot was the one giving him mushrooms and nuts. When the officials of Village 5 got used to Yuko's cute appearance and behavior, measures were thoroughly taken to prevent her from speaking as much as possible. Seitan also decided to leave. He stayed in Village 5 for around 5 days. He seemed to have thoroughly enjoyed the food and entertainment in Village 5. When he came to say goodbye to me, I gave him Village 5 alcohol alternative as souvenir. Seitan had the silver foxes, who were supposed to be his guards, carry his luggage, so he managed to bring back quite a lot. Well, it's just a small amount compared to how much we produce. I really don't mind. There was no place to stop on the way, so I prayed for their safe return. The silver foxes said they'll come back to Village 5 with their whole race as soon as they were done escorting Seitan. Before Seitan's departure, Yuko, Kon, and Kitsu carefully checked and discussed the place. They had chosen the mountain, which will be a protected area. There are still some non-aggressive monsters and demon beasts, but living with them seem to be fine. However, that mountain certainly lacks something. Houses. Of course, I don't think giving them a mountain and turning it into a protected area is enough. Since they can transform, they should need houses, right? Plus, they also need ways to make money. I'm not going to approve their assassination business, which means I have to give them another job. If I'll just throw them in the mountain and tell them to live as they like, what's the point of migrating? Also, there are things that need to be considered, such as setting the boundary of the protected area. We don't want people wandering in and tearing up the protected area because they didn't know they were there. It's not practical to enclose the entire protected area with ropes. It's a mountain after all. A signboard would have been good, but not everyone could read. What should we do then? Also, we need a reason as to why this place is a protected area. We could honestly say that the reason is to protect animals, but if there will ever be a food shortage, that reason wouldn't matter to others. I suppose we could ask the Demon King to invoke his authority, but we still would need a suitable reason. While I was thinking about what to do, Niz came to Yuko's mansion, which made an idea pop out of my head. Shrine. I decided to build a shrine in the protected area to turn it into a sacred ground. Fortunately, there were requests for shrines, and they are from the gods themselves. Since there was even a separate table prepared for the gods in a banquet, there shouldn't be any problem in preparing a mountain for the gods. There shouldn't be, right? I asked Niz to make sure. I think it's a wonderful idea, since beast gods are more pleased around nature. Is that so? I can vouch that the serpent god prefers to be with nature. Okay. In my mind, snakes are indeed more likely to be found in the forest or by the river than in a city. Then, let's say we build shrines in that protected area. How many shrines are we going to build? Yeah, more than I could count with both hands. It would be difficult to build shrines for all of them. In other words, can we put them all together? How about building one majestic shrine and worshipping them all together? Will there be a fight? I don't know. There might be a fight if they are all in the same place, but if we put them into different rooms, I think everything will be fine. Also, it might be nice to have some take a leading role as the main attraction. Different rooms. Yeah, it is better to be able to relax in a room of your own than in a big room with many others. I can relate. Then, what should we do with the leading role? It will be god something is the best. Won't there be a problem then? Right. Why don't we make it like the Chinese zodiac? Every year, we would choose a god of the year that will take the leading role. Let's see. The 12 Chinese zodiac signs are rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake. Eto, dragon. Snake. What's next? Wait a minute. Calm down. Breath in. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake. Horse, sheep. I got it. I always get stuck at horse, but I remembered. Good. The rest is easy. Monkey, rooster, dog, and boar. The Momotaro trio and the boar. To sum it up: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, monkey, rooster, dog, and boar. Let's write them down so I won't forget them again. Come to think of it, I am somewhat related to these Chinese zodiac signs. Rat, no, I don't have any. Ox, there are cows in the ranch area and there are also minotaurs. Tiger, Sanjetsu and Saugetsu. Rabbit, I eat them quite often. Dragon, the dragon race. Snake, the familiar of the serpent god Niz, the lamias, and bloody vipers. Horse, there are horses in the ranch area and there are also centaurs. Sheep, can be found in Shashuato City and Village 5. Should we include the goat in this group? Monkey, I got acquainted with Seitan. Rooster, there's the phoenix chick Aegis, eagle, chickens, and harpies. Dog, inferno wolves, Fenrir, and Althros. Boar, I eat them quite often. I'm only not related to rats. As a farmer, rats are my enemies. Do I replace it with cats? No. It's not good to change something like that because of personal likes or dislikes. Thinking about rats, We can consider squirrels and beavers. I have never encountered a squirrel or a beaver though. Ma, we can adopt the 12 signs of Chinese zodiac, but that doesn't mean we have to stick with them. It would be better to decide this matter according to whether there is a Shintai for them or not. Depending on the existence of gods, there is a possibility that we might not be able to adopt the Chinese zodiac. After all, the only thing that has been confirmed is the snake. In any case, I decided to build the shrine immediately. Yeah. The more I think about it, the better it becomes. Aside from being a place to live in, it will also be the job of the Silver Foxes. Yeah, managing the shrine. That way, it would be justifiable for Village 5 to pay their salary. If they want to earn money themselves, they can also earn money by selling oracles and votive pictures. If they want to make a specialty of their own, I can give them ideas. Good. The plan is now confirmed. I just asked Yuko and she said there's no problem with those, so let's start. I want this place to take shape before the Silver Foxes come. However, I don't think the carpenters around will understand if I ask them to build something like a shrine. I can imagine them building something like a Western-style temple. I want an Eastern shrine perhaps because it fits the 12 Chinese zodiacs more. Because of that, I'll build a miniature plan. The concept is to have the main shrine halfway up the mountain, and that place is where the main god of the year be worshipped. At the foot of the mountain, a worship hall would be prepared and it would be where the believers would pray. Visitors are not allowed to approach the main shrine. Otherwise, there's no point in making this place a protected area. Next to the worship hall will be the dormitory of the Silver Foxes, but it's for those who can transform to humanoid forms. It will also be the place where they work and the shrine's office. Near the worship hall will be a big shrine similar to the main shrine. The inside of the shrine will be divided into smaller rooms where the gods can be worshipped one by one. The gods are basically worshipped in this large shrine, and only the main god of a year will be moved to the main shrine. However, that would make the main god of the year less worshipped. I discussed the arrangement with Niz and Yuko. Considering that the number of gods worshipped will increase in the future, I think it would be best to make the shrine as big as possible. I agree, Con. There's a possibility it would increase. Did you think it won't? Sorry, I also thought of that. This is actually a perfect opportunity for those gods who are not usually worshipped, Con. They will surely, certainly, positively come, Con. Okay, let's make the temple as big as we can. And when I finished the miniature plan after 5 days, the construction of the shrine had already begun. Why is that? Not only the carpenters of Village 5 but even the high elves of Big Tree Village are participating. From the time we started building the miniature, the high elves already came and were making arrangements. Really? They were very motivated since it was the first large-scale construction project after a long time. The general site construction manager is Ryasan Desu. I see. That saved us a lot. Right? Well, it's good to shorten the period of time the Silver Foxes should wait. That's right, Con. I'm sure they'll be pleased, Con. Yuko. What, Con? Your punishment period should be over, right? Why do you still dress and act like that? There was a strong demand from the residents of Village 5 to have me stay like this for a little longer. I have to stay like this for a while to ensure Village 5 will run fine, Con. I see, Eto. Hang in there. I will, Con. Narration: nothing must happen in the next 240 hours, 10 days. Village Council. Narration: now, extended. Village Council. Related animals. I forgot about the pond turtles, because they are hibernating. However, if we include turtles, we should include lobsters and crabs, right? I was thinking about that as I watched the shrine building on a mountain northeast of Village 5. Yeah, it's already being built. As a matter of fact, when the construction began, merchants from Village 5 and Shashuato City came out in batches, asking me how they could help. They probably thought I was trying to start a new business. I explained that I'm not, but they still offered me funds. And of course, the Garan company is involved too. When I was thinking about how to refuse, Yuko advised me to just take and spend them without worrying about it. Thanks then. Yuko said, I already informed them that we are erecting shrines for the gods, so you shouldn't bother what the merchants think, Con. Use their money with confidence, Con. I followed her advice and bought all the materials we could find, hired 1,000 construction workers, and here we are. Yeah, there's power in numbers. Buildings are being completed one after another. Magnificent. It will be completed in a few more days. HNN? Maybe not, because it will take time to complete the road from this place to Village 5. Yeah, we have to think about that too. Well, it's just a normal road though. Or so I thought, but they have already started installing stone pavements and lanterns. It looks like even the road will be on an Eastern theme. It's not wrong, so it should be fine. Yeah, I think it's not bad. By the way, why are both sides of the stone-paved road being cleared? It is necessary since it will definitely develop. Is that so? Yuko told you to do so? If that is the case, there's no problem. If Yuko says it is necessary, it must be necessary. I will not object. By the way, as far as I know, We should have only hired 1,000 workers. Why do I feel that there are more than 1,000 workers working? Volunteers. I appreciate that, but we can't have them work for free. However, that doesn't mean that I'll pay them salary. If I do that, it would set a bad precedent that even if they are not hired, as long as they participate, you can work. Thus, all I can do is prepare food for everyone. I asked one of Yuko's subordinates who happened to be nearby to procure food. He said it has already been taken care of, as expected. I'll leave the details to Yuko and think about the interior design of the buildings. The interior of the main shrine, the dormitory, and the shrine office had already been decided to some extent, but what has yet to be decided was the interior of the shrine to be built at the foot of the mountain. The shrine is divided into smaller rooms and each room is around 12 tatami mats in size. There are 40 rooms like that. The interior design of those 40 rooms has yet to be decided. Presently, they are only rooms. I guess each god has his or her own taste, right? What should we do then? Also, will there be a problem if we decorate them differently? All the rooms are the same. There is a worshipping area in front of the room and a place where to set up the shintai at the back. I guess we should leave the decoration to the believers. However, what will happen to those gods whose believers can't come? In that case, should I just leave everything to the silver foxes? They'll just have to decorate it to the point it won't embarrass the god. After all, it is difficult to tell which one must be decorated with what. Let's just talk about this when the silver foxes arrive. The sun is about to go down. If we don't hurry back to the village, I will be late for dinner. I need to talk to Ria and the others, the carpenters, and the people who volunteered. Eto, it's winter so you shouldn't work all night. Make sure you go home. Light and warmth will be provided but you don't have to work too hard. The construction site will be guarded at night by the Village 5 security so you don't have to worry about thievery. You can go home in peace. A few days passed and the silver foxes arrived. Yuko had told them to not go to Village 5 when they arrived but to the mountain where the shrines are being built in order to avoid being seen. Because of that, even though there are a lot of them, it didn't make a fuss. Little foxes, cute. They arrived safely but they arrived earlier than expected. It's a good thing that the dormitory has been completed. They don't have to worry about spending their days outside. By the way, Kon said there are a total of 92 silver foxes in existence. And I think she also said there are only 23 who can transform into humanoid form. However, there should be around 40 in humanoid form. Village chief, before you ask any question, something must be done first. Yuko stopped me when I was about to ask. Something that must be done? Right. Kon-san, Kitsu-san, and the others transformed back to their fox form and all the silver foxes gathered in front of me. Then, they bowed to me. We, the silver fox race, a total of 92 people. No, 92 foxes, accept the invitation to migrate and have come. We offer our lives, our loyalty, and our entire race to village chief. In response, I nodded like a boss and said, your lives and loyalty, I'll keep them. I welcome you. Then, howls of the silver foxes echoed. With this, the welcome ceremony for the newcomers is over. The truth is, I don't think we have to do this since we have never done so aside from this group. However, Yuko insisted that it was an important ceremony. Even if they can transform into humanoids, they are still animals. If you don't tell them who's the boss and who's the subordinate, things will get troublesome later. And that explanation convinced me. I was glad that it went through without any incidents. Now, I look at those in humanoid forms who did not participate in the ceremony. Who are they? I mean, are they even silver foxes? They seem to be Yuko's acquaintances. I was thinking of greeting them myself but Yuko stopped me. This gentleman here is the village chief I serve. No disrespect will be tolerated. Eto, Yuko. Are you threatening them? They all cowed. I am the red fox Seki. I am the black fox Ma. I am the round face fox Pondesu. I am Iraku. Nice to meet you. Eto. Why are you here? Thank you very much for helping the silver foxes in their time of need. We are relieved that someone helped them since we were unable to even though we knew what was going on. It looks like Seki will be the one who'll explain on behalf of the group. In other words, they were worried about the silver fox race so they came with them to check where they are migrating to. We would like to use this time to take a step forward. We would like to help Yuko-sama and the silver foxes. Thus, we'd like to migrate here as well. You've already talked with the silver foxes, haven't you? That's what I thought. But the fox Kon-san shook her head. They told me about it but I did not say anything. Everything is up to village chief and Yuko-sama's decision. I see. Yuko, I know about their race but I've never met these foxes. This is also the first time I heard of their plan. I'll leave everything to village chief. I see. Just to confirm, only those who are here will be migrating? Yes. We are from different races and we are all chosen by our respective races to assist Yuko-sama and the silver fox race. Eto, Thanks for lining up. Now you are easier to count. 18. The dormitory is big enough. That's acceptable. Honestly speaking, even if there are another 100 or so, we can accommodate them. Since they all can take humanoid forms, they will be helpful in managing the shrine. Alright, but, great. Village Chief, Yuko-sama, we will follow your orders along with the silver foxes. Good. That's the most troublesome part. Then, I accept your migration. Once again, I'm looking forward to working with you. Yes, we offer our lives and our loyalty to Village Chief. Ah, right. Your lives and loyalty, I'll keep them. I welcome you. Yeah. Saying that, the red fox Seki transforms back to her gender-neutral fox form. She has red fur, or rather, orange fur. Ah, and her tail is bushy too. The others also transform back into their fox forms. There are 10 red foxes. There are 5 black foxes. There are 3 round-face foxes. The black foxes have pitch black fur. No, there's no problem with that. Their tails are shriveled, but there's no problem with that. That's normal. The problem is the round-face foxes. Yeah, you guys. Ah, I know they'll have bushy tails. Most have bushy tails after all. However, their faces are round, just like their race's name. Eto, I mean, I'm not sure if I should say this, but I'm very curious, so I think I should. May I? Thanks. Okay, I'll say it then. Round-face foxes are Tanukis, right? You're not foxes. Everyone was surprised when they heard what I said. Eh? Yuko is surprised too? Round-face fox Pon. What? Did you? My comment upset Pon and his 2 fellow round-face foxes. I'm possible. There's no way we are not foxes. Oh, our grandfathers said we are foxes. We can't be Tanukis. No, I've always thought we were not. No, it looks like it's only Pon and one of his companions. He's not that upset. Wait, just wait a minute, Con. The round-face fox has always been recognized as foxes, Con. How can you say that they're not foxes now, Con? And it looks like Yuko was the one who got upset for him. That's unusual. Anyway, it's true that it is wrong for me to judge based on my knowledge. It's from another world after all. I shouldn't bring my otherworld common sense here. There may be a type of fox that looks like a tanuki. Thus, let's call an expert the devil in charge of knowledge. Versa. She's a devil whose main responsibility is to name races or something. She will be able to tell us the true identity of the round-face foxes. Fortunately, Versa stays in Village 5. I'm sorry for asking her to come while she's busy writing. They're Tanukis. To be more specific, they are round-faced tanuki called Sato Tanuki. They're Tanukis, alright. Thank you, Versa. I'll have gifts delivered to you later. They're just food. Don't get your hopes up. It's not a good example. Have I talked about this shrine to Ancestor-san? So far, I told him about building a facility for the beast gods. However, we haven't talked about it in detail yet. Ancestor-san seems to be pretty busy. He'll go to the village, but he'll leave immediately to meet you, so it was hard for us to meet. Don't be shy. I'm glad that the two of you are getting along so well. Yeah. It would be great if you could tell Ancestor-san about this shrine when you meet him. It looks like it will be completed sooner than we thought, or rather, every building related to the shrine is almost complete. We are currently working on the road connecting the shrine to Village 5 and the surrounding area. I hope that Ancestor-san will check it out before the shrine begins its full-scale operations. I'd also like to ask if it's okay to ask for monetary offerings, though I think it should be alright. We see off Versa back to Village 5 and talk with the Tanukis. We were really Tanukis. Others say we were the cutest among the foxes because of our round eyes. But we have round eyes because we were Tanukis. Yuko-sama, can you try saying Pon at the end of your sentences? Yes, Pon. It is strangely on my mind. Ah, I like it. We were Tanukis after all. Pon is the onomatopoeia of the sound Tanukis made, and the 3 of them seem to have accepted they were Tanukis. So, why do you look like that now? Village Chief, since we are Tanukis, what will happen to our migration? Are you not going to approve it? Of course not. I pointed out that you were Tanukis not because I wanted to get rid of you, but because I was curious why you were calling yourselves foxes. I don't really care whether you are foxes or Tanukis, as long as you observe proper discipline. I'll accept it. As expected, a Village Chief Pon. Not only Yuko but even Kon and the others were happy. It seems like I made them worry. My apologies. I couldn't suppress my curiosity and went to. Unfortunately, they don't seem to know why they call themselves foxes, which was something I would really want to know. They have been called round-face foxes since before I was born, Pon. I never thought they weren't foxes. Well, just because the round-face fox race turned out to be Tanukis doesn't change your relationship with them, right? Just get along with them like you used to. Affirmative, Pon. Are you going to keep saying Pon? Oh, Kon. Yeah, I'm more comfortable hearing Yuko like that. It's true. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Sorry for taking up so much time. Let's move to the dormitory. I, along with Yuko, guide the silver foxes to their lodgings. The dormitory is a one-story apartment building. A total of 12 rooms are arranged to the left and right of the corridor that extends straight from the entrance. At the end of the corridor is a back door. The common kitchen and living room are located right after the entrance. There are 2 toilets. One is at the entrance and the other is at the back. Both toilets have 6 seats each. 12 in total. Yeah, you can decide which rooms will use the toilets. As for me, I wanted to set up a kitchen and a toilet in each room, but this is what was decided because of the water management, sewer, and fire prevention. I wondered if they would be okay with that, but the silver foxes looked very happy. A room is around 12 tatami mats big, and assuming a family is around 3 to 4. No problem. This is your first time having such a big room? Good. There are currently 16 of these 12-room apartment buildings. Yeah, I think we overbuilt it too. However, the construction site manager, Ria, said that it is better to build more from the start. The construction cost will be lower compared to building only when needed. I'll leave it up to you to decide which building to live in and who will use which room. However, I would like you to decide who will be in charge of the entire dormitory and who will be in charge of each building. The one in charge can be anyone aside from Kon-san. I'm going to assign Kon-san to oversee the entire shrine. HNN? You can enter in your fox forms. However, when you enter the building as a fox, make sure you'll wipe your feet. It is floored with wooden planks, so no shoes are allowed. That's Yuko's request. There are shoe boxes near the entrance and the back door. I guess you'll need a bucket of water and a mat. I'll get you buckets and mats. If you want to use tatami mats in your rooms, please inform the person in charge of the building where your room is located. That person will be in charge of your entire dormitory needs. Lastly, the person in charge of all the dormitories should report to Yuko. For now, Yuko will be your contact person, but she is usually busy as the acting village chief of Village 5. There is a possibility that the contact person will be changed. Please take note of this. Currently, your immediate goal is to get used to living here, or to decide how you want to live here. We have prepared accommodations for you, but if you want to live in the mountain, you are free to do so. We will not force you to do what you don't want, so please consider this as an individual. We will provide food for now, but in the future, we would like you to become self-sufficient. If you need a field or fruit trees, we will provide them. However, it will be your responsibility to take care of the field and the fruit trees. Of course, we will also provide you with farming tools, but only at the beginning. Or if you don't want to farm, you can also earn money from working at the shrine to buy food. Please think about it carefully. Work at the shrine? The work at the shrine is basically operating and managing the facilities around. To put it simply, it's taking care of the enshrine gods and guarding and cleaning the place. However, it's hard to get money from this alone, so we have to think about selling things. I have thought of some things, so if you're up to it, just tell Yuko. This concludes the... Wait a minute. Sorry, I forgot to say something important. Those who work at the shrine must be in humanoid form and must wear this costume. For men, wear an oriental priest-like costume, and women must wear a shrine maiden-like costume. You don't have the right to refuse. Sorry about that. I told the spiderlings about the costumes and they made them excitedly. So when you take on your humanoid forms, don't wear anything else aside from this costume. Keep your ears and tails out and don't hide them. That's what I've been told to tell you. My best regards. Yeah, sorry. Then, you're free to do what you want. HNN? We have informed Village 5, Shashuato City, and the elven villages near Village 5 that access to this mountain is forbidden. I don't think anyone will go, but if they have to, you will be notified in advance. However, that doesn't mean you won't be vigilant. We have eliminated aggressive monsters and demon beasts from the mountain, but non-aggressive monsters and demon beasts are still around, which means there won't only be you, foxes and Tanukis, who live in this place. Remember to remain vigilant. Right. The treants around the mountain are guards we prepared for this place, so don't attack them. Even scratching them is prohibited. Alright, good response. Pon left the other foxes and came to me. What's the matter? I heard that the fox god can be worshipped here. Is that true? Yeah. Yuko said it was unnecessary, but since we're going to have the silver fox manage the shrine, we decided to reserve a place for the fox god. Thank you. And, well, we already accepted that we are Tanukas, but... is it okay for Tanukas to worship the fox god? Right. So, you have always thought of yourselves as foxes and worshipped the fox god. However, now that you know that you are Tanukas, you find it harder to worship him, is that it? Yeah. However, there is freedom of faith. No matter who Pon is, I think you are free to honor and worship the god you believe in. Yes, and that's what I wanted to do. However, well, I'll feel sorry for the Tanuki god. Well, you're right. Tanuki exists, so there should be a Tanuki god. Is that bad for the Tanuki god? That's a reasonable question. Then, why don't you honor and worship both? What's wrong? Is that bad? No, I don't think so, but both. That's right. Why not honor and worship both the fox god and the Tanuki god? What's the problem? An eye opener. I would like to honor and worship both gods. Do what you like best. Do you get what I'm saying? There are other gods here aside from the fox god. Understood. I will not be disrespectful to other gods. Good. Pon returned to the foxes. Reflect. Me. I had my curiosity get the best of me and pointed out a sensitive issue. Being a Tanuki, I did ask them if I could ask something, but I never thought that no one there would dare say no to me. Since everyone had thought that the round-face foxes were foxes, they probably wouldn't have expected what I was going to ask. I think I'll have to compensate Pon and the others in some way. Come to think of it, there shouldn't have been any Tanuki god, should I? Perhaps I should carve a statue of the Tanuki god as a replacement for a Shitai. Hopefully, that would compensate them. Pon, should I go back to my hometown to inform everyone that we were really Tanukis? Village chief. Given the reaction earlier, there would be a mass hysteria. I took timber from the forest near Big Tree Village and carved a statue of the Tanuki god using the AFT. I worked hard without thinking about anything else, but I ended up carving a Shigaraki Yaki Tanuki. When people mention Tanuki figurine, a big ball sack will come to your mind. Though I had expected it to some extent, I never thought I would really carve it like this. Wearing a woven hat, a sake bottle, and a bank book. Then, what will others think about this? Let's just show it to others to hear their opinions. I asked the lizardman to take the statue of the Tanuki god to the mountain northeast of Village 5 where the shrine is located. A revealing Desuni. It's basically a naked humanoid Tanuki, similar to a Buddha statue in terms of body. Check it in the link above. By the way, Pon is a man. Male, I mean. Finally, someone with gender. Although he did not blush, his gaze was fixed on the crotch of the statue of the Tanuki god. I guess I made the ball sack too big. Yes, that ball sack, testicles. However, those big ball sacks have a meaning too. Is it lots of offspring? No, money luck. The bigger, the better. By the way, one of the Tanukas with Pon is female, so she's blushing. The size is not realistic. Too big. You can even see everything. Let's put a front cover to hide it. Yeah, do as you wish. Is there anything else you'd like to fix? If you want it to be a figurine and not wood carving, I'll think of a way. No, I've actually never seen the gods, so I have nothing to point out. I'm also not particular about the material, so I think it's fine as it is. I see. Then, for the time being, this will be worshipped as a replacement for a Shintai. By the way, the silver foxes praised it for being charming and friendly. Now, while we are at the shrine, let's check the condition of the silver foxes. It has been around 10 days since they stayed here. Have they gotten used to the environment? The silver foxes were all living in one apartment complex. The red foxes, black foxes, and round-face foxes Tanukas were also there. I thought they were being reserved, but it turns out that they feel safer when they can see their companions. I see. Also, just to confirm, are foxes who can't transform into humanoids living here? Inside the apartment complex is a fox heaven. Everywhere you look, there are foxes. There were also Tanukas and sometimes humanoid foxes. Don't you want to go to the mountain? You prefer it here since it's safer? That might be the case, but don't you find it too small? You're fine with it? Well, once your population increases and it gets too cramped here, you can try moving to the next building. Though that will be far in the future. Who's going to manage the remaining 15 vacant apartment complexes now? You use the kitchen and toilets of other buildings? I guess so, since there are too many of you. I don't mind. Tell Yuko if you need someone to take care of them. So, what's with the board at the entrance? Signboard. This building you are using is called First Fox Cottage. The next one is called Second Fox Cottage, and so on. I see. I think that's a good idea. There is a big bath and changing room not far away from the apartment complex. I thought about building a bath for each building, but considering the fuel cost, it was decided to just build one for everyone. It now runs like a public bath and I don't think it's bad. The male and female sections are separated. However, do the silver foxes even take baths? I'm grateful for the bath. It helps me get rid of beast smell. No one dislikes warm water. The children are happily joining us too. The foxes who have just taken a bath told us that it's great that they are using it. I'm sure it takes a lot of time and effort to change hot water, but that is something that must be done right. Yes, we'll do our best. Good. It's currently winter. If you are careless after taking a bath, You might catch a cold. Wipe your bodies properly and keep your hands warm. Next, we move to the worship hall. This is the place for worship and praying for the main shrine, which is located halfway up the mountain. The money box will be placed in front of the worship hall and the inside of the hall will be used for ceremonies. However, there is currently nothing inside the worship hall. We don't even know what it needs. When the big door at the back of the worship hall is opened, you can see the main shrine, which is located halfway up the mountain. It's quite a view, good enough to boast to others. In order to see this view, the worship hall is built on stilts, which makes it higher than the surrounding buildings. In my miniature, it was supposed to be a one-story building like the dormitory, but it was changed to this because you can't see the main shrine if it stayed at that height. This is a change made based on on-site judgment. I told them they were free to make any changes, so there was no problem. However, I think it is a little inconvenient now, since the worshippers have to climb the stairs to throw money into the offering box that was installed in front of the worship hall. The money box should be placed at the bottom of the stairs. If a roof is installed, it can cover it from rain and there won't be any problem. Let's ask Ria to do that next time. We went straight to the shrine next to the worship hall. It's a big building, and inside is divided into small rooms, but the small rooms are only on one side of the passage. As for why, it is said that the gods would not feel comfortable if their rooms were facing against each other like what we did in the apartment complex. As a result, the wall opposite to the small rooms now can only be used for decoration, making the space seem bigger. It's not bad. Well, they only need to be careful not to put too much. We look around some smaller rooms. Serpent god, tiger god, monkey god, elephant god, cow god, goat god. Yeah, there are few decorations, but they look good. Dragon god. I spoke with Dawes about the dragon god since it's in the 12 Chinese zodiac signs. I asked if the dragon god exists. His answer was neither. Dragons are created by gods, so they are basically some sort of god. Because of that, they can be treated as gods. However, since they exist on the planet, they can't be called gods. I don't get it. I just asked him what he thought about including a dragon on the shrine, and he said there's no problem. That's good, but what should I do about the Shintai then? When I asked Dawes, he said I should just carve a statue. Thus, I carved. However, I carved an oriental dragon god, one that looks like a snake with arms and legs instead of Western dragons like Dawes and the others. Perhaps because I thought it would represent the Chinese zodiac, and there are 5 of them. There's one in the center, and the other 4 are positioned on the east, west, north, and south of it. All 5 statues have their mouths wide open as if they are furious. I feel like the AFT put a lot of work into this statue. It feels so powerful. Are they acquaintances of the AFT? When I showed the statue of the 5 oriental dragons to Dawes, he was so surprised that he fell down on his butt. He thought they were real. He said that dragons like those exist in the past. He said that it was a generation where someone like him won't rise to the top. He said that Raymiran would probably be surprised too. Raymiran's grandmother was like this. Hey, so, may I use this as a god statue? Why yes. There shouldn't be a problem. Thus, it became a Shintai. By the way, while we were having that conversation, Dawes never directly looked at the statue. Did they look like the dragons he knew? Then, I asked the Silver Foxes to install it for me. When I went there to check it out, I found that the room of the dragon god is the only room that's fully decorated. I heard that both Dawes and Raymiran ordered their families and subordinates to do something. I see, it's absolutely gorgeous. The other rooms look like paupers' rooms in comparison. Also, why did they put so many luxurious items that even I, an amateur, know they're super expensive? Good thing there are a few devils stationed there as security guards. That's a relief. Are the Silver Foxes against it? You're fine with it? They even eat with you? Is that so? But, didn't the Silver Foxes hate other races? When they explained that they were my wife's, Hakuran, father's subordinates, you accepted them. Great. You were wary of them for a few days. I see. Well, various people will come here from now on, and the Silver Foxes are not aggressive as to be hostile to others just because they're from another race. I heard that Yuko is strictly instructing them about that matter, so there won't be a big problem. One less thing to worry about when the shrine opens to the public. Is that a worshipper? No, it's Daraim. The Silver Foxes led him here. Village chief, you're here too. I heard that there are statues of our ancestors here, so I brought a votive offering. Daraim fainted as soon as he saw the statue. When Daraim woke up after a while, he told me that he remembered his old memories of being scolded by Raymiran's grandmother. Is that enough for someone to scream? So much that I have to scream. I see. He also told me that I shouldn't show it to Grafarun, Hakuran, and Gira because they would feel the same. Oh okay. I nodded and looked to the side and saw that Gira had already come to see the statue. Too late. Anne, This will be the last update for this year. Thank you for your support this year. I'll do my best next year. A bamboo blind was installed in front of the Oriental dragon god I carved. The publicized reason was because everyone's afraid to look at it directly. As for the behind-the-scene reason, some dragons are afraid of it. Well, if someone wishes to see it, we will just take the screen off and show it to the person in question on the spot. In any case, something surprised me. Dawes said there used to be but Quan and Korun were both able to take the form of Oriental dragons. Amazing. I couldn't help but want to look for their 7 balls. No, there are 2 of them, so I guess 14. That's a lot of work. No. Is there something wrong? Don't mind me. By the way, why aren't you transforming in those forms? I've seen Quan and Korun's dragon forms a number of times, but they were in their Western dragon form. Father-in-law Dawes-sama gets scared of me. I see. Pedigree-wise, I think Graymarin-sama and Grapharun-sama can transform into Oriental dragons as well. Is that so? Yes, although there are pros and cons. In the East, this form is more revered, so our father and mother are both living in this form. In this place, Dawes-sama's form is more revered. I see. By the way, in the past, there was a time when dragons fought for the stupid reason of which form is superior. In order to avoid that from happening again, we are taught to never compare them. I understand. Then, can you please transform to your human forms now? Yeah, the silver foxes were so surprised that they thought the Shintai had become real. There's no need to look at it at the shrine if that happens. Reflect, me. Now, the reason I came to the shrine now is to have a serious discussion about how to manage the shrine. It has been about 20 days since the silver foxes came to this shrine. It is about time they got used to living here, which means it's about time for them to fully work. It would be bad to make them do nothing but clean. I have also received feedback from the silver foxes that they have no problem with their new job. That's good. I have a few businesses I have in mind. I want them to do those. However, let's think about it first. I don't want to act on an impulse and turn them into big deals. Also, I don't really care if the businesses I thought of fail, but in this case, faith is involved. We can't fail. I know how scary faith is. That is why I set up a meeting to discuss it. Here, I'm going to explain my plans and decide whether or not we will actually do it. The place was inside the worship hall. A low round table and cushions were set up there. The participants are me, Yuko, Niz, Kon-san as the representative of the Silver Foxes, Kitsu-san as the recorder, and Ancestor-san. Ancestor-san was asked to participate as head of the Korin religion. I think it will already be fine with Yuko and Niz, but I would like to have an outside opinion. Also, there is a talk about whether or not this shrine will join the Korin religion. I'm so glad that he made time in his busy schedule to join us. I appreciate it. Let's start with the report on the current situation. The facilitator of this meeting is Kon-san. The lives of the Silver Foxes, Red Foxes, Black Foxes, and Round-Face Foxes are going well. There have been some problems, but they have all been reported to both Yuko-sama and Niz-sama. Measures have already been taken. Our lives are improving by leaps and bounds, and next year or the year after that, we plan to make children. That's great news. I'm happy for you. If you become too many, you'll be in trouble. Don't forget to control yourself. Yuko, who had already stopped dressing and acting cute, is in her usual clothes and in her usual strictness. By the way, the reason she stopped dressing and acting cutely was because her daughter, Hito, started imitating her. The Spiderlings even prepared costumes for her. It's still too early for Hito, so Yuko returned to her original self. Lu and Tia were already starting to wear similar outfits, so I guess it's a wise decision. The Spiderlings and the residents of Village 5 were disappointed though. The preparations for the field in the mountains have been completed, and the only thing left to do now is to sow the seed in the spring. Also, the chicken farm and coop have been completed, so we can now be self-sufficient in eggs. That's great. In fact, not too long ago, Yuko and Niz were wondering if it would be alright to raise livestock in a shrine full of Shintai. It's true that no one would want to kill any kind of animal near the shrine. After much deliberation, it was decided that it was safe to keep chickens and just eat the eggs they lay, and so, the chicken coop was built. Well, the coop was built halfway up the mountain, hidden from the eyes of worshippers. I'm glad that everything's okay. The cleaning work by those who can transform into humanoid form has also improved to the extent that although it's not perfect, it's not unsightly. Normally, we should still be focusing on perfecting our shrine keeping jobs, but if we have no income, we will burden on Village 5 that's been supporting us. We are thinking of becoming financially independent, and we have gathered here to discuss this. Please take care of us. After Kon-san finished her explanation, She bowed and I applauded. I think she was a better facilitator than me. Niz and Ancestor-san clapped with me, but Yuko did not. Is it normal for her to be able to do this much, or are foxes strict in judging their kind? I'll ask later. Eto, it's my turn. I thought so, but Yuko raised her hand and proceeded to talk about Kon's concern about the shrine's financial independence. The residents of Village 5 who heard about the shrine's construction have begun building stores along the road connecting Village 5 and the shrine. We have estimated that a part of the tax collected from them will be used to cover the operating expenses of the shrine. And it should be enough to cover the operating expenses. Is that so? The operating expenses should be relatively high since it includes the maintenance and repair of the facility, the wages of the foxes, food expenses, the cost of periodic ceremonies, personnel expenses when hiring others, and entertainment expenses if someone important comes to the shrine. Can all of those be covered? Yes, some stores have already started operating and they are very popular. There is no way we shouldn't tax them. I see. Well, the residents of Village 5 are even trying to pay more taxes voluntarily. I don't think the estimate is far off the mark. However, that doesn't mean that the shrine doesn't need to do anything. In addition to ceremonies, we would like to hold events and make the road connecting Village 5 and the shrine livelier. That's true. However, I am thankful that the operating expenses are already covered. We don't have to be obsessed with making a profit from the shrine's business. We can just shift in the direction that makes the worshippers happy. Let's scrap the lottery then. Lottery? What a nice name. TN. Literal translations are treasure and raffle. Oh. It caught Yuko's interest. Niz and Ancestor-san looked interested too, so I explained it to them. Just a simple explanation. Lottery. For example, we will sell numbered tickets in order to raise money for the operation of the shrine. After a certain number of tickets have been sold, a draw lot will be held in order to determine the winner based on the number written on the ticket. The winner will receive cash prize, but if there's only one winner, the tickets won't sell well, so the number of winners will be increased and the prizes will be changed to first, second, and third. It's a system of exchanging prize money for the winning number tickets. Kon-san and Kitsu-san are both anticipating it. On the other hand, Yuko, Niz, and Ancestor-san were holding their heads. Why? You did the right thing to scrap it, Yuko said. Don't underestimate faith. Niz said, I'm in favor of scrapping it too, and please don't tell anyone about that idea. It's too dangerous. Finally, Ancestor-san concluded. Okay, but is it that bad? Ancestor-san answered my question carefully. That's a too good system for collecting money. If it's connected to faith, it will be unstoppable. There will be people who will pour all their wealth into it just to prove that they love God. I see. The mechanism of that lottery is quite simple. Under village chief's supervision, we will be able to restrict the number of times we do lottery. But what if it was imitated by other shrines? Can we control them too? I see. And the biggest problem is the people who would actually buy tickets from the shrines. It will be okay if they think they just don't have enough faith, but if they start to think that God doesn't care about them, their faith will be shaken. It's like testing God. Yeah, right. Gods exist in this world, so that will happen if benefits and faith are too close. I see. Yeah, truly dangerous. I was going to scrap it in the first place, so let's scrap it altogether. That was close. What's the matter, Yuko? Don't ever tell the angels about the lottery. Okay, especially Taisel? No, I'm not going to tell anyone because there's no need to tell anyone. Understood. If you're that worried, why don't we make a lottery rule now? Something like, the lottery is a test of one's luck rather than blessings from the gods. If we set a time limit for the lottery and the method of drawing lots, there would be less trouble in case of an accident. Perhaps that was a bad suggestion from me, but Yuko, Niz, and Ancestor-san started to seriously make rules for the lottery. I don't think they need to do it on the spot, but I guess that's how dangerous they see it. Yeah, I get it. Eto, so the discussion on shrine management is tomorrow. Okay. Kon-san and Kitsu-san, who were not able to join the discussion and were free, came to my lap in their fox forms. Thus, I pat their backs and tails. Good. Let's leave the difficult discussion to the three and let's relax. It is almost spring. Narration. The always extended village council meeting is finally over. Village council members, it's finally over. Yuko, alright. Now, let's proceed with today's agenda. Village council members, Yuko. What's wrong? Do I have something funny on my face? Village council members, sorry. Hey, the more serious Yuko-sama is, the more interesting it becomes. Finally, I was able to update. Sorry for the delay. The anime has started airing. If you are from a place where you can watch it, please do. I live in Osaka and long-distance broadcasting is difficult. The next update will not be available until around the 20th. Sorry, I will be working on the Lane version. Volume 14 seems to be doing well. It has already been reprinted. Thank you very much. Noon. I visit Village 5 and head for the shrine. I have to go to the shrine to discuss the management of the shrine. You've become quite close. Niz, who joined me on my way to Village 5, said that she was probably referring to Kitsu-san, who ran up to me in her fox form and let me hold her in my arms as soon as we arrived at the shrine. True, we've become quite close. I'm envious Desu. Really? If only Niz would take her snake form. No, sorry, it isn't good to pet a snake. Foo-foo. Right, Desu-ni. Snakes are sensitive to temperature. Human body heat has an adverse effect on them. It's not a problem for snakes to get entangled in people's arms, but it's not good to touch them. No, that's not the reason. Is that so? Incidentally, the lamias, whose upper body is human and lower body is snake, are said to have no problem being touched. Is their body temperature the same all the time? Well, that would make sense. There are so many wonders in this world. Ah, my petting must have been too gentle. Kitsu-san presses her back against my palm. Good. After waiting for a while, Kon-san, Ancestor-san, and Yuko came, so the meeting started. Kitsu-san reluctantly leaves me, and transforms back to her humanoid form to preside over the meeting. However, first of all, there is some additional information from Ancestor-san about the lottery. When I looked into it, it seemed like there were already people who had thought of the mechanism that village chief had suggested earlier. However, it was banned as it turned out to be as bad as we imagined. The information about it was also sealed. I see. So, the danger that Ancestor-san and the others noticed is correct. In addition, we came up with countermeasures rules for it just in case, but I found there are already rules for it. From limiting the sales of the lottery, limiting the price, limiting the content, controlling the purpose of the lottery, limiting the use of God, and so on. You can see how they've thought of it in detail. Ancestor-san brought out a stone tablet with the words Top Secret engraved on it. It seems to be around 2,000 years old. Underneath the words Top Secret, the rules of the lottery are engraved in detail. I can certainly see how hard they worked after seeing those details. For the time being, let's use this as a standard. We will not sell lottery tickets though. If there are similar activities, please let me know so that we can use this tablet as the basis for cracking them down. Ancestor-san asked Yuko. Yuko nodded in agreement. So this will be the basis, huh? However, what's with the names lined up at the bottom of the tablet? By the way, can we keep this tablet over here? This is sealed information, so I guess there would be trouble. Yuko protested to Ancestor-san's answer. Are you telling me to memorize all of these? After some discussion, we decided to keep a copy. I asked them if I would be the one who'll carve a similar stone tablet, but I was wrong. It's a stone tablet with letters engraved on it. In other words, if you paint it with ink and press a paper against it, you can make a copy. I see, so that's why it's a stone tablet. The ancient people were clever. HNN, wait a minute. If we do that, won't the letters look like they're reflected in a mirror? That isn't good, right? I looked at Yuko and she looked surprised. Village chief, can you read these letters normally? Aren't these letters already carved in reverse? In short, it is meant to be copied from the start. Eh? Is that so? When I was told so, I realized that they were indeed mirrored letters. I was not aware. That means there won't be any problem in copying it using ink. Good. Now that the lottery issue was over, a meeting continued in regard to shrine management. The first major item in the meeting was the question of how to deal with Koran religion. It was decided that this shrine will be under Koran religion's banner since Niz and Kon, and even Yuko, saw no problem with the doctrines of Koran religion. The doctrine of Koran religion is like a set of rules on how to spread religion. As long as the religion is not too strange, the Koran religion will accept it. The next meeting agenda was what I want to do with the shrine. The financial problem is already solved by having a part of the taxes turned over to them, but I don't think they would mind having their own source of income. I was quite alarmed by the lottery, but I did my best to present it. First, fortune. I told them about to draw lots containing papers with great luck, or bad luck written on them indicating their present fortune. It's not an oracle or anything like that, but getting a great luck will usually make people happy and a bad luck will alert them to the fact that they have drawn bad luck. Also, even if they draw bad luck, it is just their luck at the time they draw it, and I think they can handle it if we say that it shows that you will be lucky afterwards. I explained this, but Ancestor-san looked like he was thinking deeply. I think there's a demand for that. However, who will be the god that will give the judgment? Judgment is such a big word. Yuko was also thinking. For criminals, death penalty should be imposed if they committed violent crimes. If they get great luck, won't it be a problem if his life is spared? Niz, if you get bad luck, there's a possibility of resenting gods. Now I'm worried. Eto, number. I guess it's too close to gods. Let's move to the next one then. Charms. I was thinking of health or study charms. When I said that, Ancestor San backed it up. If it's about charms, most shrines have them. I see. Then, there's nothing to worry about, right? Yuko said something, but it's not basically against it. This is my suggestion. Don't tell them what the benefit of the charm is. I tilted my head. What's the point of a charm if you don't say its benefit? Niz answered my question. By wearing a charm, you can feel closer to God. That's enough. Is that so? Even if we don't tell them, the God's authority is well known. Serpent God is money luck. Fox God is easy delivery. What a believer seeks is up to him. However, believing in God because it brings good fortune is not a good attitude. It is basically saying there is benefit in believing God. I see. That's true. So, there's nothing wrong with selling charms to people. If that is the case, I would love charms to be made. Is there a special ceremony for making charms for each god? Ancestor San answered that question with a slightly puzzled expression. There are specialized rituals, but no one can prove how correct those rituals are. As for me, I believe that if you make something while praying, the god's response to your prayer will dwell in it. Fume. In other words, you are allowed to make it as you wish. I think it should be produced in a certain way though. Is it safe to say things like production or something? You're making it so it's production. However, it shouldn't be against the god you're seeking. Like making a charm of the god of fire by purifying it with water. It's true that the effectiveness of the charm may be questionable. Since the beast gods that are enshrined in the shrine were animals, let's just make charms that are related to them. If we have any doubts, we can ask Yuko or Niz, so I don't think we will make a mistake. The question is whether or not the charms that are related to animals will be sought after. The serpent god is for money. The fox god is for easy delivery. If you know them, you would want their charms, but if you don't, you wouldn't. It's hard if you don't know the benefits. No, village chief, you don't need to think so hard. When you give an amulet, you just don't need to promise anything. There's no problem with explaining what the god does. Really? We don't want the believers to only seek benefits, but God can't afford not to gather believers. Is that how it is? That's how it is. Well then, let's make some charms and give them to people instead of selling them. As for the production, let's just make some as long as it's within reason. Hello. I'm a guy who runs a second-hand clothing store in Village 5, Johnson Desu. Age, over 100, but I don't really remember. My memory is filled with customers and old clothes. Considering my customers, I should be around 200 years old. Foo-fa-foo. Since I'm a demon, age literally doesn't matter. Then, everyone. Do you know about the situation of commoners in regard to clothing? The clothes of commoners are basically second-hand clothes. When they can no longer wear the old clothes they are wearing, they'll seek new old clothes. That's how it has been. Therefore, very few wear new clothes. New clothes for commoners mean new old clothes. An average person has 2 or 3 pieces of clothing. They don't wear those 2 or 3 pieces of clothing all the time, but rather, layer them according to the season. Until a few years ago, that has always been the case in every place in the world. However, Village 5 is different. A commoner here has around 10 sets of clothes. Instead of layering their clothes, they wear summer clothes during summer and winter clothes during winter. They also change their clothes depending on their mood. Therefore, the residents look very colorful, and my store, which sells second-hand clothes, is always full of people. This is probably because of how secure Village 5 is. Clothes are property. If you think about the danger of your clothes being stolen, you usually won't consider having extra clothes. However, if there is no danger of your clothes being stolen, you would be more inclined to keep more. Of course, another reason is that the residents have warm enough pockets to buy new clothes. Yes, the residents of this village have money. In addition, the taxes in this village are very low, so much that the residents are worried that it is not enough. I had a chance to meet with the acting village chief of this village and talked with her several times and succeeded in finding out the reason for the low tax rate. She said the reason is that they are raising the residents. What the village and city want are residents who are willing and will honestly pay their taxes. And how can you make them do that? The residents should be financially comfortable and benefit from paying taxes, which means that they should want to continue to live in the village or city. Thus, you shouldn't squeeze the wealth out of the residents through taxes. Keep taxes low and provide entertainment, and make it safe. If you do that, people will gather. If people gather, the village or city will have more tax money in its hand, so there will be no problem in running the place. Entertainment gives residents enjoyment and at the same time, boosts the economy by making residents spend their money. When the economy is good, there will be more goods needed and more jobs. Naturally, the more the public safety improves, the more the people will welcome it. The government's job is to use the collected taxes. It can't be saved. Money is something that has to move. That's what the councillor said. I kind of understand what he means. Well, the secretary beside him said it is also the government's job to save money in case of emergencies. In any case, the idea of the acting village chief is to nurture the residents. In other words, it should be to enrich the residents. And the village chief also agrees with the acting village chief's idea. No, it should be more correct to say that the acting village chief is carrying out the village chief's vision. If that is the case, we can do business with peace of mind. For the residents, second-hand clothes are one of the luxuries they can easily afford. It doesn't disappear like food and can be worn and enjoyed. At my store, we don't sell used clothes as they are. We adjust them to the size the customer needs and even add embroidery to give them uniqueness. This is something that anyone can do at their own home, but I aim to distinguish my store from other second-hand clothes stores by providing such a service. In the second-hand clothing business, it is important to have a connection with the customers. One day, I received a call from the counselor. As for why they want to buy a large amount of clothes and cloths. We don't want to be outbid because they will buy at a fair price. But is there a problem? No, if we sell the quantity you are asking for, our store will run out of stock. We have no intention of interfering with your business. Just sell as much as you can. Thank you very much for your kindness. Then, we will sell you what we can. A certain degree of quality is required, but given the amount, the value can be stretched. Is the payment going to be in installments? We have money, so we'll pay in one go. If you prefer that kind of payment, we have no problem with it. I heard your idea of turning the economy around, so I'll use the money to Wait a minute. Calm down, me. Yes, calm down. I have met the village chief. It was when I came to visit the acting village chief. We met by chance. At first, I thought he seemed like an unreliable young man. However, I soon changed my mind. The clothes he is wearing are made of demon spider web. How could a village chief, who can wear such a super high-end luxurious item in his daily life, be unreliable? Besides, he is the one whom the acting village chief, who is known to be someone not ordinary, bows down to. He is not someone I should take lightly. I remembered that I had to brace myself. Right. The village chief's clothes were made of demon spider web. The clothes were the perfect size for the village chief. Demon spider web, of course, can only be obtained from demon spiders. It is extremely difficult to get demon spider webs since they are synonyms for disaster. The existing clothes made from demon spider webs are adjusted clothes from a long time ago. I assume that the village chief's clothes are the same. In short, it should have been adjusted. In other words, there is a possibility that there are red cuts. It's too rude to say that I want those scrap cloths. However, even if I die, I want to take the chance of getting some of those scraps. Even scraps of cloths from the clothes made from demon spider webs are a treasure to a second-hand clothes merchant like me. I can say that I have no regrets in my life, and I can boast about it to my children. I want scraps of the clothes made from demon spider web that the village chief wears as payment. Will I be scolded if I say it? I shouldn't do this, but this is my only chance. I tried saying it. They refused. Desu Yoni. There is no scrap from that. There is cloth, but ... Is cloth okay? How much do you want? Eto. It's strange that the price of second-hand clothes is cloth. Fufafu. In my store, I have a cloth spun of demon spider web cloth, enough to make one outfit. Maybe this thing. It's more valuable than the amount of money I gained from selling clothes all my life. However, it seemed like only a magic knife or something better could cut this cloth, so they also lend me one. My store sells second-hand clothes, but I can also make clothes. Let's be honest. I'm a rumored designer in the fashion world. I am Milton Hadesu. When I was selling the clothes I made, calling them second-hand, I became a rumor. In other words, I have a certain degree of confidence in making clothes. However, I still can't touch this fabric yet. It's not that I'm afraid of failure. I have yet to know who to make the clothes for. Since the clothes will be fully made from this kind of cloth, the price will be amazing. Thus, the number of people who can wear it is very limited. The first person that comes to my mind is the village chief. It would be best to make clothes for the village chief to wear. However, the village chief already has clothes made from demon spider webs. Can I stand being compared to those? I can't. I'm confident in making clothes, but I don't like to be compared. If it's comparison, Milton Hay would take you on Desu. The next person I thought of was the acting village chief. However, the clothes that the acting village chief wears are made of magic. She only wears clothes made of magic. Since she likes them, would she go out of her way to wear the clothes I made? Then, clothes for me? What waste. Yeah. I can't Desu. My sons and daughters are cute, but given their age, they've already passed the cuteness stage and are full-fledged adults. I have a good number of grandchildren, but I can't just make for one of them. Trouble. Who should I make it for? The day goes on while I'm worrying about that. Counselor Kon, the acting village chief, was wearing a cute outfit made of demon spider web. At that moment, I had a flash of inspiration, or it should be better to say that a new door opened. I decided to make it for the counselor. I decided, yes, Cute clothes would be my rival, but I don't care. I want to give form to the spark within me and have the counselor wear it. The price doesn't even matter. I immediately went to cut the cloth. Wait. Calm down. Calm down, me. I have to speak with the counselor first. Yes, please let me measure your body. Can I even say that? I tried to tell her. I only assumed the counselor is female given that Johnson was inspired by Yuko's cute outfit, and I don't think it's Locke. If it's Locke, then someone is pushing him to be gay. She refused. Desu Yoni. Then, I can only measure you with my eyes. Place something around where the counselor will be and make a measurement of her with those things as reference. I can do it. I can do this. I will do it. Please wait for me, Counselor Sama. I will prepare clothes for the new you. I'm sure you'll like it. Foo-fa-fa-fa-foo. Yuko, I gathered the cloths and old clothes for you. At least pay with your cloths. Spiderlings, with pleasure. Cute Yuko, recently, there have been a lot of square and mesh-like objects placed around Con. My name is Wilson. I'm the chairman of a small trading company based in Village 5. My hobby is collecting buttons. Yes, buttons of clothes. Buttons are awesome. Each button is handmade by a craftsman. No two buttons are the same, and each button has a story of its own. The story of how the person who wore the clothes with that button lived. I know, I did not ask you to understand. However, please take care of your own buttons. Afternoon. Before coming to Village 5, eating 2 meals a day was my daily routine, but since coming to Village 5, I have been eating 3 meals a day. At first, I didn't think I could eat that much, but I never thought that I would even want to eat that much and might even eat more. The reason for that is as clear as day. It's the bread I had been eating. The bread I had been eating was as hard as a rock and tasted like poop, but it could satisfy my stomach. Since I came to Village 5, I no longer eat that kind of rock-hard bread anymore. It can't be helped since soft and delicious bread are available anywhere here and they can be bought at the same price. My food expenses have increased since I eat 3 times a day now, but I don't really worry about it since business has always been good. I'm thankful for that. The only problem is that my stomach has started getting bigger. My wife and sons are even teasing me for it. What can I do? Can I even think of how bigger my stomach would be if a hamburger set meal is before me? Let's concentrate on the hamburger set meal in front of me now. Burger steak garnished with grilled vegetables between soft bread and vegetable soup. For such a sumptuous meal, I only need to pay 8 medium copper coins. And the taste is outstanding. The chef of this restaurant, which serves hamburger set meals, is a top contender in cooking contests, so it's understandable. No, it would be better to say that he is a chef who was trained by the Una maids, who are regular winners. They teach Village 5's residents from time to time in order to increase the skills of the chefs of Village 5. I'm sure that's how it is. Truly delicious. It makes me want to open a restaurant of my own to spread this deliciousness. Even though I look like this, I have a little confidence in my cooking. I can't make it as good as the hamburger set meal here though. While I was enjoying my after-meal drink after eating my hamburger set meal, an employee of mine came to the restaurant. I'm sure it shouldn't be his break yet. Given how restless he is, did he come here to inform me about something important? The Garan Company is making its move. They are gathering people, especially carpenters. Garan Company. It's a major business firm in the kingdom whose influence can't be ignored even in Village 5, but that's not even what should be looked out for. The most important thing about them is that they are the purveyor of the village chief of Village 5. The fact that the Garan Company is making a move that they don't usually do means they are ordered by the village chief to do it for him. Of course, we can't ignore the possibility that it was the acting village chief's order. However, it is inconceivable that the acting village chief will ignore the village chief's intent. When something big happens, it means that the village chief himself permits it. In short, there is no problem. The Garan Company is doing something not usual. It is absolutely profitable. I must make my move fast. There's a possibility that we may not have enough funds. I have to consider borrowing from my father's store. The village chief wishes to build a temple on a mountain near Village 5. Not a temple, shrine, they're the same. And a magnificent building was completed. We were involved with the procurement of building materials, so we made a profit there. Yes, we did Desu, and we did not cheat on anything for greed. This is all for Village 5's development, and for the gastronomy of Village 5. I'm not lying even a bit. To be honest, I don't want Village 5 to disappear. That is why I would like them to collect more taxes, but the village chief and the acting village chief don't want to. Frustrating. No, I'm sure they have deeper plans than mine, a chairman of a small company. They must have plans I could never think of. I only need to believe and follow their lead. Yeah. With the construction of the shrine, there has been a great change in Village 5. Until now, the south side of Village 5 has been the most popular and most developed. The road leading to Shashuato City is there after all. Shashuato City is in the southwest direction of Village 5. The west side also benefited from this. After the teleportation gate was built, The value of that road decreased, but the south side was still the most popular place in Village 5. The east side and north side were not happy about it, though no one saying it out loud. There was definitely dissatisfaction. I think they took that dissatisfaction into consideration. The mountain where the newly built shrine is located is to the northeast of Village 5. Right, Desu. A road leading to the shrine will be built, Desu. The residents of the east and north side of Village 5 have already paid for the project. Those who do not have money also participated in the construction of the road as labor force. The moment the acting village chief granted the permission, the road was built at an incredible speed. It will improve the popularity of the east and north sides after all. The village chief and the acting village chief cared about the east and north sides too. Ha ha ha, you south side and west side must be jealous. No. The residents of the south and west sides also paid and helped build the shrine and the road. It's all for Village 5. Right, Desu. Even if something is done on the south or west side, the east and north sides will cooperate generously. However, this is a wide road. How many carriages can line up here? More than 20, around 50 meters wide. Since it is the village chief and the acting village chief's plan, this road will probably be used for some kind of event. I'm looking for it, Desu. Both sides of the road are separated by stakes and ropes. This is where the stores will be located. The basic rights are owned by Village 5 and the councillor said that they will sell them to those who wish to buy them using draw lots. Therefore, the separated areas are marked with symbols and numbers. From the information I gathered, it seems like food and beverage related items will be included. I guess they are thinking of serving those who are going to the shrine to pray. I see. I would like to participate too. Even if it's impossible to run it myself due to the amount of work required, it's not a bad idea to open up a restaurant. Should I put my hope in others then? While I was thinking so, an employee of my store came running. He seems to be in a hurry. Has the Garan company made a move again? Chairman's child has collapsed. Desu. Huh? What do you mean? Did my father give my son a dangerous job? He said he had recently acquired some rare cloth. No, my father would never do such a thing. If it was a job that would make him collapse, my father would rather do it himself. Yes, my father is that kind of person. So, is he ill or something? Or was there an accident? I'm worried about my son. Let's hurry up and go to father's store. My name is Henderson. Henderson Wilson Johnson. I'm aware that I have a strange name. However, it was given to me by my parents. It's a name I can't dismiss. Besides, Wilson is the name of my father and Johnson is the name of my grandfather. I will always cherish it. Well, my family will continue to use the names of my father's side of the family. It's so obvious. We don't mean to belittle our mother's side of the family. We have a solid relationship with my mother's family. The last things I can rely on are my blood and muscles. Ha 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 ha. I'm currently living in Village 5. My work is going well and I have no trouble making a living. HNN? My apologies. I'm a backup dancer and costume designer for 5kun, the proud mascot of Village 5. Today, I performed 6 times on stage and received an order for costumes for the next performance in spring. It was quite tiring. No, not the choosing and preparing costumes but being a backup dancer. However, being 5kun's backup dancer is a very popular job with high competition. I am happy to have won a slot and to be able to protect it a number of times. Of course, it is also an honor to be able to work with 5kun. Foo. Wait. Don't panic about what I'm going to tell you. You probably don't know this but let me tell you a secret. 5kun has no one inside him. One day, when I was working on this and that for my daily work, my grandfather called me. He wanted me to help him make clothes. Unexpected. My grandfather is the type of person who would monopolize that fun. He also said that he had acquired a rare piece of cloth. I was puzzled since I can't think of any cloth that would require my muscles to handle. With that in mind, I headed for my grandfather's workshop. My grandfather's workshop is just behind his second-hand clothes store. Although it's small, it has enough space to provide a comfortable environment for making clothes. I'm envious of it. I wish I had a workshop like this. Where is grandfather? When I was thinking so, I saw a spider. I woke up but I'm in a state of confusion. Why am I lying down? Had I fallen? Had I fainted? Why then? As I was thinking about it, an image of a spider came into my mind. It was a fist-sized spider. There's no doubt it was a demon spider. Right. Is it still here? Is this place safe? Where am I to begin with? This looks familiar. Is this the small bedroom built next to grandfather's workshop? This should be the bed grandfather used to sleep on when he works overnight, right? Why? No. More importantly, is grandfather safe? I just slept on his bed so he should be okay. Is the spider still there? No. Am I hallucinating? There's no way something much like a demon spider will appear in a city. They are supposed to be in the depths of the forest or at the deepest part of the dungeons. It is said that those who'll see them will die. Of course, I've never seen one myself. However, for some reason, The words demon spider came to my mind the moment I saw that spider. Thus, it must be a demon spider. Why? Thinking about it, I got out of the bed and went to the workshop next door. Both my grandfather and my father were there. Further came in a hurry when he heard I collapsed. I apologize for worrying you. I'm okay. Well, I'm okay, I think. By the way, there's a spider. Before I managed to say what was on my mind, my grandfather covered my mouth. There's no spider. Got it? Eh? I was surprised at grandfather's words and further backed him up. I agree. There is no way there can be a spider here. Huh? I think. Then, look around. On the desk of the workshop was a piece of cloth that looked expensive and unfamiliar. This must be the rare cloth grandfather mentioned. I don't know the details though. However, from what I heard, it was for one dress, but no matter how I looked at it, it was for two. Also, the buttons on father's clothes. They are wooden buttons that look unfamiliar. No, it's the other way around. They are buttons made of big, indestructible trees that are only used on the village chief's clothes. The material itself is precious, but the technique of processing it into a button is even more amazing. I had always wanted to see it up close too, but how can father's clothes have those buttons? Grandfather and father's behavior is also unnatural. It could only mean one thing: they were bribed. Before I could scream, a piece of signed color paper was presented to me. It's a signed color paper prepared for you. It was signed by the acting village chief, Yuko-sama, herself. A signed color paper is a further processed paper on which a signature is written with ink. I don't know about other areas, but in Village 5, it is one of the fan goods that became popular when 5-kun started giving them away. The good thing about these signed color papers is that they can be easily obtained as long as you have the paper and something that can be used to write on it. Thus, not only 5-kun, but also the Ramen Queen, Kuro and Yuki assistant manager Kanister, and the Niz's Alchemy Act manager Niz's signed color papers were selling like hotcakes. No, they are no longer in circulation because no one's willing to part with them. And I recognize this one. As you can tell from how I reacted, I am a big fan of the acting village chief, Yuko-sama. Let me say it out loud. I am a big fan of Yuko-sama. So, you thought you could bribe me with her signed color paper? I'm not a fool. I already have 17 signed color papers of Yuko-sama. Do you think one more will be able to sway my heart? This is a signed color paper signed by the cute Yuko-sama. Just recently, she changed from a strict Yuko-sama to a cute Yuko-sama. I love how she uses "kon" at the end of her sentences. However, the cute Yuko-sama did not respond to our request for her signed color papers. No matter how many times the big guys ask her, she will refuse. She wrote a few signed color papers to prevent fakes, but the only one that was made public was the one displayed at the village hall. Since there were several incidents of theft over that one piece, security was tightened and time limits were imposed, but the residents of Village 5 still lined up to see it. I have seen it many times. This one is a little different from the one on display, but it's the real deal. A seal is stamped as proof of authenticity, as is the quirkiness of Yuko-sama's writing. Forgery of a seal is a serious crime. No one in Village 5 would be stupid enough to forge Yuko-sama's seal. In other words, no matter how one looks at this, it's genuine. Moreover, there's a number on it. The signature of the cute Yuko-sama has numbers, and the number of this one is 004, 004. The one displayed in the village hall was 003. According to rumors, 001 was given to the village chief and 002 was given to her daughter, 004. In other words, this is the first signed color paper given to the public, and it's currently in front of me. There's no spider. Yeah, absolutely none. My mind was occupied with what to do with the signed color paper. The father's name is Wilson Johnson Jackson. The grandfather's name is Johnson Jackson Jefferson. Village Council, please exhibit a real one as a countermeasure against fakes. Yuko, won't fakes be made in reference to that con? Village Council, there won't be that problem. Yuko, wouldn't it be better if it didn't exist con? Village Council, it's alright. Yuko, understood con. Village Council, also, please prepare one for village chief and one for Yuko-sama's safekeeping. Yuko, I guess it can't be helped con. Village Council, there have been many theft attempts on the signed color paper on display, so we will increase security. Yuko, why don't you just cancel the exhibition? Village Council, we will increase security. Yuko, no, that's. Village Council, we will increase security. Yuko, understood con. These two conversations may or may have not happened. Afternoon. The days are getting warmer, but it's not spring yet. The Niuni Udapin say it's still winter, which means it's still winter. Thus, I thought of making a nabe tonight. It's getting warmer, but the nights are still cold. There shouldn't be any problem. What shall I cook then? Ha ha ha. Actually, I'm not sure. How about crab nabe? The crab that Mayo sent me from Shashuato City via Village 5 arrived a few days ago. Of course, It was not those giant crabs but normal-size crabs that are easy to eat. Thank goodness. I had already eaten all the crabs we ordered from the Sikh inns. I thought I would have to wait until next winter to eat crabs, but I was sent with crabs. Foo. I'm looking forward to tonight's dinner. Now, it is still winter but it's almost spring. Because of that, the villagers are already preparing various things. Their main priority is the preparation for the spring parade. The civil servant girls and the high elves are already discussing the route of the parade over a map. I think as the year goes by, the distance that the parade travels seems to increase. No, it's not just what I think, that's definitely what's happening. Well, there are a good number of residents who look forward to the parade, so I don't really want to reduce the scale of the parade. However, if it gets too big to handle, I will stop it. The mountain elves are holed up in their workshop, making parts for something. They said they were also preparing for the parade. What about those who were lying down in the corner of the workshop? Result of an all-that-nighter. They said they were having fun, so I let them be. I guess it's the same fun you'll feel when you're preparing for a cultural festival. I know how you feel, but don't overdo it. In the kitchen, Flora and the Animaids were surrounding several small barrels. The barrels were filled with miso, which are Flora's handmade. She was presenting the result of her research to the Animaids. I tried changing the manufacturing process and even the places they take place when I feel like they're going to give me a good result. I see. She never stopped researching for the perfect miso. That's wonderful. It's because village chief's demands standard is too high. Is that so? That is so. I see. However, there's nothing wrong with miso tasting good. The Animaids also commented. Given how much the flavor change, it is already a different dish, so I think we shouldn't call it miso. I'm afraid that my taste will be different. Right. I prefer this whitish miso. I think this black miso seems to be easier to use. Isn't it more red than black? I think the normal miso is good enough for me. I'm already used to its taste. The Animaids tasted some of the miso Flora brought and they seem to be using it in cooking dishes to try them out. Should we ask Kansama and Ramurya-sama for their opinions? Not a good idea. I've heard that your sense of taste changes during pregnancy. That's true. However, it's impossible not to consult them. The kitchen is in our hands until Ansama and Ramurya-sama return. We must decide upon ourselves and serve it with pride. I agree. Reliable. Everything's going to be okay even if Ann and Ramuryas are not here. Foo. Leave it to us. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. By the way, about the miso. What about it? You can combine different kinds of miso to get even more flavor. It is called combined miso. Eto. Combine? Yeah, you are free to combine them as you wish. Free, are we? Taste and preferences differ for everyone. There is no right answer. Well, I think you should try 1-to-1 first. When I said that, Flora made an indescribable expression. Foo. Even if Ann and Ramuryas aren't here, we can still leave them to you, right? The combined miso you made, I'm looking forward to them. Hey. Don't pressure them that much. It's okay. Just do what you can. Don't force yourselves. Village chief, thank you for thinking of us. However, please leave it to us. We'll come up with a formula ourselves and serve you a dish that matches the miso. The leave it to us aura is too dazzling. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Do your best. However, don't overdo it because it will definitely take time. There's no such thing as taste that everyone can agree on. Don't forget that. The Animaids responded to me in unison and took the barrels of miso. While seeing them off, I looked at Flora. Since Ann and Ramuryas aren't here, they seem to be a little distracted. This will stimulate them. I see. I'll continue my miso research, but for the time being, I'll focus on soy sauce. We should be able to start selling miso we have on display there in summer. Summer? That fast? I have prepared the miso this winter. We'll have to wait for a few years before we can start selling them on a large scale given the production volume issues. The miso's flavor changes slightly depending on the time of the year it is made, which makes it very interesting. I see. Also, isn't there a miso factory in Village 5? Not only in Village 5 but in Shashuato City too. It should be Mayo that prepared the manufacturing plant in Shashuato City, right? She leaked some information and the Michael-san prepared it? I see. No, I'm not going to scold Mayo. I'm sure she just foresaw the result of what we've been doing and made preparations ahead of time. I'm grateful for that. Of course, Flora awoke at the time she usually sleeps, stimulated the Animaids. Luna Izuma will scold me if I just directly talk to them. I guess you wouldn't want that. Flora went back to her laboratory to go back to sleep. You change clothes and have your own bed in it, but that doesn't mean that place is your room. I hope she's resting well enough. Don't push yourself too hard. Well, I guess that's how a person that loves what she does acts. As I looked away from Flora, I saw a group of suspicious-looking people. It was a group of civil servant girls and angels who were doing something strange in the hall. What are you doing? You're digesting the fat that you've accumulated over the winter? You are afraid of being marked by Fraser, who likes plump bellies? I see. It's not a good idea to stay here too long. I'll pretend I didn't see them. I heard a voice coming from one of the rooms. It was Yuko's voice, who had hurriedly finished her work in Village 5 and returned to Big Tree Village. They look like. It seems like Yuko is having an intense meeting with the Spiderlings. Ah. They are deciding on lines and locations. Are they planning to have a play? Can I watch? Village Chief, you don't have to be sneaky. Watch if you want. This is a matter of life or death. The Spiderlings nodded at Yuko's serious words. Ah, you're practicing greetings, Zabuton. This was because I was targeted by the silver foxes that were invited by Yuko for me to meet. I wasn't harmed, but the Spiderlings got angry at her for putting me in danger. They said they would report it to Zabuton as soon as she wakes up. No, I heard that even if she's hibernating, she can still receive messages. I don't really know the details. It was agreed that when Zabuton woke up, Yuko would greet her in a cute outfit. It can't be helped. I need to apologize properly. Really? A mistake is a mistake. Also, I don't want the silver foxes to take the brunt of it. I see. Is there anything I can do to help? I already thought of having Village Chief to cover for me, but even if I was forgiven at that moment, I'm afraid something will happen later. There's a possibility of that making her angrier. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll refrain from doing so. I see. Sorry to hear that. Whoa, don't be hasty. I'm not refusing you to come along with us and soothe Zabuton when the time comes. I guess the reason you didn't say it clearly is because you don't want me to be offended when I found out that I'm already included in that. That is, I'm grateful if Village Chief moves at the right moment. Let's think about it. Also, aren't the Spiderlings angry at Yuko? Why are they practicing greeting and apologizing with you? Ha 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 ha. These little guys did something that will anger Zabuton? Ah, you mean that time one of them was seen by a Village 5 resident? Yeah, because of that, we had to deal with it with a reasonable expense. I don't think that's not enough expense though. I think they were only cloths of the Spiderlings, button I made, and Yuko's autograph, right? They received those items and accepted the apology. They went out, so I had to apologize for them. Now, there is nothing wrong with them apologizing with me. The laughing Yuko aside, the Spiderlings made a pose of remorse. They were so excited and let their guard down because they wanted to speak with others about clothes. Well, it doesn't really matter since they were already satisfied with our apology. Even so, I guess it's true that they scared those people a lot. Alright, break is over. Let's resume. Yuko turns on her cute appearance and practices greetings. Well, she's cute. But isn't that a bit too cute? That's a problem. I shouldn't be. That's a problem, Con. I have to be naturally cute. Yuko continued practicing diligently. I quietly left the room, not wanting to disturb her. Yeah, Yuko is practicing seriously. The way she practices makes others feel like they should work hard too. I got to work hard too. Ah, Hito. Yuko is busy. Yeah, don't watch her. Why don't you come with me and take care of the farming equipment? Okay. I'm going to polish my AFD until dinner. It will be a little while before I can use the hoe again, but I'm sure it won't be a bad idea to maintain it. Dinner, as per my request, crab nabe was served. However, the broth was miso flavored. It was not the taste I was looking for, but it was good enough. The Niuni Udafan said it's still winter, and just like that, the cold weather returned. It's not freezing cold, but it's still cold, so the heaters in my residence are all working again. The kotatsu in my room is also working hard. I'm glad I hadn't put it away. I'm enjoying a tangerine while using the kotatsu in my room. I had frozen these tangerines to keep them fresh. It will be spring soon, so it is best to consume them. Incidentally, some of the strawberries were also frozen and stored, but they are already consumed because they are popular with the children. Let's plant more strawberries next time. No, it's not that tangerines are not popular. It's just that we have an enormous harvest, so there are still surplus. There are even Kuros and Spiderlings who are tangerine lovers. Yeah, it's just that there are more strawberry lovers. Even so, I miss TV when I do things like this. When I was lying in my hospital room, there was nothing to do but watch TV. Well, there's no use in asking for something that doesn't exist. Even if I wanted to make it TV, I don't really know how it works. Let's hope that Ia's activities will develop and become a TV broadcast. I don't know how many years it will be though. While I was enjoying tangerines, Kuro and Yuki came over. They came to join me in the kotatsu. Of course, I let them. I rolled up the futon and invited them to come in. Kuro and Yui turned their butts to me and went in. Backstep. They're dexterous. However, didn't you enter with your head first before, to avoid damaging the futon with your horns? Right, the Animaid certainly complained about that. However, Kuro and Yuki wouldn't make that mistake, right? Ah, if the higher-ups of the pack don't do it, no one else will. I see. That's tough. Want some tangerines? You'd rather have strawberries? Unfortunately, we have run out of strawberries. You want dried fruits? It can't be helped. Dried fruits are always available in my room. However, it's currently located in a place where I have to get out of the kotatsu first in order to get there. I lied down and reached for it. I can't reach it. Darn. Is this as far as I can go? No, it's too early to give up. I have the AFT. I need a long stick. Not a spear, not a sickle with chain, and certainly not a Grim Reaper's scythe. It shouldn't have a blade. Eto, a rake. Yes, a rake. I want a long rake. Not a farming tool, eh? Is that so? I heard they are used for clamming. I guess it's a fishing tool. I'm imagining a clamming rake. Wait a minute. Rakes are also used as a farming tool. Yeah. Let's see. Rake or whatever it is called. A tool used to gather fallen leaves and stir up soil. In other words, a farming tool. Calm down. What does the farming tool rake look like? Right. Like that. I think they were the ones sold sometime after New Year. I think they are farming tools. Don't panic. It's not as simple as the other tools, but should I really use it? Strictly speaking, it will be used to rake things if I'm farming, but should I use something like that just to not leave the kotatsu? What will happen if I use it like that? I shouldn't. Sorry, I gave up. Kuro and Yuki looked at me. Don't panic. I just gave up on using the AFT. I'll just get out of the kotatsu and get them. I know that there are spiderlings on the ceiling beams. They have been waiting for me to ask them to pick them out since a while ago, but I've made a disgusting scene myself. Thus, I have to take it myself. I know. I'll give the spiderlings dried fruits too. Let's eat them together. While Kuro, Yuki, and the spiderlings were enjoying dried fruits, Gyobit came in. I'm a man with 1,000 visitors, aren't I? Looking at her expression, I felt a bit nervous. What's the matter? You want to talk about the preparations for your trip to the royal capital? That's one thing, but do you know about this? Gyobit spread out a map on the table of the kotatsu. It's a map that shows the road from the royal capital to the outskirts of Shashuato City. Gyobit points to a place between the royal capital and Shashuato City. There's a small dot there. Is it a city or a village? I know there are cities and villages along the way. They've always been there after all. No, I'm talking about the control rate of the cities and villages between the royal capital and Shashuato City. Control rate? I mean, all the cities and villages in those areas are under the control of the Demon King's kingdom, right? They should be under their direct control. That is why the short-range teleportation gates were it wasn't smoothly set up. Yuri was doing the preliminary work, but then they changed their attitudes, so she was forced to stop. As anyone would expect, just looking at the map, anyone would think that the control over the short-range teleportation gates must be tightened in order to make sure there won't be any problem. Taisel and Mayo already made their moves. Is that so? They did. I just heard from Taisel that the Dolphin Company under her controls around 30% of the market, while the Garan Company under Mayo controls 10%. Eto, that may be true, but the Dolphin Company is not under Taisel's control. According to the report, they are on friendly terms. Also, the Garan Company doesn't work for Mayo. Those are just appearances. I'm talking about facts here. Those appearances are the facts. So, what are you worried about? I mean, how can Taisel and Mayo can't even control 50% of it after making their moves for a year? Eh? Think about it. Taisel and Mayo are working together with the Demon King and Yuko-san of Village 5. Yuri-san is also cooperating with Mayo. And yet, their control rate doesn't even reach 50%. It is clear that there is a hostile force. There is an enemy there. Hostile force. I don't know if they are armed or not, but they are a force that doesn't want the Demon King's kingdom's economy to operate in a healthy manner. In short, it's an anti-Demon King's kingdom faction which is supported by the human kingdoms. Though I don't know if the Demon King is aware of it. Then, did you tell the Demon King about it? I told Taisel, Mayo, Yuko-san, and Yuri-san. They seem to be aware of it. I see. If the Demon King's faction is already aware of this, there's nothing for us to do. Or so I think, but the fact that Gyobit went to the trouble of talking to me suggests that she wants me to do something. I don't want any trouble. I think you could at least do a favor for your future daughter-in-law, right? Ha ha ha. I thought angels had to go through the trial before they could get married. Shall I prepare it for you? Ha 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 ha. It should be the ones who'll marry the angel who'll undergo the trial. I think I should be the one who asks for it though. Why, you're absolutely right. Of course, I'm prepared to go through the trial. Yeah, I'm ready. So, I'm asking for your hand and heart. What I did before. Yes, I greatly regret it. Once again, I am convinced that no one must interfere with someone's love life. Excuse me. Gyobit said so and walked out of the room. Foo-fa-foo. It seems that she felt that if this conversation continued, she would be at a disadvantage. Excellent situation assessment. As expected of her. Well, if both parties want it, I won't get in the way. Anne. How about her? She should be okay with it. As I was thinking about it, Tycel and the Demon King arrived. Yeah, I know. What do you want me to do? It's okay. I was mean to Kyobit, but I don't want any trouble happening between the royal capital and Shashuato City. I know a lot of people in Shashuato City and it would affect Village 5. Thus, I'm prepared to do something. Bring it on. However, I want to avoid trouble as much as possible. And also, I want to avoid any bloodshed. Village Chief, control rate? Why don't you just replace all the governors? Demon King. I'll explain why that's not a wise thing to do in the next chapter. The Demon King's kingdom has a unique way of succession of the throne, but it is still a monarchy. In other words, the king, which is the Demon King, has the greatest power. If the land under the direct control of the Demon King is rebellious, then it would be a good idea to replace the governors who are governing that land. Is there a reason for the Demon King not to do so? I can't do that. Dealing with the governor alone will not solve anything. The Demon King told me something about ruling. It was a difficult topic, so I did not understand everything, but I managed to understand some parts that are involved in this case. First of all, what is the role of a governor in the Demon King's kingdom? They are local officials who manage the areas directly under the control of the Demon King. In other words, they are representatives of the Demon King. Their role, simply put, is to collect taxes, to prevent rebellion, to make new laws known, and so on. Along with these, there is the additional task of arresting and judging those who do not obey the law, but let's leave that aside for a moment. The most important thing is that the governor represents the Demon King. And how do these governors rule the land under their jurisdiction? For example, if a village has 50 or 100 residents, it would be difficult but manageable to get acquainted with all of them and govern them. However, how about in a village with 500 or 1,000 people? In a city with 10,000 residents, it is already impossible. So, what should they do? Use subordinates. That's obvious. The more subordinates you have, the easier it will be to govern. However, there's a limit to how many subordinates you can have. Demon resources and financial resources are finite. Then, the next thing to look for are local collaborators. In other words, they can connect with local prominent figures or bosses, who are called face officers, to govern. A familiar example of a face officer is Michael San of the Goran Company. He is one of the face officers of Shashuato City and he is often consulted by Governor Iferus, the governor of Shashuato City. But then, there's this case. You can probably already tell from my explanation. The governor's subordinates, or even the face officers, are doing something behind the governor's back. There's no way it was the governor's subordinates. If it was caused by the governor's subordinates, the area under the governor's control and the suspicious area would be the same. In the Demon King's kingdom, there is a limit to the number of people who can become governors, so the governors are stationed in big cities and are allowed to manage the surrounding villages altogether. If there is a problem with the governor's subordinates, then the town or village under his control should be the problem, but apparently, it's not. If that's the case, the face officers are the ones who are suspicious. Hence, there's no point in replacing the governors. No, there is indeed a point if we replace them with governors with higher competency, but such people are limited and we cannot move them lightly because they are entrusted with important roles. I see. So, what do you want me to do? Nothing difficult. You'll have a spring parade in Big Tree Village, right? I want you to hold that parade from Village 5 to the royal capital. Of course, it can be done once the parade here is over. The parade will take no more than half a day since you will use the teleportation gates. We would like to welcome you in the royal capital, but we know you don't like to be extravagant. You don't have to attend to any other ceremony. You can leave as soon as the parade is over. That's very thoughtful of you, but how is a parade going to help? You can just think that the parade is a decoy. We'll use it to attract attention while our investigation team works behind the scenes. If it's just a decoy, does it need to be a parade? The reason we decided to have a just cause to call in all the governors and face officers all over the country. It will lower the risk of unrelated people being taken hostage. I see. And of course, we will reach out to the mayors and village chiefs in each area. I guess it will be a problem if only the village chief of Village 5 participates. That's right. In addition, it's not easy to demand a parade. It requires a certain amount of preparation in advance. However, Big Tree Village doesn't have that problem. True, we are having our own parade before the event, so we can just think of it as an increase of distance to be traveled. Right. And I apologize for the trouble I've caused to village chief and the residents. No, as I said before, I don't want any trouble between the royal capital and Shashuato City. I agree with this parade. Is this going to be dangerous? It's not dangerous. Absolutely not. Really? Yeah. I'm also in the parade. If someone were to harm anyone, it would be me. That's what I'm worried about. Thanks. I forgot to mention that Kurodono and his pack and Zabutondono's spiderlings are welcome to join the parade. Is that okay? You keep telling me to make sure the Kuros and the spiderlings must never get out of the forest of death, right? I did, but keeping in touch with them for a long time, I thought it should be okay. Ah, thanks. Ha ha ha. Also, it would be a pity if they don't participate in the parade. You're right. I'd feel sorry for the Kuros and the spiderlings if they can't join the parade. Right. However, it would be difficult to have everyone participate because of the village's security. Thus, I'll leave the scale of the parade to village chief. By the way, the royal army and people from all over the country will join the parade. Understood. Well, if the parade is outside the village, there might be some villagers who would prefer not to participate. I'll discuss it with them. Sorry about this, but I can only count on you. To be honest, if the suspicious people are thinking of revolting, I hope they will consider it after seeing village chief's parade. If there's none, that would be the best. Yeah, it would be the best if nothing's going on. However, from the looks of Gyobit and Taisel, it is almost certain that there's something. Still, thinking that the other party will reconsider after seeing the parade of us who live in peace. Yeah, the Demon King is a respectable king. Night, in a room of a mansion in Big Tree Village were the Demon King, Taisel, and Gyobit in the form of the wealthy family's daughter. Alright, he agreed to the parade. However, isn't village chief going to be in danger? If anyone sees him, won't he go for village chief rather than me? Our mothers will line up near father so he won't be in danger. In addition, even if they plan to rebel, they are still not fully prepared. They won't use force. However, we have to assume the worst-case scenario. Should we hide village chief and prepare a substitute? Gyobit casts a spell that turns him into village chief. I don't think father would approve of that. Yeah, village chief would not want someone to be in danger in place of him. However, I don't think it's a good idea to put him to danger. Village chief snapped his fingers and he turned into someone who looks like a wealthy family's daughter. That's why we won't let the village chief know that it's dangerous. Any danger would be handled in secret. Gyobit said that to the Demon King and Taisel, and the two agreed. And Taisel, I understand what you're thinking, but it's not good to get 2 or 3 benefits from one action. It's fine if the result will be the one you are hoping for, but if something unplanned happened, it will be you who'll get hurt. I know. Demon King, don't spoil Taisel too much either. I know you wanted to give the throne to either Alfred or Ursa, so Taisel will work for the next king, but no, she's not. She's working on her own. Oh okay, I'll be careful. I won't stand in your way of giving it away, but you'd better destroy all troubles first. Otherwise, they'll resent you. Why yeah, of course. At the Demon King's reply, Gyobit let out a sigh. She took some cups, poured juice into them, and distributed them. Then, I hope Taisel show off overwhelming difference in power to break the hearts of suspicious people. The operation will succeed. I hope that the operation will succeed too, but please think of a better name. The name of this operation doesn't matter. Also, you must inform Lu-san and Tyr about this. I thought Gyobit-san would take care of them. I already informed them, but it's important to keep them informed, especially from the planners themselves. Got it? Why yeah. Well then, let's have a toast to our success. Cheers. Cheers. Taisel, if you join the toast, that means you're already one of us. Gyobit and Nichan. Gyobit, if I leave you behind after getting involved this much, Tyr will glare at me. Demon King, so, Gyobit will also go to the royal castle this spring? That's very helpful. Gyobit, I'm Terrain's assistant, so I won't leave the academy. Demon King, I can already see it. I see Terrain working in the royal castle. Taisel, our mothers will definitely be upset if you drag Terrain to the royal castle. We decided to hold a parade outside the village. Initially, I suggested to just extend the parade of the village, but it was decided to hold it on a different day. The reason is for those who wish to participate in the village's parade but not in the parade outside the village. There are also those who prefer joining the parade outside, so we had to adjust for that. In addition, it is sometimes difficult to continue the parade in the village to the outside because the paraders and watchers change in the middle of the parade. In fact, the village parade, including the banquet afterward, has a well-defined schedule. It's such a shame to disrupt a schedule like that. Of course, I was not the one who decided that. Yeah, I was the one who needed to be persuaded. They had me sit down on a chair, and a bunch of documents and wooden planks related to the parade were laid on the table in front of me. They explained to me one by one that the parade must be held on another day. Thus, the parade outside the village will be held on a different day. I asked the Demon King and he said there's no problem with that. Incidentally, I heard that the Demon King and Taisel were also scolded by the civil servants working in the royal castle for underestimating the traffic control. There may not be so many people in the village along the way, but considering that the royal capital, Shashuato City, and Village 5 are in the route, there should be adequate security and safety along the route. It's not something you can just casually declare. We'll have a parade later, so deal with it. Since I'm thinking like those two on that matter, I feel like I've been scolded too. Reflect, me. By the way, the reaction of the villagers to the parade outside the village was mixed. Apart from the civil servant girls, who went out to meet the civil servants of the royal capital, it was the mountain elves who made the biggest move. They stopped what they were doing and began building carriages. As for why, it's because we can't use the tall towers we use for the parade in the village. We're going to use the teleportation gates after all. I think an ordinary carriage would be enough, but they are making them as luxurious as possible. Can you use gold or silver? Go ahead, I don't mind. It's a carriage for me, right? It doesn't have to be a carriage for carrying a king of some country, right? Also, I don't think we need the transforming and combining function. I don't see the need for 3 carriages to combine into a big one. Not 3 carriages, 5 carriages will be combined? No, about the number of. It seems like it's impossible to convince them. I'll leave it all to you, but don't overdo things. As soon as I said I'll leave it to them, the sparkle in the eyes of the mountain elves became brighter. That's the worst kind of sparkle. I'm pretty sure they are already thinking about how to merge 7 carriages. Okay, I don't care how much idea you're going to materialize in that. However, don't harm them. I'm not going to allow you, even if you say it's to make the parade safer. The next big movement came from the Spiderlings. I told them they could join the parade outside, but they said they would decide after Zubaton woke up if she'll let them. Well, it's the non-hibernating group that I hear. Still, they are doing a lot because they have to make costumes. I think using the same costumes for the parade in the village and outside the village will be fine, but they insisted that inside and outside must be different. They even ordered a large amount of cloth from the warehouse in Village 5. You'll make costumes for the villagers too, so I better hurry up and decide with a list of people who'll participate in the parade outside. Alright, I'll do what I can. The high elves, dwarves, lizardmen, and beastkins were no different than usual. They are always doing their best, so they are not fazed by a slight change. They're very dependable. After the parade outside, will there be a banquet? The Demon King will probably hold it in the royal capital, but I have been told that I may not participate in that. Those who wish to attend may join the banquet in the royal capital. Too much trouble? Well, there will be a lot of people you don't know there after all. I don't want that trouble too. However, it is a little sad to participate in the parade and disband without joining the banquet. Yeah. Right. After the parade outside, let's have our own banquet in the village. Those who did not participate in the parade outside are welcome to join. Yeah, it's not only those who will participate in the parade who are working hard. Those who are not doing the preparatory jobs for the parades are taking over the jobs of those who will participate. I'll tell the Animaids. Just like the parade in the village, I also informed the people of Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4 about participating in the parade outside the village. However, since we can't leave any village empty, we are working hard to select the participants. I have not set a specific number of participants from each village. I have been asked several times, but it's up to each village to decide. You can also decide not to participate. No, you don't have to answer so emphatically that you will participate. Yeah, I expect you to. Village 5 will also participate in the parade outside, but Yuko was in charge of selecting participants for Village 5. However, Yuko was busy practicing her apology to Zubaton, so she decided that the number of participants would be 50 and left the selection to the village council. The village council seemed to be the most excited since its establishment and seemed to be making a heated selection. I don't think it's a problem, but He and Locke, who work in Village 5, asked me to bring Yuko back as soon as possible. The selection process seems to be too heated. Also, they say that 50 participants are not enough. When I tried to take Yuko's place because she was busy, He and Locke apologized and stopped me. You don't want me to see such an unsightly struggle? No, but He and Locke did their best and decided to do something about it. Is that okay? As for the angels, Deer will probably ride in the same carriage as me, but Malbit and most of the angels are still discussing whether or not to join the parade outside. The Demon King had previously said that he would have a lot of trouble if he was suspected of having close relations with the angels, but when I asked him again, he said that they are free to do what they wish now. He said that anyone who knows that the Garrett Kingdom is leading toward the Demon King's kingdom would be aware of the current status quo, so there won't be any problem. I thought they would be okay with not participating, but they have a strong desire to show their dignity by participating. We've been hiding it, but Angels likes to show off, I noticed. Well, I won't say anything else, so I hope you'll think about it and come to a conclusion. Also, Kudel, I have no intention of including any dive bombing at the parade outside. Don't ask me how many rounds you are allowed to fire, my answer won't change. Put that Kuro horn spear you are polishing right now. The Kuros, including Kuro and Yuki, didn't seem to be doing anything near the usual, but there were still some preparations. The first 20 in the order were calm. However, Those who were around in the 30th position onward were restless. Those in the 40th are also fidgety. As the 50th and lower, they were a little resigned, but I can still see hope in their eyes. As for those in the 100th, they're acting the same as usual. Well, I guess because I'm the one who'll decide how many of them will participate in the parade outside. The Demon King told me that he won't limit the number of Kuros that will participate, but I heard that people outside are scared of them. I should keep the number within the bounds of common sense. Then, as Kuro and the others have predicted, 20 to 30 of them should be the safe number, right? The security of each village also relies on them. Incidentally, the number of them that could participate in the event would be around 200 considering the security of each village. Then, should I have those 200 participate? We're just marching after all. Isn't this a chance to show them that the Kuros shouldn't be an object of fear? Alright, I've decided. 200 of you will join. Seeing them so happy makes me happy too. Ha ha ha, you'll be scolded for practicing marching in the mansion. Yeah, do your best. Here and look, in a city of tens of thousands of people, we are asked to pick 50 participants. Village Council, there are too many applicants. Here and look. Thank God Village Chief didn't say that only council members could participate. Village Council, yeah, I'm trembling just thinking about it. Backlash from the residents. Village Chief, Kuro and others will participate, 200 of them. Here and look, because he's the type of person who makes this kind of decision. Winter is over and spring has arrived in Big Tree Village. There is no doubt that the happiest are the Niu Daphnes. The plum blossoms in the village are blooming and the cherry blossoms are almost ready to bloom. It looks like we can enjoy cherry blossom viewing. However, before we can play, we have to do something first. Yesh, it's time to farm. Foo-fa-foo. AFT, it's your time to shine. HNN, parade? This year's village parade will be after the field planting is completed. The outside parade will be held 10 days after the village's parade. The Demon King wants to invite various people, so he needs to at least have that much time to spare. The civil servant girls, who were in charge of the parade, decided that there wouldn't be a problem with that arrangement. For now, let's concentrate on our farm work. But before anything else, it's spring, so Zubaton has woken up. In respect to Yuko's honor, I will not recount what happened when Yuko apologized. All I can say is that it's very emotional and I can't help but be moved by that apology. The faces of those who watched were blank though. However, there is excitement in their eyes. Why were they like that? This world is a truly strange place. By the way, I defended Yuko so she didn't get a harsh scolding from Zubaton. After that, Zubaton warned me, not Yuko. She told me not to go anywhere carelessly no matter how familiar that place is. That I should make sure I'm being accompanied by guards. She also told me to be careful when meeting new people. She's very strict. I'll be careful. I met the pond turtles again after their hibernation. It's been a while. Why didn't I see you break the ice this year? The timing was off? Well, yeah. It suddenly got cold when I thought it was already spring. Any problem with your health? You look healthy. Eat well. In between my farm work. Doors, Raymaran, Hichiru, Gararu, Gira, Gurand, Hokun, Rasuti, Darame, Grafaloon, and Helsnark. The dragons, in their dragon form, were marching in a line through the forest a short distance away from the village. It was a rehearsal for the parade that will be held outside. At first, the dragons had announced that they would not participate in the outside parade. They said that the village's parade is but an informal affair, but if they participated in a national event, there would be a problem with fairness that the dragons strictly adhere to or something. Gira and Darame wanted to participate, but Dors and Raymaran strongly opposed them. Gurand and Grafaloon also said they have no interest. However, everything changed with Hichiro, who was sitting on Raymaran's lap, asked her something. Can't I participate? These words caused Raymaran to change her attitude. If Raymaran changed her attitude, Dors would follow. None of them resisted. The dragons became part of the parade outside. What about the fairness or something? Also, although they are not here today, Damame, Quan, Koran, Sekiran, Max Bergak, and Swarin are also scheduled to participate. Unfortunately, Hikaru, Himiko, and Kukulkan are still too young to participate in the outside parade. Rananan will be able to participate, but she chose to stay at the mansion and relax. I wondered if she was being reserved, but it looks like she's not, so I let her stay. After all, we will only be away for about half a day. Right. Demon King suddenly came here for a meeting about the parade outside. But, what's with his looking so very distant from the dragon's practice? Is he having difficulty seeing far places? It seems like glasses are available in this world, so I will recommend him. When the time comes, eyes are important after all. A little later, when the wyverns found out that the dragons were going to participate in the event, They wished us to let them join. The Wyverns and I have been living peacefully with each other after receiving the apologies of the Wyverns. The only misfortunate incident between us was the encounter with the Wyvern of the Iron Forest. Communications via the small Wyverns continues to this day, and big Wyverns are friendly enough to help us kill demon beasts and monsters near Village 5. However, the Wyverns are not satisfied with that level of friendship. They would like a place to show that they are on good terms with us. That's why they wanted to participate. When I asked the Demon King, he said, "Wyverns?" Totally within the bounds of common sense. Finally, no, I mean, they are very much welcome. I don't have the authority to give them permission. However, I gave them the permission that the Demon King had given me. Yeah. Then, about 40 big Wyverns arrived even though the parade was still a long way off. They are currently waiting in the forest near Village 5. So, you're working with adventurers from Village 5 to exterminate dangerous monsters and demon beasts. Thanks for your help. The ones there are the advanced team and more will come in a little while. Understood. Yeah. I want you to stand by near Village 5. What about the food supply while you wait? Are there enough dangerous monsters and demon beasts? Good. Let me know if you need more. We'll prepare a lot of vegetables. Just when I was about to finish my farming job, a giant swan came. Looks like I made it in time. A little later, a giant black swan also arrived. Don't go on your own. It's good that I got here in time. They are the black swan and white swan that came last year. As soon as they arrived, Aegis, the phoenix chick, started picking a flying battle with them. Are you going to join the parade outside? Foo-foo. Of course. I must spread my beauty and love. I'll also join the parade in the village. As usual, Swan is very narcissistic. I admit that you are a beauty, so you don't need to pose every single time. Also, keep your movement to the minimum. Yeah, stop with that wing fluttering, and your feathers are already all over the place. Or could it be that it is time for your feathers to shed? If so, please stay in your human form. However, if Swan takes on her human form, there would be more trouble. It's been a while. I heard that you built a shrine dedicated to the bird god, and I'm very grateful for it. I also heard that you are going to hold a big parade this time, and I came here hoping to be a part of it. Black Swan, I welcome you. I understand why you need to participate in the parade. You are also welcome to join the village's parade as well. However, the order will be after Aegis. It can't be helped. By the way, there are still a few days left before the parade, so please take a rest at a suitable place. I'll have the food prepared for you, so don't hold back. Thank you very much. Got it. I will make sure Swan won't be able to do what she wants. Please. Will the giant crow and giant peacock also come? They wanted to come, but it looks like they won't be able to this time. They are taking care of the treasures kept at the shrine. I see. I will take you to the shrine in Village 5 when the time is right. I look forward to it. After replying, Black Swan noticed that White Swan was nowhere to be seen and rushed out of the house. I wish they would stay in their human forms if possible. There are feathers everywhere. Dragons, we're going to join. Demon King, Beezle, Randon, Glatz, Wasn't that predictable? Zubaton and her spiderlings will not participate in the outside parade. This is because Zubaton firmly insisted on not participating. She said that if objects of fear like them went out, only misfortune awaits. Well, it's true that Zubaton and the others are feared in the Demon King's kingdom, even though they are so cute. However, since Zubaton says so, it can't be helped. Or so I thought. But around half of the spiderlings resisted. They marched before Zubaton and thrashed their legs, appealing to participate. Cute. Zubaton was troubled by that. However, she did not change her mind. No means number. That's Zubaton for you. However, it seems like Zubaton is also weak on her children. She tacitly agreed to accompany the parade participants, but in hiding, saying that what's important was to watch over the costumes. In other words, they are allowed to participate in the parade as long as they remain in the carriages and won't be seen by others. The spiderlings were delighted, and after thanking Zubaton, they began making something. What's that? A big spider costume? It is deformed and adorable, but its size is bigger than Zubaton. It doesn't look like Zubaton but a big mirror. Inside the stuffed arachnid are boards that keep its shape. You're going to get inside it and join the parade? You can move its legs dexterously. A mechanism to manipulate the legs is built in. Amazing. However, is that okay? It seems like there are 1,000 of you there. Won't the ones in the bottom be crushed? Make sure you go in with plenty of room to spare. Right. Half of your current number. Don't stuff yourself too tightly. Just make a few more stuffed costumes. And don't make them move. It's not strange if stuffed animals move, but what if a child or someone comes close to check? We have gone through a lot of trouble to convince Zubaton. Let's make sure no one will see you. I'm glad you understand. Let's put the stuffed arachnid on a carriage. We'll need a carriage for each of them, but I'm sure there are a good number of uncovered carriages owned by Village 5. I'll ask Yuko so we can borrow one. Yeah. I'll take care of it. I'm also the village chief of Village 5 after all. Night. I asked Yuko to secure a roofless carriage. Eh? What? Is something wrong? And not really, but it seems like village chief is unaware of the situation in Village 5. Well, I've been working in the field for quite a while. What's going on in Village 5? There will be participants from Village 5 and the outside parade. That's right. I'm going to participate as the village chief of Village 5, and it wouldn't look good if all the participants came from Big Tree Village. I'm sorry, but I left choosing the participants from Village 5 all to Yuko. It seems like Yuko left it up to the village council. That's right. It has been decided that there will only be 50 participants coming from Village 5, and I left it all for the council to decide. 50 participants. That's a reasonable number. The village council returned to me saying they wanted 2,000 or at least 500 participants, and as expected, I also thought that many participants is too much, so I checked with the Demon King. He said it would be no problem even if there will be 2,000 additional participants. Hence, the carriages with and without roofs are very difficult to secure. I didn't know that happened. I know, right? However, though I said there will be 2,000 participants, there will probably be more. The spectators will want to move with us. Yeah, I can see that happening. So, the expectation that the parade would be over in half a day was dropped. It is expected to last for at least 2 days. We're going to use the teleportation gate so it wouldn't be that far of a parade, right? Even if there were more people, the distance wouldn't change, would it? If they are all going to be obedient and follow the instructions, yes. However, they are in a festive mood. There will be drinking too. I'm not so optimistic as to think that the transition would be smooth. When you put it that way, I guess it is. Not everyone can use the teleportation gate at the same time. It will take time. If it takes more than 2 days, don't we have to prepare food for the participants? We are already working on the arrangements. Food and drink will not be a problem. We are already building temporary washrooms. Is there a problem? The stalls for the parade spectators. They are taking too much space and it's making the security forces panic. Right. Village chief doesn't have to mind it as usual. However, afterwards, I would like you to give the security forces a few words of appreciation. Understood. The carriage procurement failed to be secured. I contacted the Garan company with the faintest hope, but to no avail. It seems like even Shashuato City is having a hard time securing carriages for the parade. Michael-san tried to get the Garan company send us a carriage to use for the parade, but we decided not to do so. We only wanted to borrow one if there were any left over, and we won't feel comfortable borrowing one that they were planning to use. Instead, he gave us some wheels and axles of the carriage. The wheels and axles of a carriage are consumable items. Therefore, there are more wheels and axles available than there are carriages. We managed to secure them. With wheels and axles, all that was left was the body. Even I could manage to make a body of a roofless carriage. After all, the purpose is to put a stuffed animal on it, so a cart with 8 wheels would suffice. Well, the work will be done after I'm done with my field work. If the mountain elves have finished their work, we can get their help. They are making carriages too, right? No, if the mountain elves get involved, they'll convert it to something magical. It might be better to do it alone. Yeah, let's do that. Village chief, I'll do my best on my own. Spiderlings, we will help you. Village chief, you guys thanks. Zubaton, I want to help but I'm very busy with the costumes. Village chief, I'll do my best on my own. Mountain elves, is our credibility collapsing? Civil servant girls, how many carriages have you combined? Mountain elves, around 7. Civil servant girls, is that so? But your work is yet to be completed, right? Mountain elves, yes, we are trying to make it transform into a humanoid form and it should walk using 2 legs. Civil servant girls, we don't know what they mean by making carriages walk on 2 legs, but we definitely won't ride it. The Springfield work is complete. Technically speaking, there is still more work to be done, but I have finished plowing the fields with my AFT, so I can now take a break. We had a light banquet to thank those who worked in the fields with us and prepare for the village's parade. I wanted to start the village parade as soon as possible because of the parade outside. Since Village 1 and the other villages will be participating in the village parade, we need to check their respective field work completion too. Of course, we will also call the Titans and Lamias from the North and South dungeons, so the time for that has already been taken into account. In the next few days, the civil servant girls are going to inform us of the date. It will probably be in 3 days, but we will continue to do our respective jobs, including preparing ourselves for the event. Even I have jobs to do myself. However, my priority is to build carriages for the Spiderlings. I'd rather build it when I have time in hand than to rush it later. Before the village parade, 2 small incidents happened. One was that one of the Kuros suffered from a stomachache after eating mushrooms. I panicked, wondering if poisonous mushrooms had gotten mixed with the mushrooms we were cultivating in the village, but when I asked what happened, It said that it had snacked on wild mushrooms in the forest. I'm pretty sure everyone has been taught not to eat wild mushrooms because they are dangerous, right? You were taught, but you tried eating before and you were okay, so you thought it would be okay this time too? Could that mushroom be poisonous because of certain conditions when it was eaten? Village chief, I think I know it. It's called fake egg mushroom desu. Ria, who had been examining the mushroom that the Kuro had eaten, held out a mushroom to me. It was whitish-brown in color and had the shape of a mushroom you'll immediately think of if you hear the word mushroom. This mushroom looks familiar. No, not in this village, but I've seen them being sold in stores in Village 5 and Shiato City. What they were selling there were egg mushrooms. Desu. I see. So, there is a reason why there is fake in its name. So, this Kuro, who was suffering from stomachache, had eaten egg mushroom before, so he was fine, but this time, it had eaten fake egg mushroom which poisoned it. That should be the case. Desu. How strong is the poison? Deadly. If you eat it, you'll die. I look at the Kuro who's suffering from a stomachache. It's good that it's only suffering from stomachache. I agree. I'm going to warn the Kuros again. Mushrooms are dangerous, so don't just eat one if you see them in the wild. Also, should we tell the store in Village 5 and Shashuato? There are deadly poisonous mushrooms that look like the mushrooms they sell after all. I'm sure they'll be fine. HNN, what do you mean? Egg mushroom and fake egg mushroom are reasonably well known, so dealing with them is widespread. Dealing? Cook before eating. The poison of the fake egg mushroom will disappear if cooked enough. I see. So, if you cook the egg mushrooms, even if there are fake ones mixed in it, you will not be poisoned? Yes. Well, I hear about occasional casualties because egg mushrooms taste better when they are not cooked. I don't know what to say. Ahaha. By the way, how do you tell the difference between an egg mushroom and a fake egg mushroom? With this, Ria pointed at the pattern of the fake egg mushroom. If you look at it closely, you can see knots like this. If it has knots, it's a fake egg mushroom, and if it doesn't, it's an egg mushroom. Now that you mention it, it really has that kind of pattern. However, you won't notice them unless you look carefully. That's right. Which means it would be better to cook them all. Understood. I will notify the stores in Village 5 and Shashuato City to be careful. It may be none of my business, but I want to reduce the number of casualties. By the way, the Kuro is still suffering from a stomachache after eating fake egg mushroom. I tried to cure it using the leaf of the world tree, but Kuro and Yuki stopped me. Idiots who don't keep their words need to suffer. If they don't suffer, they won't learn. That's pretty strict. However, it's a deadly poison. Even if it's fine now, it might suddenly worsen later. Use the leaf of the world tree if it's really about to die. Got it. With that in mind, I decided to leave it to Kuro and Yuki. The Kuro who was suffering from a stomachache looked at me pitifully, but I couldn't do anything. Sorry. The other small incident. It happened in the ranch area. It was spring and the horses were running around energetically. A stallion unicorn running among the horses fell down and broke its horn. The symbol of a male unicorn. The stallion unicorn that broke its horn had a distant look in its eyes, although it didn't seem to have sustained any injury from that fall. Is it because its horn is obviously broken at one glance? Originally, its horn was around 80 centimeters long, but now that it broke, it's only around 15 centimeters long. The stallion unicorn is trying its best to stay calm, but yeah, it seems impossible. It collapsed from its hind legs and fell down. It's crying with all its might. It must have been shocked. I tried to console it by saying it still has a 15 centimeters horn on its head, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. Sorry. I tried to retrieve the broken horn and see if it could be reconnected, but it didn't work. In any case, I learned that the unicorn's horn is hollow inside. I also understood that it is structurally easy to break. For now, will its horn ever grow back? Will it? Or will it stay like this forever? No. It will grow, but the tip will not be pointed. It will remain broken. That's too bad. Will it be fixed with a world tree leaf? When I said that, the stallion unicorn's eyes widened. Then, it looked at me. All right, let's try using the leaf of the world tree. However, don't get upset if it doesn't work. Result. After I fed it with a leaf of the world tree, the stallion unicorn's horn grew 5 centimeters. What kind of principle is this? I shouldn't think too much about it. It's much shorter than before it broke, but it looks like a normal horn again. When the stallion unicorn ate another leaf of the world tree, it grew another 5 centimeters. If it keeps eating, it will grow back to its original length, right? What should we do? Keep eating, or is it enough? Let it be. You were proud of your long horn, but it was also in the way. I see. Don't fall down again. With it, I stopped moving to part with the stallion unicorn, and before I knew it, Lu was already standing beside me. In her hand was the broken male unicorn's horn. If it grows by feeding it with the leaves of the world tree, does that mean you can practically get an infinite number of unicorn horns? Unicorn horns are apparently coveted items in the magic community. In other words, unicorn, escape, run faster than the wind, be careful not to fall over. Those were the small incidents. At a later date, male unicorns who had broken their horns from all over the world gathered in the village, but that's just a trivial matter. But it helped Lu's mood get better because she brought all the broken horns in the name of medical expenses. Also, the Kuro who had been suffering from a stomachache recovered before the village parade. Thank goodness. Leaves of the world tree in the village versus unicorn horn, hard to get since it doesn't grow back. 4 centaur warriors, or rather, 4 cavalries, with long spears, were galloping in formation. They were galloping in a slightly off-center double-row formation. The fact that they were slightly off was probably intentional, as there was no misalignment in their formation even though they were moving at a considerable speed. Is it to avoid obstructing the view from the left and right? As the cavalry passed by the tower I was riding in, Dagger, a lizardman, who was standing by, shot an arrow that emitted a sound into the sky. The sound is a signal for the angels and harpies to take off and the high elves to start playing instruments. This is the start of this year's village parade. Leading this year's village parade is a group of beastkins. Leading the parade is Gulf, dressed in leather armor. All of the beastkins, including Gulf, are holding curved swords in both hands and are dancing forward. Although they appear to be dancing as they pleased, they are not dancing randomly, as they are moving in sync at key points. If they wanted to, they could move as one. That's how much the beastkins had practiced. By the way, when the civil servant girls told them that they would be leading the parade in the village, they all shed tears. All include the beast girls and the blacksmiths. I wondered if they wanted to lead the parade so badly. I felt sorry that I had not entrusted it to them before. Well, it's not a bad position to be at the front of the parade. It makes you stand out. I don't think that's enough for someone to cry about, but let's not talk about the details. In any case, the beastkins, who have been tasked to lead the parade, have been practicing whenever they're free. The results of that practice have been amply demonstrated. Incidentally, the representative of the beastkins is Senna. Why is Gulf in the lead? In fact, a few days before the parade was to be held, she discovered that she was pregnant. This year, she had to wait in the observation area with an Ramurias. Sorry for all the practice you have done. Well, even if she had said she wanted to go, the beastkins would have stopped her. Following the beastkins was a band of high elves with musical instruments. Their marching with percussion, brass, and string instruments was not flashy but eye-catching. Behind the group of high elves are the titans from the North Dungeon, which are equipped with big hammers. Those big hammers were made by the titans for this parade. They had been preparing since last summer. They are wielding it as if to show it off. Some of them are even pounding the prepared stakes. I'm glad to see that they are being practical. It's well made even if it's only used for parades. Behind the titans are the lamias of the South Dungeon. They march in a juggling manner, each holding bladed rings. They must have practiced a lot because they are even changing formation to the front and back, left and right, while juggling. I was impressed seeing that, but I couldn't help but think that they could have done that without using bladed rings. Next to the lamias was a group of inferno wolves led by Kuro and Yuki. They looked more dignified than usual, perhaps because they were aware of the parade outside. No one's looking away from the parade. What splendid leadership. Following the Inferno Wolves are Zubaton's group. Zubaton's leading, followed by the stuffed animals containing the spiderlings. The carriages that carry the stuffed animals have been completed, and if the parade is to be held outside, they would be pulled by the centaurs. Not in this village parade though. The centaurs probably would prefer marching among their race rather than with the spiderlings in this village's parade, so the carriages are all tied together and are being pulled by spiderlings. However, they look more like carts than carriages. A few spiderlings are showing themselves out of their costumes, but they won't do this in the parade outside. You'll be scolded if you don't hide properly. After Zubaton's group is a big space. No, the parade did not break or anything, because the next group is the dragons. In the lead is Dors, followed by Raymarin, Hichiru, Guraru, Gira, Gurand, Hakuran, Rasuti, Darame, Grafaloon, Domain, Quan, Koran, Sekiran, Max Bergak, Swiren, and Helsen Arc. Normally, there would be a fair amount of vibration even if only one dragon walked, but the vibration was minimal because they were walking carefully. Although their marching speed is slow, the dragons are big, so there's no danger of them being pulled apart. Hichiru seems to be enjoying himself. Guraru is smiling too, and it's so obvious even though she's in her dragon form. At the tail end is not Helsen Arc but someone else. Rananan in her dragon form. She will not participate in the parade outside the village, but she joined this one. I had thought that the reason she didn't want to participate in the parade outside the village was because she couldn't transform into her dragon form, but in fact, she could transform. I don't know when she was able to do so. It seems that Rananan did not want to transform into her dragon form, so she did not tell anyone about it. Only Rasuti knows. Rasuti was the one who told Rananan to join. I didn't think it was necessary for her to join, but if she could transform into her dragon form, I guess she has to show it to others. If she doesn't show others her dragon form, she might get attacked in case of unforeseen circumstances. Rananan also agreed that joining the parade in the village would be a good idea. Rananan's dragon form, covered in grey scales, her dragon form is slightly bigger than an adult dragon. She has fiery red eyes, but they showed more wisdom than intimidation. Not bad, according to me. Well, I think she looks cool, but I don't think there's any reason for her to refuse to transform into a dragon. From what I've seen, her grey color shines like snow. Incidentally, Dawes and Gara shuddered as soon as they saw Rananan in her dragon form for the first time. They envisioned her as someone with the same name as Rananan. Do they look alike? No resemblance? Nothing at all? Then, why did you envision her as someone else? Gara even used Gurand as a shield. Are they on a similar wavelength? You mean atmosphere? In any case, don't be too frightened because that will affect Rananan. Looking at Gara closely, you will notice a scar on his head and neck. Those were probably the result of using Gurand as a shield, and they were even in their dragon forms. Gara aside, a group of angels and harpies took off at the start of the parade. The one who's leading them was Reginlif. After her, to her left and right, are Malbit and Ruensha. After them are Saru and Razmaria. The harpies are lightly armed, but the angels are heavily armed. They are wearing the same equipment they wore last fall when we were searching for Count Pujiaru. They look like golden mythical characters. They also give off the atmosphere that they are going straight to a battlefield. Is it because Reginlif is in the lead? The fact that Malbit, the angel chief, is not in the lead as a result of a comparison of their ability to command group battles. Malbit and Ruensha are more suited to politics and strategy. When it comes to leading a group in battle, Reginlif, Saru, and Razmarai are better than them. The three of them had a discussion, or rather, a mock battle in teams of 10, and Reginlif won. She became the leader after that. By the way, Gearbit is more oriented toward politics and strategy. Tyr can lead a unit, but it is said that she'll be more effective in individual battles. Likewise, Gran Maria, Kudel, and Korun can also lead troops, but they will fare better if they act as a group of 3 rather than commandeering. The harpies accompanying the angels are lightly armed but carry luggage on their backs and feet. The luggage seems to be armaments and food for the angels. I see. So, they play a supporting role to maintain the fighting ability of the angels. In some cases, they also charge together with the angels. The harpies are in a tough situation. That will only happen as a last resort if they'll ever be cornered. Basically, they are tasked to run away, or rather, they are to recover wounded angels and retreat. I see. Anne added a little bit at the end of the chapter about Razmaria. 4 lines. There are a few unfamiliar harpies, but they are probably the ones Razmaria brought back with her from Garrett Kingdom. Razmaria returned to oversee the factional warfare in Garrett Kingdom last winter. As soon as it's spring, she comes back along with the new harpies. But, is the Garrett Kingdom alright? Razmaria is flying happily, so let's assume that everything's alright. Following the dragons, angels, and harpies is a group of unicorns. The unicorns are marching in a neat 2-row formation, not showing their usual carefree attitude. At the front most of the group are the unicorns born in the village, but most of the unicorns behind them are unicorns who have come for treatment for their horns. A good number of unicorns came to the village not too long after the first treatment, but how did they know? Was there some kind of technique for unicorns to contact each other? Well, I guess it's as they say, good news runs faster than anything else. Whatever it is, it's nice for them to be able to join the parade and be a part of the festival. Following the group of unicorns were the devils. The devils I'm talking about are not the devils of Village 4 but the ancient devils like Gucci and the others. They are the ones who work for Dawes, Raymarin, and Dream. They were dressed in all black, military-like uniforms and were marching beautifully. And for some reason, the leader of the group was Prada. Yeah, Prada, who works in Village 5. It is surprising that neither Bulgar nor Stefano nor Gucci or even Versa, who had been involved with the village for a long time, are the leaders. Perhaps even a devil midwife would do. Why Prada? You decided by draw lots? Ah, I'm not complaining about Prada. I'm just wondering how she was chosen. After the devils will be me on my tower. It is being pulled by 4 golems, each about 2 meters tall. Since this year's tower is not that high, it's only around 2 stories tall. Therefore, the usual minotaurs and titans that are supposed to surround it are not there. The only ones riding this tower are me and the flying carpet. Lou and Tyr were supposed to be riding with me too, but they decided not to participate in the parade. It was not because they were found out to be pregnant like Senna. It was because of an unsightly discussion over the unicorn horns. No, it's not that one of them tried to monopolize it or anything, since it was shared among those who wanted it. Lou and Tyr want the longest and thickest though. Yeah, it's not a sight that can be seen by the children. The two of them were banned from participating in the village parade because they had gotten into a petty fight. It's a good thing that Rananon intervened when they were fighting, though it was not Rananon who banned them but me. I think it was a fair punishment. The two of them started fighting and the mansion was even damaged. Yeah, it was damaged. They were going at it outside, but even before they managed to do that, they already damaged the mansion. Also, while Lu was performing a modified camel clutch on Tia, Rananon's tail, who transformed into her dragon form, hit them, making them fly and damage the mansion more. Rananon is also partly responsible for the damage to the mansion, so Rasuti made her join the village parade to amend. Rananon was hardly ever in her dragon form, so she couldn't control her tail that well, and that must have hit the two hard. I know it wasn't intentional, so I didn't really punish her. I called it intervention. Lu and Tia weren't hurt as I thought. They're really tough. Now, my tower, I think it's more mature, or rather decent compared to previous years. It doesn't look too fancy. Very normal. No, it is simple compared to usual. However, the High Elves and Mountain Elves, who built this tower, have both instructed me to sit on the flying carpet on top of the tower. Something's definitely going on. I must take precautions. I'm counting on you, flying carpet. As I patted the flying carpet, the tower I was riding on stopped. The golems that had been towing the tower are now moving away from it. What is happening? The tower following the one I was riding also stopped moving and did not go any closer. My tower seems to have been isolated. Suddenly, 4 horse-drawn carriages approached from all directions, blasting their way toward me. No, they have no horses and are running on their own, so, are they remote-controlled? Just when I thought they were going to crash, the 4 carriages swerved and spun. No, drifted. I can see that the 4 carriages are trying to position themselves from the right front, right rear, and left rear of my tower, but they are too fast. They're going to crash. Just as I prepared myself for the collision, the tower I was flew vertically. No, it bounced. I couldn't see it from where I was riding, but I heard and felt that the tower under me kicked the ground. Then, the 4 carriages stopped under the floating tower and the tower fell on top of them. The tower I was riding on was suddenly lifted up by the 4 carriages. Arms from the 4 carriages secured the tower I was riding on so it wouldn't fall. Then, the thing I was previously riding earlier moved forward. Yeah, I escaped into the air by riding the flying carpet when my tower suddenly flew upward. I'm not riding it anymore. However, that is a giant cow. However, I suddenly heard someone from afar saying it's a dragon, so it's probably just my imagination. It has no wings and no thick tail. No matter how I look at it, it's a cow-shaped tower, and it looks like it will walk on its legs. The flying carpet went to the head of the cow-shaped tower. It basically just returned me to where I previously was. Why isn't it moving? Is there a problem? Aren't we supposed to be parading? After a short wait, a few High Elves and Mountain Elves, who had been observing, approached the cow-shaped tower, and they crossed their arms and eventually said something to the High Elves and Mountain Elves waiting in the distance. Sorry. The impact of the merging has caused a problem with the axle in the foot section. Please move to the other tower over there. The spare, or rather, the usual high tower was brought in by the Minotaurs and Titans. Too bad. Let's just move on normally. So the 4 cars were golems and the intelligence boxes were controlling them? The boxes didn't break, right? Good. Well, it's good to know that you were doing something else. I hope to see you at the parade outside, and if you're going to say it's a dragon, go put some wings and tail on it. I think if you call that thing a dragon, Dawes and the others will get angry. The parade has temporarily stopped due to the trouble of changing the thing I ride, but it was soon resumed. Following the tower I was riding were 3 more towers with the village children riding them, with the center being occupied by Alfred, Ursa, and Tysel. I can also see E3 on a tower. E3 must have been told to do so by Ursa because she had refrained from riding a tower. I also saw Hito, Yuka's daughter. It's good to see that she seems to be getting along well with everyone. Behind them, the Unimaids wearing white chef outfits are riding a tower. Since they are not dressed in their usual maid uniforms, it looks quite refreshing. Several carriages filled with food and supplies followed. It was probably the big wild boar we hunted earlier this morning, but it looked a little too fresh. Behind the carriages were a group of dwarves and several more carriages filled with barrels of wine. The dwarves are in a position to be on the lookout for the carriages of food and wine, but it seems like they were heavily guarding the barrels of wine more. At least that's what I see from where I am. Well, I don't really care because there's no way we will be attacked here. Following the dwarves, a group of humans from Village 1, a group of Minotaurs from Village 2, a group of Centaurs from Village 3, a group of Devils and Dream Demons from Village 4. They are marching and performing beautifully as if they are showing the results of their practice. The Dream Demons from Village 4. Couldn't they have done something more about their costumes? I don't think less cloth means emphasizing on ease of movement. Also, I don't think that string is a good idea. Ah. They were forcibly given with worry by the devils of Village 4. Well done. Following the groups from the 4 villages were a carriage with the phoenix chick Aegis, eagle, swan, and black swan. Incidentally, both the phoenix chick Aegis and swan insisted on leading the parade, but their wishes were not fulfilled. They were causing a ruckus until they realized they had been waved to a prominent position in the outside parade. After them are the group of ghost knights and lions from the hot spring. There's an unfamiliar weird creature, or rather, bones with them. It seems to be a new companion of the Ghost Knights. They'll introduce it to me later. A group of lizardmen. The lizardmen are marching with their 4-meter-long spears, but the tips of their spears are almost always in perfect alignment. They must have trained hard. At the end of the line were the spiderlings who had not joined Zabuton's group. The smaller spiderlings were marching on top of bigger spiders like Mura. I can also see red armor and white armor. It's amazing how they improvised and weaved webs to make flags. Big tree and spider? That's cool, isn't it? However, even if you weave a lot of flags, there's no place to display them. Ah, they put them on the end of the lizardmen's long spears. It must have been a planned action because the lizardmen didn't even have to stop. The lizardmen with flagged spears walked faster and came around my tower. Ah, the flags aren't just designed with big tree and spiders. Each race is woven together with a big tree, which includes big tree and dragon, big tree and inferno wolf, big tree and angel, and big tree and high elf. It captures the characteristics of each race. Well done. I waved at the spiderlings from a distance and continued the parade. That is this year's parade. There's no participation of the Demon King, Village 5, or even Michael Sands' group from Shashuato City, who are usually present. They are busy with the parade outside. Only Glatz, who marched with the monitors of Village 2, is here. Is it alright for him to be here though? Well, I guess that's not for me to worry about. Yuko could have joined in, but she didn't because she was worried about Village 5. After the parade paraded along the designated route, we disbanded in the order in which we arrived at the square. This year's parade was not flashy. They said they would save the flashiness for the parade outside. The only ones who complained are the Angels Kudel, which means no problem. After the parade, a barbecue was held using the food that had been unloaded from the carriages filled with food that had been escorted by the dwarves. Of course, ingredients that were not on the carriage were also used. Putting them on the carriage was just a show. The animaids in chef outfits are cooking the food with great skills. There are several large pots, so it looks like there will be dishes other than barbecue. The beastkins and lamias are helping out too. They are very helpful. Then, shouldn't those who are free prepare the table? The spiderlings will take care of the decorations. The lizardman requested for a big bonfire to be set in the center of the square. Kuro and the others are watching the perimeter. The sun will go down soon. I know. I'll make sure to save some for you. Dwarves. It's true that we will drink the barrels of alcohol loaded in the carriage, but that doesn't mean we have to drink them all. Dragons, please don't drink in your dragon forms. The alcohol will be gone in no time. Also, you're in the way, so change back to your humanoid form. And mountain elves. Yeah, I know you've been working hard. I know that you even stayed up all night. Just relax. You can go to sleep. You want to eat first before going to bed? Well, that's fine. But take it easy. You can reflect and redesign tomorrow. If you do that while you are sleep deprived, you won't be able to work efficiently. Ah, and by the way, let me tell you something. If you're going to the parade outside, join the march. Don't say that you are better suited to working behind the scenes. The civil servant girls will be in the outside parade too. I'm glad you're open to participating, but I don't think that you can make any more modifications to the carriage you're going to ride. I want you to rediscover the goodness of being normal. Well, let's talk about the details tomorrow. If you want to eat, stay out of the way of the preparations. Civil servant girls, take a rest too. You'll be busy again with the parade outside, won't you? At least take a break now. No, well, I'll take care of it. Yeah, you've been a great help. No, Eto, I expect a lot from you. Is this how I should do it? Ha ha ha. I know it doesn't suit me. This year's village parade went off without a hitch and the banquet continued until the next morning. The day after the village parade, around noon, when the cleanup of the banquet was almost over, the ghost knights and lions from the hot springs introduced the unfamiliar and suspicious creature with them to me. The unfamiliar and suspicious creature looked like a skeleton. It looked similar to a ghost knight, but it was a little over 3 meters tall, which is twice as tall as a ghost knight. It's around the height of a titan. Because of its size, its bones are naturally bigger. It also has 3 big faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet. 3 faces and 6 arms. So an Azura? No, Azura has 2 legs. So it's not an Azura. It's bones too. The whole upper body of Azura is bone and the lower body is what's that? They structurally look like human legs, but each of the 4 legs is facing in different directions. I doubt it can walk straight with those feet, but it walks with no problem. No, well, It's a wonder how Bones can walk, so I guess it's already too late to say anything. Magic sure is amazing. It seems strange that this unfamiliar and suspicious creature had recently arrived at the hot springs and started living with the ghost knights and lions. They decided that they would report it to me at the village parade. I see. Well, there is no need to rush when it comes to reporting. The fact that the ghost knights and lions brought it here means it's not dangerous. So, Eto, what's your name? No name? Vague memory? You found yourself buried in the ground? You were stuck there for a long time and managed to get out because of a landslide. You have gone through a lot of hardship. Yeah, I don't object to you settling down there. However, are you okay with a hot spring? Is that so? I see. However, we will not tolerate laziness. I'm sure you already know, but you'll have to work. Like the ghost knights and the lions, you must ensure the safety of the hot spring resort. Let's work together from now on. Eto, it's inconvenient that you don't have a name. I can call you whatever I want. Okay, let's go with Azura. Sorry for the lack of twist. Azura returned to the hot spring with the ghost knights. I wish you all the best. However, isn't it pitiful seeing its only bones? That also means it is naked. Perhaps we should ask Guts Group to make some armor and helmets for Azura. HNN, the spiderlings came over with their legs up saying it's already fine. You've already given it a costume? Ah, good. Thanks. However, it doesn't have any weapons, so you want me to ask Gut for it? Right, we need to give it weapons to keep it safe. Alright, I'll ask them. What kind of weapon did you say it wants? A slightly curved sword scimitar? Got it. Alright, I'll ask Gut to make one. 6? I see, 6 scimitars. Alright. However, it will take time to get that many. For the time being, I'll just ask for swords sold in Village 5. They are not bad weapons. I'll call Yuko and have her get them ready as soon as possible. I told that to the spiderlings and returned to my residence. Well, the parade in the village was over. I wanted to continue with the parade outside, but it could not be done immediately due to adjustments. I heard from the Demon King, Yuko, and Mayo in Shashuato City that they wouldn't make us wait 10 days. Well, I think I should assume that it will be in 10 days. Yeah, I guess things like this would usually take 10 days to prepare. If we are lucky, 9 days. That's how it is. There is no need to rush the parade outside, but I don't want the festive mood to continue forever. Balance is important in all things. I am also worried about the health of the mountain elves. They took a rest right after the parade in the village, but now they are dismantling the tower that stopped working during the parade and are trying to find out the cause of the problem. They also took the prototype towers and carriages that we had previously made and are thinking of ways to improve them. Considering the mountain elves, it would be better to delay the parade outside, but I'm sure they will pour as much time as they have. The shorter the period of recklessness, the better. So, it will be a good thing that it was scheduled to be held in 10 or 9 days. Besides, they will make it in time. If they don't, we'll just use the regular carriages. Come to think of it, I'm a little worried that those who are staying to participate in the parade outside might get tired of waiting. The wyverns are mainly waiting near Village 5. For now, I didn't receive any problem report. They seem to be refraining from hunting so that they don't wreak havoc around Village 5. I'd better make sure to bring them a moderate amount of food then. Also, the unicorns are participating in the parade outside. They are suppressing their joy of having their horns cured and are staying put quietly in the ranch area. Unicorns are usually free and unrestrained, but those with broken horns become timid and retreat to the depths of the forest. Even if their horns are healed, it is said that their condition won't be cured. It is quite unusual to see energetic unicorns together with horses. However, the beast girls, who were taking care of them, reported that some of them were being too restless. We'll have to watch them carefully. Well, some of the tougher individuals are hoping to settle in this village. We'll have to think about expanding the ranch area. The next day, Rhea and the other high elves were standing in line in front of me at the entrance of my mansion. Well then, we're off. Rhea saluted to me and the other high elves followed suit. They are heading for Village 5. It was Yuko's request. They needed help in building a space for people who will watch the parade outside. The high elves became good friends with the carpenters when they were constructing the shrine in Village 5, so when the carpenters asked for their help, Rhea and the others gladly agreed to help. I appreciate that you want to help, but please don't take it too hard. Also, be prepared for the fact that you will probably be asked to do some extra work. Incidentally, most of the civil servant girls have already moved to Village 5. It seems that the starting point for the parade outside will be at the mountain shrine near Village 5, and they are making final adjustments for the performance to be held there. Frau is still in the village since Yuri is the one managing the site. If you have spare time, it will be great if you check the situation there. Affirmative. Rhea and her team left for Village 5. The mountain elves followed them to Village 5. They realized that even if they completed the carriage in Big Tree Village, they would still need time to transport them to the shrine. They would stay at the shrine and make it there until the very last minute. Well, fortunately, The shrine has a lot of available lodgings. They will have no trouble finding a place to live. I hope that they don't cause trouble for the silver foxes though. Do we need to send someone to cook? Since San and Ramurias are pregnant and can't move, it is difficult to dispatch the Una maids. I think I'll go check on them from time to time. I am a civil servant in service of the Demon King's kingdom. I usually work with many colleagues at my workplace in the royal capital. My position is not high, but it's not low either. Perhaps you can call me a middle manager or something. No, even calling me a middle manager is too high. I'd say I'm a middle manager assistant. My actual job is like that. It's a position with a certain amount of responsibility. Yeah. Until one day. Yeah. It's a certain winter day. I received a job offer at the office. A parade was to be held and I was asked to make arrangements. It was Demon King Sama's wish and it has a top priority tag in it. Immediately after, around 60 colleagues, including myself, were summoned. It was a big deal. No one civil servant in a kingdom has so much free time on their hands to immediately start working on a new job. We all have our own jobs to do. Even so, 60 of us were gathered. Why? When I asked my colleague, who's not my superior but often gives me instructions, I discovered a hopeless fact. First, the preparation time is short. The shortest anyone can imagine. It's currently winter but we have to hold it in spring. Hearing that short preparation time, we can't help but scream at how absurd it was. If we are going to have a parade in the royal capital, we would need at least 6 months to prepare. Ideally, we should have been given with a year. Furthermore, spring is only softly defined and there isn't even an exact date. The exact day is when the spring seed planting is done. I don't think that can be called exact. One wonders if they really intend to hold the event, but even the Domestic Affairs Minister Randan Sama has given an official notice to hold the event as soon as possible. It seems like they are serious about holding the event. Second, the route is too long. The details of the route have not yet been decided but Demon King Sama intended not only to involve the royal capital but also the villages and cities connected to it via the teleportation gates. The actual distance may be short because of the teleportation gates but the fact that there are multiple gates that can only be passed through by a few at a time means that it will be deathly difficult to organize traffic. In addition, the gates will be closed during the parade. This means the circulation of goods will be stopped from the start to after the parade. If measures are not taken, there will be chaos. Furthermore, there are several forces planning to participate in the parade. Honestly speaking, if it is a military parade, there would be fewer problems. The participants will be fully managed and the hierarchy is already established. However, that is not the case this time. They are gathering participants not only from the military but also from villages and cities. Isn't this something you have to prepare for several years? It is certainly not something that can be decided in winter and done in spring. Everything is too hopeless. However, rest assured, there's not only despair, there's also hope. I heard that one of my colleagues directly appealed to Demon King Sama to not be reckless. Now, we can expect some extension, eh? You call that an extension? Almost everyone asked to resign but they were all rejected by the boss in the afternoon. There's no point in despairing so we moved on. First, a general meeting was held in a big room. The reason was that we had to confirm and divide up the work. For now, a committee was formed to organize the parade, and 3 demons were appointed as leaders and vice leaders. They were chosen solely on the basis of their abilities regardless of their current position and peerage. The 3 of them immediately tried to escape but were caught by the rest. That was a close call. I didn't expect them to even use magic. The big building we had rented nearly burst into flames but we were lucky it was only a small fire. One of them fled outside the royal capital but we were able to catch up with him because he had been attacked by a demon beast. I guess his luck runs out. Well, he is the kind of man who is entrusted with leading this job. No way he can be considered as lucky. Once everyone was present, the meeting of the parade organizing committee resumed. The rented space had been flooded due to firefighting but there was no time to spare to find a new location. What had to be done to make the parade happen? 1. Confirm the participants. 2. Secure the route. These are the 2 most important things. We needed to confirm who would be participating in the parade and we had to consider their marching positions in the parade. Fortunately, we have rough instructions from Demon King Sama regarding the participants' wishes and their marching positions. My boss has twice confirmed that this order was indeed correct so there shouldn't be any problem. However, it is troubling that the current situation is unambiguous with only a few people, including the representatives, from each village or city where the teleportation gates are located. If possible, we would like to have around 10 from each place. Well, putting our wishes aside, we need to contact the participants. At this point, we only want them to participate unilaterally and it is our job to persuade them to participate. I don't know if it's fair to say but it seems that Shashuato City and Village 5 have already been informed. Well, even if that is the case, we still have to communicate with them again. As for securing the route, I wonder how the parade will be organized in each area. This can't be decided without understanding the wishes of each region, or rather, the current situation. It's good thing we have teleportation gates so we can get there right away. The boss picks some people and assigns them those jobs. I was not chosen. What I was assigned was to manage the invited guests. Parades are held for various purposes, but basically, they are held for the people of the host city. Therefore, the invited guests are also the influential people of the host city. There are some people who are in a place that has nothing to do with the host city and they get angry and say, "What the heck is wrong with you for not calling us for the parade?" For my part, I would like to say that they don't have to get involved in such a troublesome matter, but it's true that it would feel like they were alienating them if we don't invite them. I understand how you feel. Even so, I want you to think about the size of the Demon King's kingdom. The Demon King's kingdom is about half of the world. Some contacts will even take 6 months before the reply arrives. In this case, even if I send them a notice and invitation to the parade, there is a high possibility that by the time we receive their replies, the parade is already over. In that case, I think it is better not to send them a notice and invitation to the parade, but I can't do that. As I mentioned earlier, they might feel alienated if they don't receive any invitations. What should I do then? I think the best thing to do is to contact the influential people in each area and ask them to restrain them. It would be best if the local authorities would appease those who are disgruntled by saying something like, "We received an order that a parade was to be held in the royal capital, but it was decided so suddenly, though we wanted you to participate, you won't be able to make it in time. We are very sorry about that, but the Demon King is concerned about your well-being." Yeah, that sounds good. The problem is that Demon King Sama would have to apologize, but this should round up this problem. I hope. Only if Demon King Sama agrees. Let's ask Demon King Sama if it can be done. There will be those who'll complain, but it's the safest plan that can be settled in just a few years. A few days later, a report came into the parade organizing committee that caused tremor among everyone. The number of participants from Shashuato City exceeded 1,500. The number of participants from Village 5 was 2,000. The expected number of participants is 3,000. This parade is supposed to last half a day, right? More than 5,000 will travel through the teleportation gates. That's different from 5,000 soldiers. How much effort do you think it will take to get an average person to line up and move? Refuse. Narrow down the number of participants. The reporter replied to the angry parade organizing committee mob in a low voice. Demon King Sama has instructed us to accept all participants from all parts of the country, especially those who are from Shashuato City and Village 5. The parade organizing committee turned into an anti-Demon King committee for a moment, but their respective loyalties held them together. Loyalty is great. I'm something of a loyal myself, and I've only discovered it just now. I think Demon King Sama is very happy that I have a wife and a daughter. The parade is now a several-day event. Securing places for the participants to sleep, toilets, etc. was added to my job. I also have to think about food for the participants. Just thinking about all of these made my head ache. A new report came into the committee while I was massaging my head. The number increased further. I'm not surprised anymore. No, that's not the Eto. It's what? Say it. They say dragons and wyverns will join the parade. Desu. I see. I don't know how Demon King Sama did it, but dragons and wyverns will be flying in the sky, right? Isn't that a good thing? Also, do we need to prepare for the food of dragons and wyverns? We better check up our food inventory. I'm told that we don't need to worry about their food. However, I heard that the wyverns will fly but the dragons will walk. Why? It's a parade, they want to march. Desu. Eto. Do you know how wide the dragons are? I don't know the details, but I think the width of the route we selected might not be wide enough. My colleagues who were securing the routes screamed. I don't work on routes, but I did not rejoice, because the increased workload on the other team will be passed on us. Also, I am certain that this won't be the last. Something similar would happen again. Question: who will negotiate with the dragons? The leader, as expected, did not assign anyone. It's great that no one will be assigned with something impossible, but if things continue as they are, the parade will be in jeopardy. We can't refuse to allow the dragons to participate in the parade since it's the order of Demon King Sama. Therefore, we can only comply. Since we comply, we need information. How many will participate? How many steps will they take? And how wide should the path be? The width of the path is a big issue. Without knowing this, it is impossible to determine the route. If determining the route is impossible, security plans and spectator guidance plans can't be made. This is the worst case scenario where time is short and we can't do anything. If we can negotiate, we can suggest some countermeasures like preparing a special route. Trouble. A heavy atmosphere is hanging over the committee. However, there was hope. No, hope came itself. It indeed came to us. A colleague of mine saw them walking in front of the committee building we were renting and cried a river to take them in. He managed to deceive. Let's be honest. He met them and brought them here politely. I only hope. The Beastkins Golsama, Silsama, and Brinsama. The reasons why they are our only hope. First, they can converse. Well, you think anyone can just converse, don't you? Don't make fun of conversations. It is quite common for people to speak the same language and not be able to communicate. Yes, it's true. Sadly, however, they can converse. And they can even use the noble language. They can read the air too. Wonderful. Second, they are married to certain people. Golsama and Silsama married a number of great and noble ladies. Brinsama's partner is a commoner, but Brinsama's bond with Golsama and Silsama is very strong. In other words, the three of them are connected to nobles. Having connections is a great thing. In a world where it is common to have to wait several days just to meet someone, they are capable of skipping the waiting part to meet anyone. Amazing. I feel sorry for those who need to wait, especially for me who's in charge of that now. Demon King Sama marked this task as top priority. And yet, those rank-obsessed fuckers won't meet with us right away. Ah, what did I just say? Calm down. Yes, calm down. Using foul language will give them the right to question our dignity. Keep it classy. Their presence is very helpful, especially for those careless people who don't understand the importance of this matter and are only concerned about their own faces. Their connection with great nobles will make us meet and negotiate with them right away. No, I can't stand it. I've told them multiple times that it's top priority, and now they're putting us behind just because their son's wife's brother's child's friend came over. Go to hell, motherfuckers. Cough. Finally, these three, they understand how civil servants work. And they know it too well. They don't think it's okay to hit anyone. They know what it means to set things up and put things in place. They understand politics and factions. They don't make fun of civil servants. They are wonderful people. Incidentally, there is a rumor that the Defense Minister, General Glatz, Finance Minister, Husama, Domestic Affairs Minister, Randan Sama, and Foreign Affairs Minister, Count Chrome, are secretly fighting for these three men, but the truth is unknown. However, they are currently directly under Demon King Sama. We are opposed to the monopolization of excellent resources. Now, we only need to drag our hopes to our ranks. We must ask for their cooperation. This is a negotiation we can't fail. Our leader. He went out to negotiate alone. He began apologizing for bringing them here and explaining the current situation. Then, he asked for their cooperation. At the stage of explaining the current situation, the three of them agreed immediately. Why? No, we are thankful, but aren't you being too hasty? We haven't even said anything about the compensation. Working for free is unacceptable. Everything must be rewarded accordingly. With the cooperation of the three, the activities of the parade organizing committee became more active. The three of them also took charge of the negotiations with the dragons, which was a major problem. They were very helpful. Of course, we will not just push them around. We provided them with all-out support. There are some things that they can't decide on their own. However, it's amazing that they were able to learn the number of dragons participating in the parade, how they will march, and how wide they are in just half a day. They were practicing when you visited. Marching practice. Yes. I see. Let's just say everyone should be thankful that they are motivated. Yeah, we'll prepare in the event that they suddenly feel not participating. However, the width. Yeah, there's no way every one of them can go through the teleportation gates. Also, there's a possibility that they'll trample houses and such during the parade. As originally planned, we will need to have the dragons take their own route. Also, will the smaller dragons pass through the teleportation gates? What should we do then? I'm sorry for troubling the three of you, but I'd like to reconfirm this matter. You've already discussed it with them? Really? If they can't march with the main group, they'll go to their dedicated route. In other words, they would march with the main group and split with them when necessary. That would be helpful. However, the dragons will not go through the teleportation gates but will fly. I see. Well, no matter how fast we are, it will indeed take time for everyone to move through the gates. The dragons will use that time to fly from one gate to another. I see. Not a bad idea. It's like combining the exclusive route plan to the original plan. Very good. I'm glad. I'm really glad. I felt a sense of freedom, as if a big rock blocking the way had been removed. We are very lucky to have the three work with us. HNN, you have a question? I don't mind even if it's trivial. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Let me hear it. What is the name of the parade organizing committee? You thought the words organizing and committee are interchangeable? TN. The words they are referring to are, holding a meeting, and, execution committee. So, the three are saying that the committee might be misunderstood as a committee for a meeting and not a committee that does things. That's what you're looking at? Don't worry. There's a good reason for that. It also means making the impossible possible. That right. It's a committee that organize the impossible. Just don't tell anyone. Village 5 residents Poff. Before dawn, at the shrine built in the mountain northeast of Village 5, many people had gathered on either side of the road that stretches from the closed main gate of the shrine. I was one of them. I am a beastkin living in Village 5. I used to be an adventurer before I came to Village 5, but now, I'm working as a guide in Village 5. No, not that shady kind of guide. It's a legitimate business licensed by the village council. My job is to show newcomers and merchants unfamiliar attractions and sights of the village. Well, most of the time, all I have to do is show them the Raymond Street or the underground shopping street. However, it's not as easy a job as it sounds because I have to explain a lot of things to them. I also have to take care of the customers I'm guiding so they won't get into trouble. The latest problem I'm experiencing is that customers are always asking to meet 5kun. 5kun is so popular that he is invited to many places in Village 5. Even those who live in Village 5 find it difficult to know where 5kun is. Of course, it's difficult for me too. However, since I am asked to look for him, I have to do it. It's really hard. If I'm lucky, I would be able to shake hands with 5kun. Unfortunately, the reason I'm outside before dawn is not because of work. Private affair. To be precise, I've been waiting here since last night, not just before dawn. And so do the people around. Cold is not a problem. It is warm enough and there's a first aid station in case anyone gets sick. There is no need to worry about food or drink either. A short distance away, there is a plethora of stalls selling food and drinks. They have prices but we don't have to worry about paying them. The kingdom will take care of all payments. However, if we binge eat and drink, we will be looked at with freezing eyes by those around us and we're afraid of what will happen later. Well, there is no one who would do something that stupid. I can confidently say that absolutely no one would dare. After all, the parade of the Demon King's kingdom is about to take place. Preparations for the parade began in the middle of winter. Well, to put it simply, it is a festival. Because it's a festival, it is normal that even good-natured people might cause trouble but no one would dare this time. The trouble is already over. Yeah, it has already put an end to. That was 5 days ago. The dry run of the parade. 3 dragons were walking side by side. I don't know much about dragons but they seem to be impure dragons. It is not widely known but dragons are not that rare in Village 5. They often land near the village. In some cases, they even land directly at the village. They are recognized as beings that will not harm anyone as long as we don't do something stupid. Once again, this is not widely known. It's an unspoken knowledge. 3 dragons. They were quite powerful but I was not afraid of them because they were walking in line. It was also significant that Yuko-sama was standing on top of the head of the first dragon. These dragons were fine. The problem was the about 3-meter big wolves walking a little behind the dragons. They are called Inferno Wolves. I heard that even one of these wolves was strong enough to destroy an entire city. I couldn't imagine how strong the dragons were, but I could imagine how powerful these wolves are. For some reason, I could. And there were 10 of them. Those who were watching the dry run were in a state of confusion. Many even fainted. The place immediately fell into chaos. I fainted too. I found myself seeing a ceiling I don't recognize. I was scared. Terribly scared. It's the kind of fear that purely came from instincts. Who can remain calm in the face of that? Not me. I wanted to shout, "What were you thinking putting such dangerous creatures in a parade?" In fact, I did. However, now I know I was wrong. Why? Because I had staged a catastrophe and I had seen how depressed the Inferno Wolves became. I saw their big bodies curled up with sad faces. Those Inferno Wolves didn't want to scare us. They were just practicing for the parade. They were walking in line. They didn't attack us. It was us who got frightened on our own and even complained. I reflected. I tried to oust them just because I was scared of them. They are friends since they came here to make the parade a success. Those who are here now are those who thought so too. Thus, there is no way there will be trouble. Everyone's prepared. Incidentally, Yuko-sama has ordered that those with weak hearts, sick, pregnant, and those who are suspected of being pregnant are not allowed to watch the parade, including the dry run. I think that's a perfect decision. The dead are unnecessary for the parade. As I was thinking about that, I heard a faint sound of a bell ringing. Was it my imagination? No, this time I heard it clearly. The sound of bells echoed in the dark sky. The people around must have heard it too. The ringing grew louder. But soon, it became quiet. It was because everyone sensed that the parade was about to begin. There is something flying in the night sky that's ringing the bell. A big bird. And it's on fire. Isn't that a legendary bird? Phoenix. The phoenix has a big bell on its feet. It's ringing the bell and it's heading this way. No, toward the main gate of the shrine. Is it going to hit it? When everyone around thought so, the phoenix stopped suddenly in midair, flapped its wings, and headed up the sky. As we looked up to follow the phoenix, the light of dawn illuminated our surroundings. Then, The main gate of the shrine slowly opened with a heavy thud. The parade was about to begin. Village 5 residents Poff. At the beginning of the parade are 2 heavily armed knights in full plate armor on horseback, walking side by side. Each of the 2 knights holds a sword in front of his chest with both hands. The sword of the knight on right glows white while the sword of the knight on the left glows black. Glows black? What's going on here? Mama, even if I don't know, it is obvious that it's mystical. The 2 knights must be the leaders of the parade. Their faces are completely hidden under their helmets so we can't tell who they are, but we can tell their ability with just a glance. They are holding their swords using both of their hands. In short, they are not even holding the reins of their horses. Nevertheless, they are walking straight and their swords are not even shaking. I was surprised that such knights existed in the Demon King's kingdom. However, why are they hiding their faces? Normally, if you join in a parade like this, you will show your face to sell yourself. There is also nothing in their full plate armor to indicate their house or title. The only thing we could tell was that it was finely decorated and looked expensive. Following the 2 knights were the pride of the kingdom, the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard is an army directly under the Demon King's command. Of course, they have no weak members. Only the elite of the kingdom can join this army. That's the Royal Guard. It is also very likely that only the most outstanding Royal Guards were chosen to participate in this parade. I checked the flag that the group was carrying. It's the flag of the Royal Guard. There's no doubt that they were the Royal Guard. However, why are they carrying big shields instead of weapons? Everyone except the flag bearer has a shield. Shield big enough to cover their entire bodies. And they are marching with them in front of them, not to the side. Why is that? What does that mean? Moreover, there are not many of them, only around 20. The flag bearer is at the tail end and those with shields are marching in front of him. I don't know enough about parades to comment, but shouldn't the flag bearer be at the front of the group? Besides, the shield bearers all look nervous, as if they are ready to jump out at any moment. And I'm not the only one who noticed the weirdness they are showing. Murmurs can be heard around. The next group who turned off the murmurs was the band. Yep, a band. There are around 50 of them in gorgeous costumes, marching and playing musical instruments. The light music enlivened the crowd of spectators. Those around forgot about the weirdness of the Royal Guard and looked forward to the next group. Following the band is a Demon King. Already? The Demon King came in a roofless carriage. Isn't it too early? Shouldn't there be more groups first? No, it's not that the Demon King shouldn't have been here, but even a layman would feel that the Demon King's turn came too soon. Look, even though the band managed to silence the crowd, they're starting to buzz again and it's even louder. What are they doing? If this continues and nothing is done about it, this parade will end up as a failure, right? The Demon King is waving his hands around with a big smile on his face. But, is this really okay? No, it's too early to panic. Joining this parade is the acting village chief of Village 5, Yuko-sama, who is the pride and joy of Village 5. There's no way she would allow such a sloppy parade. At least that's what I thought. Following the Demon King were the 4 heavenly kings, the pride of the Demon King's kingdom. A carriage ridden by Randen-sama, Minister of Internal Affairs. A carriage ridden by Count Chrome, Minister of External Affairs. A carriage ridden by Husama, Minister of Finance. Where is General Glatz, Minister of Military Affairs? The 4 heavenly kings aren't even complete. While those who were watching were uneasy, those who came next dispelled their uneasiness. 3 beastkins. I know them. They often came to Village 5 to prepare for the parade. They also arranged the dry run. The 3 were astride their horses, waving their hands to the people around them as they rode along. The people around cheered loudly at the sight of some familiar faces. I think it's louder compared to seeing the Demon King earlier. Is this okay? I mean, is it? Following the 3 beastkins are Eto. Who are they? Participants from the towns and villages between Shashuato City and the royal capital. 3 or 4 people from one place are participating, so a group of around 50. I understand that we are puzzled, but is it really my imagination that the people participating in the parade seem to be puzzled as well? Then, the 1st Legion of the Demon King's army, 2nd Legion, 3rd Legion, 4th Legion, 5th Legion, each with around 30 participants. These are the corps that support the front line against the human kingdom. They are not as strong as the Royal Guards, but they are the core of the Demon King's kingdom's army, so they are all quite capable. However, why don't they have swords? The 1st Legions have axes, the 2nd have shovels, the 3rd have saws, the 4th have hammers, and the 5th have sickles. They are also lightly armored. No, they're not even wearing armor. They are in normal military uniforms. To be honest, I think everyone will be convinced if they say that they're going to cultivate the forest. Is it a consideration to not intimidate the parade goers? If so, it might be considered a success, but personally, I would like to some strong-looking individuals. Perhaps it was because I was thinking that way that my wish was granted. Village 5 residents. Poff. A little late from the 5th Legion came a group of bearskins led by the living sword god, Gulf Sama. Those who were watching cheered loudly. You could see that the atmosphere of the parade had changed. A band of high elves followed. Then, several spectators collapsed but were quickly taken to the first aid station. As expected, after seeing the real deal. Inferno wolves. It's alright. I'm not scared. I'm going to watch their gallant figure. Or so I thought. There are a lot of them. By a lot I really meant a lot. Yeah, more than you think. Not 10. There were at least 200. They were neatly lined up so it was easy to count them. I'm like, what the hell is this? No voices rose from around me. Everyone just watches silently as the Inferno wolves marched by. As if to rebuke me, angels and harpies flew through the sky. And those angels and harpies were armed. They were flying at a high altitude so I could not see them clearly, but they were equipped with golden weapons. I thought they were beautiful but the older ones screamed and panicked. Right, we had that kind of history with the angels. From all over the place, I can hear, "It's alright." The angels are on our side shout but they didn't seem to be heard by those who had panicked. They are looking for something to use as weapons. Not panicking but calm. The people guarding the parade came over and told them to calm down. They were seized. Looks like they are forcibly taken to the first aid station. Thanks for your hard work. And even with all that chaos, the parade continues. Following the angels and harpies came a group of devils. These guys are not just any devils, they are ancient devils. The same ancient devils that were said to have ruled the world. Why are they here? Why are there so many of them around me? There was even more confusion compared to when the angels showed up. I'm confused too. History says that the devils rose to power because they overthrew the ancient devils but there's no way that's true. The ancient devils simply disappeared of their own accord. After that, the devils took over. Everyone knows that. Why are the ancient devils participating in this parade? Does it mean that the Demon King has subjugated the ancient devils? Is this an unveiling? Could it be that the angels too? Is that why this parade is being held? Looking closely at the ancient devils, I saw a familiar face leading the group. Prada-san. Yeah, it's Prada-san. Prada-san is an ancient devil. While I was trying to figure out why the angels and ancient devils were in the parade, a strong vibration forced me to stop thinking. Dragons. The gigantic dragon, which could not pass through the main gate of the shrine, flew and landed at the foot of the mountain where the shrine is located. The impact of its landing was the cause of that strong vibration. Come to think of it, dragons also participate in the parade. I didn't even think of that. I froze. I forgot to breathe. Dragons. One dragon is terrifying enough and yet there are more than a dozen of them. Each of them was stronger than the dragons we had seen during the dry run. Overwhelmingly more powerful. I don't know how strong they are but I feel that the dragons at the dry run are children in comparison. There is such a difference in strength, and with a glance, you'll know that they are an opponent you can never win against. They are not of the same caliber as living creatures. Am I even allowed to stare at them? Do I have to kneel? I think I should but I can't move. I can't even lift a finger. I never felt so closer to death than this moment. Living never felt this much. What's this? God? So the dragons in front of me are gods? Tears started to flow from my eyes. It seems I have been moved by their overwhelming presence. There is a dragon with a lot of heads. A little scary. It is bigger than other dragons. There is also the dragon who sometimes comes to Village 5. They waved at us but I couldn't move due to their godliness. Who would have thought they would be this friendly? What is even happening? I just watched the dragons march off in silence with tears streaming down my face. I was torn between splitting it up or putting it together, but I decided to split it up. Sorry for the inconvenience. Also, one more thing. Some people say that this would be the last arc but it's not. There will be more to come. I hope you'll read it. Thank you very much. Civil Servant Girls. Poff. I am a demoness. I am the daughter of a patriarch of a baron family. After graduating from the Noble Academy, I was supposed to return to my family's fief and get married but the marriage proposal broke off due to my partner's misfortune. I don't even know what the other party looks like so when I heard that he had encountered a mishap, all I could say was, "Oh, I see." I would like them to find a new partner for me but since the engagement broke off due to the other party's misfortune, it would not look good if we look for a new partner so soon. We have to give it some time. However, I couldn't just spend my life idly at my parents' house. I returned to the royal capital and sought work until I could find a new husband. I guess my timing was good. I caught the eye of a bigwig, who scouted me out, and ended up working in Village 5. Currently, I hold the prestigious position of Civil Servant Girl. The senior members of the Civil Servant Girls were all famous names at the Noble Academy, which scared me at first but I soon got used to it because there were scarier beings. A lot actually. I think it is better to say that I'm already numbed with fear rather than getting used to it. Well, either way, It doesn't matter. I'm working as a civil servant girl. I have no complaints. I am now able to go to Big Tree Village, which had been kept secret, and I am able to speak with village chief. I would like to strongly declare, so that there will be no misunderstanding, that I consider myself fortunate to be a member of the civil servant girls. Every day is full of excitement. I am now able to deal with difficulties shoulder to shoulder with people as high as the 4 heavenly kings whom I would not have even thought of conversing with before. If I were to be reserved or anything like that, I wouldn't be able to do it. I am happy to have become a civil servant girl. I am currently watching the opening of the parade in Village 5. I was moved by the fact that Aegis-sama, a phoenix, was able to fly so divinely. I know how hard Aegis-sama has been working. After the parade in Big Tree Village was over, Aegis-sama would come here every night to watch the timing of the sunrise. He also measured the speed of his flight and calculated in detail how he would fly. He worked very hard in the limited time available. Perhaps his efforts paid off. The normally tiny and round Aegis-sama took the form of a giant phoenix. Not only was I surprised but even Eagle-san, who was watching over us. Well, he had to redo the speed calculation though. But I guess that's the charm of it. The parade that began with the flight of Aegis-sama was led by 2 knights. They are Swan-san and Black Swan-san in human forms. This is the result of their request to lead the parade since they were stopped from doing so in the village parade. Well, this is not a problem as the village chief has approved of this. The problem is the swords they were carrying. Originally, they were to have red and blue shining swords, but the girls complained about the color. They said they should be black and white shining swords. Let me be honest here. I don't really care about that. I almost told them to just hold different color swords, but my colleague, who loves classics, strongly resisted and we had an argument. We managed to settle on black and white, but the problem persisted. We had red and blue shining swords because we prepared them in advance, but we don't have black and white shining swords. We bowed to Lu-sama to give us materials, and with the help of the blacksmith, Gut-sama, we hastily made them. It was a rush job. The shining white sword and shining black sword are shining as requested, but they were unstable and in danger of exploding. It's alright, as long as you don't cut anything. It will be fine, said Lu-sama to the production director. We were not sure if we should hand them with dangerous swords, but Swan-san and Black Swan-san insisted that they wouldn't go if they were not holding those swords. Thus, we had to put them in full plate armor for safety. Swan-san was particularly disappointed because her face would be covered, but she wanted to hold the shining white sword more. I guess she has some kind of obsession that I don't understand. I would have liked to see them dressed as men. However, village chief's desire for safety can't be ignored, and I'm sorry for the members of the royal guards who had to march behind them. We asked them to carry shields and be prepared for explosions. This is not to protect their ear. This is to protect those who are watching the parade. There will be time between the impact and the explosion. If you drop your sword and use shield during that time, you should be fine. The angle of the shield is important too. Deflect the impact upward as much as possible. These were the words of Lu-sama, who had conducted an explosion experiment with a prototype sword. If it had been a huge explosion, village chief would not have allowed them to carry them. As a result, the tension at the front of the parade was high. Well, I guess it's better than no tension. Yeah, I think it's okay. Following the band came the great man who piled on recklessness. He has a big smile on his face. Fufafu. I can't help but smile as well. This has no other meaning, I swear. In fact, I know that there are several plans in progress behind the scenes in this parade, and I was only informed yesterday about them. I'm not angry. The 4 who shared hardship with us followed, and then, it was the turn of Cole-san, Sil-san, and Brent-san. Their placement in this parade was a bit of a struggle. They wanted to be near village chief, but Taisel-sama wanted them to be in the front. The 3 of them have their own official positions in the kingdom. Considering their future, she wanted them to be in a position where they could sell their faces in this parade. It's hard to stand out if you're near village chief no matter how hard you try. Thus, it can't be helped. Following the 3 beastkins are representatives of towns and villages between the royal capital and Shashuato city. You looked puzzled, didn't you? They looked frightened too. Have they not been properly explained the reason for their participation or something? We don't want any trouble, so let's check with my colleague. Confirmed. We found the cause. They saw the other participants shortly before the parade started. Almost all of them fainted, and then they were woken up to participate in the parade when it was their turn. I guess so, and I regret that I should have prepared a carriage for them. Carriages were in so short supply that we had to fight over them, so we didn't even have any carriage assigned for them. I thought it would not be a problem since they would only be walking. Let's pick some carriages we have secured in Village 5 and arrange for them to be able to ride them somewhere. From the looks of it, it will be hard for them to walk the route planned in Village 5. In any case, I want them to hang in there until the carriages arrive. Following them in their bewilderment are the regular army, the pride of the Demon King's kingdom. Almost all of them are in the commanding class, but Are they okay? I feel like they've been too relaxed because there hasn't been any battle for a while now. Well, I wouldn't worry about that. The regular army people are equipped with farming tools, not weapons. Axe is a weapon, but its original use is to cut down trees. These are appeals to show that the Demon King's kingdom is following Big Tree Village. This is because they were not lent a banner of the Big Tree Village. They had no choice. By the way, no one told Village Chief about it. What Village Chief thinks of this is up to him. I will not say anything unnecessary myself. I'm a civil servant girl after all. Civil servant girls poff. The parade continues. Gulf Sama and his fellow beastkins appeared on the scene. They are incredibly popular, and I feel an overwhelming sense of relief. Perhaps because I know the efforts Gulf Sama and his team have gone through. They had been practicing hard. The beastkins behind Gulf Sama were not inferior to the others. Yeah. Is it just my imagination? I feel like the parade has finally started. The next are the group of high elves led by Ryusama. They are very stable. A few spectators fell over though. They seem to be elves. Are they immigrants from the Elf Empire? I hear they have a feud with the high elves. I am relieved to hear that the first aid responders are on their way. Then came Kuro-san and his pack of Inferno wolves. It's a spectacular sight. Their practice has paid off, hasn't it? I did not participate that time, but I heard that the dry run was nothing but a disaster for them. The Inferno wolves who participated in it were quite depressed to the point that Village Chief had to console them. I don't mean to say this, but the depressed Inferno wolves were very adorable. Is that the reason why the spectators were watching the march of the Inferno wolves like parents watching their own children? Well, some spectators were overwhelmed by their numbers. This is not even the full force of Big Tree Village. There are more of them. I hope you get used to it. Following the Kuro-san's pack are the Flying Angels and Harpies. Yeah, their formation is beautiful. As expected of the Angels, the Harpies were not lacking in ability, but they were flying in support of the Angels, so they did not stand out much. It is a bit of a waste though, if you know what I mean. However, the Harpies themselves seem to not want to stand out. There is a commotion where the spectators are. They seem to be panicking when they saw the Flying Angels and Harpies. And it seems like it's not just one or two who have panicked, but a good number of them. The first aid responders are doing a great job. That demon who panicked. He broke a branch of a nearby tree and manually turned it into an improvised spear and threw it toward the Angels. Like Village Chief. It seems like the first aid responder can't stop him alone, so the security team is rushing in. I'm sorry. Please hang in there. Also, there is someone in the back trying to cast magic. Please take care of that one too. By the way, there is no damage to the Angels or the Harpies. The spear thrown and the magic casted were blocked by the Harpies. Don't try to throw the spear back. Please just take it with you and move on. Kudel-sama, don't look at him as if you've found someone to bomb. Please fly higher in the sky. After the Angels and Harpies are a group of ancient devils. Is it instinct of demons to be afraid of them? It is only my classics-loving colleagues who are willing to contact them. The ancient devils are living witnesses of history. It is not unusual to see my classics-loving colleagues to go and talk to Bulga-san, Stefano-san, and Gucci-san whenever they have a change in Big Tree Village. Recently, we have also gained new partners in the form of Versa-sama and Hermes-sama. I must concentrate on the parade. The one who's leading them is Prada-san. She is a maid working in Village 5. She is at the front because as an ancient devil, she has the ability to not scare people around her. She is using magic to lower the intimidation effect of ancient devils lined up behind her, which gave her the honor of being the leader she is supposed to be using. Why are they still scary? Was Prada-san's magic weak, or is the intimidating effect of those behind her were unbelievably high? There wasn't a problem at the parade in Big Tree Village, right? I sent a sign to Prada-san asking her what's wrong, but what I received was a behind reply. Behind? Is there a problem with the ancient devils behind her? No, they don't. The ancient devils are also watching their backs. The beings that the ancient devils are wary of. Next to the ancient devils are the dragons. Dors-sama's group came in full of godliness, with the morning sun in the background. It looks as if they came from the sun. Eto, why are they going all out? Didn't we talk about holding back at the meeting? It is true that you were told each of you is the star of the show. Let's shine during the preparation, but that wasn't asking you to physically shine. Who's putting up that backlight? Please. Don't do that because it makes the sun hazy. Also, the audience are all overwhelmed. You don't want to be worshipped, do you? What can we even do with this? This is an emergency. I will contact my colleagues nearby and find out why the dragons are acting like this. Hichiru-sama is very excited. Reimaru-sama is very pleased seeing Hichiru-sama like that. Gararu-sama is pleased too. In other words, Hichiru-sama was happy and Reimaru-sama and Gararu-sama were pulled by that. If that is the case, Then Gira-sama and Guren-sama should have been pulled by Gararu-sama, right? That's right. It seems like Gira-sama and Guren-sama were having so much fun seeing Gararu-sama happy. Aren't they together at the parade in the village? I think it's largely due to the fact that they're in an unfamiliar territory. So basically, they feel like they're on a family outing. I kind of understand it. However, we can't leave it like this. For now, please instruct the leader, Dors-sama, to restrain them. I'm sorry, he ignored me. He said it's already impossible to stop Reimaren-sama when she's like that. Arg, where are Hakuren-sama and Rasuti-sama? Well, you know, those two were a little tired from raising their children, so what about it? They're taking this chance to have a blast. I see. I have no experience having or raising children, but it seems like a lot of work just by looking at them. More than that, they seem happy. No, that's not the time for that. Eto, what can we do to keep the dragons in check? Considering the dragons' relationship, it's pointless to ask the males. No male dragon has the guts to hold back the female dragons. So, it's the ladies. Or not. Why are the ladies, who usually play the role of calm and restraining, so out of sync? Are they so happy to be able to work with someone they have feelings for? That would mean you're easy though. Ranonun-sama, who plays an active role in situations like this, is currently staying at Big Tree Village. As for Helsenach-sama, it is impossible to ask her to give her opinion to her parents and grandparents, right? Understood. I shouldn't say it's impossible. It's just that Ranonun-sama, who can say it, is awesome. However, this means I could only ask Village Chief. Village Chief is next, so we can't bother him. We have to do something about it on our own then. In the meantime, please continue to send signals to Dors-sama, and also to Doraemon-sama. No, Doraemon-sama sent a message. From his side? Did he think of a countermeasure? As expected of the gatekeeper dragon, he said send someone to give signals that's not female. He said he's already scared of how his wife, Grafalun-sama, is looking at him. Calm down. Take 3 deep breaths before shouting. I'm so envious of you and your wife's happy marriage. But I digress. The misfortune of my marriage partner, who was just a cover to stop the engagement. He didn't want to marry me, so he eloped with his childhood friend. Right. I was not attached to him nor was interested in him. As a result, I should probably be grateful because it is the reason I managed to become a civil servant girl. Honestly speaking, I feel bad. You don't like me, even though we haven't even met? So, I took a picture with the face of my runaway groom and looked at it over and over again. Yes, I looked at it again and again. I can't hit the wrong person, right? Foo. Of course, I also practiced hitting well. I've been receiving instructions from Gulf-sama and the angels, so I hope that he is among the spectators watching this parade. I can hit you with everything I have and feel right now. Demon King's Kingdom's intelligence agents POF. The parade is going well. I guess they have given it a lot of thought before reporting. A pleasant thoughtfulness too. My eyes are tearing. Even so, I wish this report is accurate, because a wrong report leads to a wrong decision. My name is Gijabal Rabara. I am a member of the secret agency that quietly exists in the Demon King's Kingdom. I have a good number of subordinates. Incidentally, my father is the chief of the secret agency and my mother is the chief of staff. My little brother and sister are also executives of the intelligence service. We seem to be a family of secret agents, but there is a reason for this. This is because the intelligence agency of the kingdom has always been treated coldly. The secret service does not gather good information. It doesn't return enough for the budget allocated. It should be destroyed immediately. Such voices were said without even bothering hiding it. As for me, I wanted to say, it is your problem if you can't use the information we've gathered. We don't have much budget in the first place, and there's no point in trying to destroy us since we're about to go out of business. Fortunately, the agency continued to exist under the patronage of nobles who understood the importance of the existence of the agency. However, the treatment did not improve. Therefore, the intelligence agency craved for results. If we were successful, we would not have to worry about the cost of our activities and personnel. However, in intelligence, number is strength. There is no way an intelligence agency that is treated coldly could attract people. We had no choice but to get our own people involved, and this is just what happened. I was one of those involved. If I could, I would have joined the Royal Guards, which is a very active and spectacular force. Well, recently Count Grom has invested a lot of money in the intelligence agency, so we have been able to operate much more and get more results, and we are no longer treated coldly too. It is gradually improving to a good place to work. I can't be more grateful to Count Grom. Presently, I'm in Shashuato City for my job. I'm at an open place on the outskirts of the city. Spectators are gathering there to watch the parade. I'm one of the people guiding them. What's going on? Where's the intelligence? Is that what you think? Me too. In fact, a few days ago, The parade organizing committee cried for help because they were short on staff. I couldn't say no because there were many civil officials who had helped me when the intelligence agency was treated coldly. In the meantime, we have our own work to do. In this world, we need to help each other. Yeah, mutual help. With that in mind, I was guiding the parade spectators. The parade is going smoothly. I heard that there was some confusion in Village 5, but it seems to be going well. I'm glad to hear that. It seems like quite a few residents of Village 5 took part in the parade, but most of them did not come to Shashuato City. It is because it is unmanageable. No, it is physically impossible. It will take several days just to let them pass through the teleportation gate. There is also the problem of where to eat and rest after passing through. Therefore, the residents of Village 5 participated only in Village 5. The same is true here in Shashuato City. The residents of Shashuato City will participate in the parade, but only in Shashuato City. I have been informed by the parade organizing committee that this has been negotiated. As expected, the governor and the face officer will be there until the end of the parade. While I was thinking about this, a loud vibration shook the ground. It was the dragons. They seemed to have flown from Village 5. The vibration was the impact of their landing. I had heard that the dragons will not use the teleportation gate but will move to the next destination via flying, so I've already expected this. Well, they are quite big and their majesty is astonishing. From the backs of several dragons, angels fly off. I instinctively grabbed my weapon but managed to calm myself down before attacking them. The angels are also participants of this parade. They are our allies. I was ashamed that I had taken up weapons even though I had been told before. However, weren't angels supposed to use the teleportation gate to move around? Looking at it closely, you will see that there are also harpies on the backs of the dragons. Was there a problem in using the teleportation gate? No, it's the other way around. In order to avoid problems, they must have traveled on the dragon's back. As if to confirm my prediction, the angels and harpies are moving to their pre-arranged waiting area. There doesn't seem to be any trouble. Good. It was not the time for me to be stunned either. The appearance of the dragons and angels made the audience confused. I had to control them. I continued to speak out and lead the audience to calm down. However, the audience did not calm down. This was not my fault. It's the dragons' fault. Instead of moving to the waiting area, the dragons took an unexpected action. They lined up side by side toward Shashuato City. In other words, all the dragons were facing Shashuato City. Why? What are they doing? I have a bad feeling about this. Thud. The dragons started walking toward Shashuato City, all of them at once, as if they timed it perfectly. Don't tell me they're going to go straight to Shashuato City. Are they going to completely ignore the parade route? Ugh. This is a lie. I suddenly had a vision of Shashuato City burning. Shashuato City completely destroyed. Shashuato City is not just a city. It is a very important economic city of the kingdom. Burnt to the ground, the kingdom will be shaken. No, wait. Will the damage be limited to Shashuato City? It could go all the way to the royal capital, and my out-of-this-world imagination was drowned by a loud, heavy popping sound. Popping sound? What is that sound? The source of the sound was the dragons. Dragons' fingers to be exact. They were marching toward Shashuato City while snapping their fingers in rhythm, and sometimes one would step forward and do a solo play. No way. That's snap walking while snapping your fingers? Oi, what a joke. Are the dragons going to do a mana check on the residents of Shashuato City? As a noble of the Demon King's kingdom, I know what the dragons are doing. At the same time, I also understand what needs to be done. Yes, we must line up in front of the dragons and fight back. But I can't even move my body against those dragons. But who'll go if not me? My body is trembling in a pitiful way. Can't move. I can't move. In my despairing ears, I heard a light snapping of fingers. The sound was small, but I heard it loud and clear. It was the snapping of the fingers of a lone demon, blocking the march of dragons. That demon was the pride of Shashuato City, a demon of the Demon King's kingdom. Governor Ifrus. I'm not a talented man, but I'll be your opponent. Bring it on, dragons. On the outskirts of Shashuato City, a contest began between the dragons and Governor Ifrus. The crowd cheered. I, too, raised my arms, which had somehow become mobile, and shouted, "Good luck, Governor Ifrus. I am one of the angels who recently arrived in Big Tree Village. I came to Shashuato City to take part in the parade." Before I knew it, there was already a battle between the dragons and Governor Ifrus. What's happening? At the waiting area of the parade, Malbat Sama, the angel chief, called us together. Then, she pointed to the match between the dragons and Governor Ifrus and says with a little scary look on her face, "The one who induced them to do that, raise your hand." I didn't raise their hand. I was not the one who induced them to do that. I looked around and saw no one raising her hand. Good. I'll rephrase it. Those who did something to induce them in some way but didn't expected that to happen. Raise your hand. Safe. Yeah, I'm still safe. I didn't say anything strange. First of all, I won't think of something so dangerous like trying to manipulate the dragons. It would be like jumping into magma completely naked. I did not induce them. Thus, I didn't raise my hand. I look around. Several of us had raised their hands and were caught. Idiots desuni. I was thinking, how are they going to get punished, but it seems like Malbit-sama is listening to their defense. As you saw, Dors-sama and the others were scolded by the civil servant girls for doing whatever they want in Village 5. Seeing Dors-sama and others reflecting on what they had done, I told them they should be more friendly in Shashuato City. I told them adapting to their culture makes you more approachable. And there you have it. I see. This is not so much of an inducement. They won't get killed. Or so I thought. But Malbit-sama doesn't look so lenient. Dors-sama and the others are ancient dragons. There is no way this is going to happen with just those words. I think you're hiding some important information. Say it. One of the captives, perhaps no longer can hold on under Malbit-sama's pressure, said. Hichiru-sama was listening that time too. Doesn't that mean they used Hichiru-sama to manipulate the ancient dragons? In other words, those girls over there will later be dealt with by Dors-sama and Reimaran-sama. Would it be enough to turn in those who were captured? It's not like all angels are jointly liable, right? Wait. We're in the middle of the parade. I can still run away, right? As I thought of that, Malbit-sama said a very small murmur. Those who'll run away will be reported as the culprit. Eto. Malbit-sama? Did she say that in a small voice because she wanted some to escape? Are you trying to sacrifice the escapee? I stopped my plan of running away and looked around. About half of us tried to immediately escape, but it seemed like Malbit-sama murmur had reached their ears. Now, everyone's standing as if nothing happened. TSK. A countermeasure meeting has started. For now, looking at the bright side, the dragons seem to be enjoying themselves. Hichiru-sama is in a really good mood. This is a good defensive material. As for the not so bright side, Mayo-san, who works in Shashuato City, is holding her near us. That's because Governor Ifris stood in front of the dragons. Mayo-san said she could not have foreseen this situation. No, well, you could have predicted it. Governor Ifris is struggling. He's not taking a step back against the dragons. I'm not sure of the rules, but from the gist of it, 3 dragons, Domain-sama, Quan-sama, and Grafaloon-sama, have been defeated by Governor Ifris and were lying down. Also, some people are dancing with Governor Ifris to help him. Some of them are Governor Ifris subordinates and teachers of the Ifris Academy. I could tell by the cheering voices of the audience. So, what shall we do? If we are optimistic, the dragons won't care about the angels. They will let us off the hook, thinking that there is no way ancient dragons can be manipulated by lowly angels. Hakuran-sama and Rasuti-sama will intercede. Since Hichiru-sama is happy, the result is good and they will not blame us. There are those possibilities. If we are pessimistic, the dragons will come to annihilate the angels after the parade. That is the most likely scenario. Thinking about it more will only scare me. Let's stop. Emma, from the way the dragons are living in Big Tree Village, it is possible that they will forgive us after a strong retaliation. Let's believe they would. Few suggestions. Why don't we leave the fate of the angels in the hands of Tear-sama and Taisel-sama while everyone else escapes? I thought it's a good idea, but it was rejected. Then, I was glared at by Ruincha-sama and Reginlef-sama. Scary. Then, can't we rely on Village Chief? If it's Village Chief, he can do something about it. I wasn't able to finish what I was saying because I was beaten up by Ruincha-sama and Reginlef-sama. You can't bother Village Chief. Understood. The meeting was contentious. An opinion will be expressed and will be denied, then another opinion will be said that will be denied too. All of us were aware that the discussion was not progressing at all, but we were at a loss for countermeasures until a civil servant girl rushed up to us. Kuro-san's pack is about to make their move. Please get ready. Get ready? Right, for the parade. That's what we're waiting here for, the parade in Shashuato City. It slipped my mind. But that, no, I hate to say it, but I said that to the civil servant girl who came to us and pointed at the battle between the dragons and Governor Ifris. Is it okay to leave that alone? It's alright. Village Chief has already gone there. Eto, we already warned them in Village 5 and now they're still going at it in Shashuato City. I think the dragons need to be punished. The civil servant girl said so with a smiling face but not with smiling eyes. Seeing this, the angels silently lined up and prepared for our cue. We must not disturb the progress of the parade any further. The hearts of the angels present here were united. All that remained was to do our best in the parade. Yes, let's think about the details after it's all over. Perhaps everyone shares this idea. Civil servant girl, Village Chief has already gone there. Angel, won't that cause trouble for Village Chief? Ruincha, it's an honor to see Village Chief in action. Reginlef, as expected, a Village Chief. Angel, I suggested that earlier and you beat me up. Ruincha, It's not good for us to be the cause of trouble. Reg in Liv, I agree. Angel, A. The parade. The parade will proceed in Village 5 and those who have finished their turn will move to Shashuato City. After a certain amount of people have accumulated in Shashuato City, the parade will restart in Shashuato City. Mana check of the dragons and Governor Ifrus. Think of it as a sport with hard to understand rule that is popular in the Demon King's kingdom. My turn in Village 5 is over. The carriage I'm riding in was supposed to merge automatically, transform, and run, but after 3 failures in the preliminary safety check experiments, it was scrapped. The carriage was to be pulled by unicorns and the merger and transformation were to be done manually by Gillums. The mountain elves, who had been so enthusiastic about the merger and transformation, were extremely depressed. The intelligence boxes, who had been cooperating with them in various ways, were also disappointed. Well, personally, I thought the manual transformations and the mergers by the Gillums were not bad. It's like a pit stop at a car race. The audience were also amazed. I guess it wasn't bad. Yeah, I arrived at Shashuato City through the gate that leads from Village 5 to Shashuato City. Well, the gate is located on the outskirts of the city, so it's hard to say that I arrived at Shashuato City. And just as I was about to move to the waiting area in the carriage, I saw Dawes and the others dancing. Looking at it closely, I can see Dawes' group of a dozen dancing in front of Governor Ifrus. There are also audiences. What's this? A dance battle? No. That gesture is so what? Is that a parade performance? I looked at the civil servant girl near the carriage and she smiled at me and spoke. Sorry to bother you, but could you please stop Dawes-sama and the others? If you don't, it will affect the progress of the parade. In other words, Dawes and the others are doing things on their own. I have not received any reports of any action being taken. I see. Sorry. I'll stop them. I got off the carriage and headed to Dawes and the others. I could have taken the carriage, but the carriage is going through a maintenance check at the waiting area. Besides, the unicorns who were pulling the carriage looked a little uncomfortable about going there. I had no choice. I ran up to Dawes and the others. Neither Gulf, Dagger, nor Reginlef are with me because they are participating in the parade. However, that doesn't mean I don't have any escort. There were 4 high elves who were not participating in the parade but were nearby, acting as my guards. Earlier, the 4 were unarmed, ready to move at any moment, but now, 2 of them are holding flags. They say it's to make it easier to know who I am. Right. If I'm alone, no one can tell who I am. And then, following the 4 high elves, Azura, who had left the parade line when it noticed that I had gotten off the carriage, chased after us. Azura was in the parade as the representative of the hot spring area. The ghost knights and the lions had declined, saying that the village parade was enough, and as for Azura, it followed. I heard that it enjoyed the parade in the village. It was eager to participate in the parade outside the village. However, even I could tell that it would scare the parade spectators outside the village in its current state. Therefore, Azura is currently wearing fine clothes which hide the bones as much as possible. For its head, it was supposed to wear a full-face helmet, but the fine clothes and full-face helmet contrast each other that just by looking you'll feel a sense of discomfort. Because of that, it was forced to wear a wide-brimmed hat and 3 masks. I think it's less scary now. If only you wouldn't notice the body size and the number of hands and feet. Dawes and the others noticed me running up to them. They had no crap expressions on their faces. Hakuran and Rasuti turned their heads away from me. I guess Hichiru is the only one who's enjoying it. Darame was doing a sharp break dance, probably his solo part, and didn't notice me. He seems to have noticed me. His movements became stiff. When I tried to call out to them, someone stopped me. It's Governor Ifrus. Wait a minute. It's currently the 6th turn in the 3rd phase. The 2nd end. It would be a shame to stop now. Sorry, you look really good, but I don't understand the rules. What do you mean? Is it like baseball, when you're down by 3 runs and the bases are loaded with no outs in the 9th inning? If it's almost over, I'd say just continue until it's over. No one has explained what's happening to me. Even the 4 high elves looked confused. It was Azura who offered me a helping hand in my time of need. You want me to leave it to you? Well, I would like to do that, but do you understand what's happening? Really? You know the rules? Yeah, I'll leave it to you then. Azura nodded strongly after hearing my affirmation. It then sent me and the 4 high elves a little away. Then, positioned itself in an equilateral triangle with Dawes' group and Governor Ifrus. I wondered what they were going to do from there, but Azura suddenly started dancing. All hands were raised above its head and the movements utilized its wrists. Its feet were happily moving. This dance gave me a sense of nostalgia. Could it be? No way. Before I could be surprised, someone spoke up. Isn't that the dance to welcome the dead man parade? It was Ifrus. He was on his buttock as if he had just fallen off his back. And Dawes and the others too. As expected, They did not fall off their butts, but they were horrified. To think I'd see this here. Ramiran and Gararu were standing in front of Hichiru as if protecting him. Is it a dangerous dance? Well, I'm sorry to sound so alarmed, but it looks to me like Azura is doing a Bonodori. Yeah, Bonodori. No wonder I felt something nostalgic. Watching it makes me want to dance with it, but what's Eto? Azura, let me ask you something. You don't mind if I dance with you? Where did these large number of skeletons dancing behind Azura come from? Backup dancers? Do backup dancers just appear on their own? Well, they're crawling out from the ground, but there are so many of them. I'm not talking about 10 or 20 skeletons. I'm talking about thousands. And more are showing up. If this continues, the outskirts of Shashuato City will be filled with skeletons. Was this area used to be a battlefield? Wait, I heard that zombies and skeletons have nothing to do with the actual dead. It was something about magic power. They said some skeletons might be causing it. At least that's what the ghost knights told me. Hey, so, how are you going to settle this mess? Are you okay? Will it stop? I looked around and saw that everyone was dancing the same way. Doors group, Governor Iferus, and even the audience are dancing the same way. Before I knew it, they were dancing in a circle. Is this a game or something? Is that the rule? Really? Well, I'm glad everyone's taking part. So, will the skeletons stay like this? They'll return to the ground once it's over, right? If so, that's fine. Azura, one more thing. Yes, sorry for asking a lot. It's just a simple question. Is that part of this dance? When it's over, will it go back to the ground too? I said so while looking into the distance. I looked into the distance and saw something big and recognizable even from a distance. The white bones of a whale sprouted from the ground and began to fly through the air. Estimating its size from the surrounding trees, it was probably 600 meters long. Gigantic. I looked back at Azura. I found that it was surprised through its body movement since I couldn't see its expression given it's wearing masks and was a skeleton to begin with. Doors and the others were surprised too. That's bad news. Doors and the others stopped their dance and attacked it with their breath altogether. White skeleton wails. Puff. It's noisy. Who is it that awakens me? I am the Whale King, the King of Whales who's been living for 10,000 years. The day for me to swallow the world has yet to come. Why was I awakened? The light of the world burns me. My eyes are rotting away. It is sickening to only feel pain and darkness. My body seems to have nothing but bones. My strength has yet to return. The me before I sleep would have regenerated before I felt any discomfort. It is still too early for me to wake after all. However, to sleep again is a sin. I would have to hunt down appropriate people to regain my strength. Even in this state, there are only a few who can harm me. There is no need to be frightened. I will regenerate my eyes. Damn, the light is still as loathsome as ever. It reigns over the heavens as if it owns it. Someday, I will swallow that star too. And the little ones are swarming here as always. They are flocking together and they are under the illusion that they have power. You are all fools. Ungrateful fools. I won't even bother slaughtering them since they are all too weak, but it's for the sake of my own rebirth. I have no choice. Just as I was thinking that, I was attacked. It hurt a lot. Who is it that pierced through my defenses? No, I don't even need to look. It should be a lizard ancient dragon. It must have noticed me and rushed over here. Ha. Let's get back to it. Wait a minute. Usually, you geese should be alone, right? You don't act in groups because each one has a big territory. So, why are there so many of you here? No way have I been lured. Were they planning to awaken me to destroy me? Don't underestimate me too much. First, strengthen my defense. Next, counterattack. I will not allow you to trap me. I will never forgive you. But I think it's also important to talk about things. Yeah, aren't you being a little too restless? It is true that I am in a war against ancient dragons, but that was probably your ancestors. It's not good to inherit grudges. I do not wish to antagonize you either. No. I thought about it for a while and then, changed my mind. I don't think we have any reason to fight. Come on, let's talk. Don't you know love and peace? Why are you so persistent in attacking me? I see. Is it because this is your territory? Then, I'll leave this place. How about it? No, it doesn't matter either way. Just stop attacking. Wave attacks are painful. I said painful. Don't kick me. My ribs are broken. Look, there's no meat on it, so it's broken in plain sight. Hey, don't target the broken part. You've got no manners. Damn. I see. You won't stop attacking no matter what. I see. It seems you have made me serious. You'll be sorry. I'm about to change my form, so don't get in my way. You really have no manners. Since it has come to this, my servants, my kins, help me. I'm in a pinch. Super pinch. Reinforcement. Reinforcement please. If you come, I promise to treat you better. You will no longer be a throwaway pawn or anything. Can't you at least react? What's this? Don't tell me you've already been destroyed. All of my millionkins covering the heavens? That's absurd. Impossible. No, no, what is impossible is for me to wake up early. Considering that, was everything prepared for my destruction? No wonder my kins have all been destroyed. Does that mean I am doomed? I see. The ancient dragons are like demigods, and there are a lot of them here. Isn't it strange for me to be destroyed? Phew. This is too much even for me. Stupid bastard. I wouldn't be the Whale King if I would give up with just this. I will survive. Absolutely will. And then, whatever tens of thousands of years I may sleep, I will store up my power again and swallow the world. First, I'll force myself to transform again even if they are attacking me. Emphasize on defense. Then, divine them. Have the divided armor attack the ancient dragons. Yeah, I know that won't be enough to defeat them. I have to chase after them. I made it look like I'm going to pursue them, and when the dragons braced themselves, I made most of my body explode and escape. It's a waste to blow up my body, but if I don't do so, I'll just be destroyed. Besides, the plan will only be effective if I throw them away. The ancient dragons now lost me. Well, I'm currently about the size of a person's head. Moreover, I look like a piece of bone. I can't be identified because I had my body explode. I lay on the ground and pretended to be an explosion debris. The dragons did not find me. Alright, I survived. All I have to do now is hide. Just when I thought of that, I was caught by someone. No, I was caught by a beak. I checked the owner of the beak. This is something that can't hurt me even if I'm in this state. There is no need to fear. However, the owner of the beak was a phoenix. It is capable of destroying me even if I'm not in this state. Impossible. Why are you here? Have you joined forces with the ancient dragons? This is bad. I'll be eaten. If it eats me, I'll die. I'll be destroyed. My existence will disappear. You can't spare me. I wonder if my wish was heeded. The phoenix did not eat me but threw me away. I'm glad I'm saved, but why aren't you pecking me? Could it be that you don't want to eat me because I taste bad? No, I don't want to be eaten. However, it licked before it threw me away. Was it that bad? I don't really need any feedback. It will break my heart, so don't. Sorry. Yeah, that helped. Thanks, Eto. So I'm going to escape. Are you going to chase me? You won't? I can see that this phoenix grabbed me by its talons and is bringing me somewhere to the little ones that are flocking. Is it trying to display me or something? No, I don't think a phoenix would do that. Then, what are you going to do? This is a lie. There's a man with the power of God over there, and I'm to be judged by him? I was just sleeping. I was placed before the one who has the power of God. 3 heads and 6 arms? This 3-headed, 6-armed figure must be some kind of remnant of some kind of the evil god. This means I can gather information about when I was still sleeping. Amazing. Ha 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 ha. Eto, Phoenix. I don't think we can understand each other unless you translate for us. Also, you've suddenly become smaller. Why? Is that your true form? In any case, I have come this far, so I will not resist in vain. I just want to make my point before I am judged. That's why I need an interpreter. This isn't the time to be eating that delicious-looking fish. Also, don't leave bones clean. Even the bones are delicious. If you don't like them as they are, grill them or something. At a later date. I don't know what's happening, but I'm to be worshipped in a mountain shrine near Village 5. Why are they treating me as the whale god? No, I have no objection to that treatment, but if you're going to ask me if I'm on the good or evil side, I should be on the evil side. Do you mind? I don't feel bad about being worshipped, so I'll be quiet. You don't need to do anything unnecessary. I think I'll spend most of my time sleeping. However, can't you do something about the occasional visit of the ancient dragons? I understand that their purpose is not me but the place where dragons are worshipped, but I can't just feel at ease. Dragons, surround it, surround it. Whale, don't you have hearts? Aegis, I found something. Village chief, good. I don't know what's going on, but Dawes and the other suddenly beat up the white skeleton whale. They beat it up so bad as if it did something terrible to them. What did that skeleton whale do? However, I'm too far to interfere, so let's just watch them. By the way, Azura, you've stopped dancing, is that okay? Really? Good. The skeletons seem to have returned to the ground. What a relief. The whale bones haven't returned to the ground though. However, I'm sure Dawes and the others will take care of that. The competition that was going on a while ago, which rules I don't understand, seems to be over, so I guess we're good to go. Well then, Azura, about that dance earlier. No, I'm not mad at you. It looks like the Bonodori I know. It's a dance like this. Is it different from your dance? Really? Azura's is more of a chanting a spell with hand and foot movements. Hey, you thought it was weird that everyone wants to do the same move as you do, but I'm not? No, it made me want to dance too. I just didn't know if I should dance, so I refrained. Even so, if that was a curse, I mean, magic, won't it be dangerous if anyone dances Asura's dance? It's alright, though it won't do anything since they don't have enough hands and feet. I see. So, it's an exclusive dance for you. Dawes and the others came back after destroying all the white bones of the whale. I thought they were refreshed given the smile on their faces. It got away. Is that so? It looks like you've crushed it to pieces to me. We just made it give up most of its power. What happened exactly? Is it related to that time you've taken down whales? How should I say this? There are some things I can't tell you. Dawes said so in a muddled voice. It is said to be a being that fought to the death with Dawes' ancestors about 10,000 years ago. In terms of race, it is neither a demon beast nor a monster but a spirit. Hey, so, you said it escaped. Won't there be danger? There would be, but since it has given up so much power, it should be safe for around 5,000 years. I guess it will be our descendants who'll be in danger. Is that so? Dawes looked at me with a troubled face. I think we should do something within 10 or 20 years. We can't let those who are 5,000 years into the future to deal with it. If we won't be able to do anything, I guess I could at least keep a record and pass it on. Dawes turned his gaze to me with a troubled look on his face. I catch his gaze and look in the direction that Dawes glanced in. One of the civil servant girls is coming this way. Eto. The parade is running quite late because of the commotion. Understood. I'll take care of the civil servant girls, so please move to the waiting area. Please. Dawes and the others rushed out fast. The civil servant girl was glowering at them, but I did my best to appease her. Just as I was about to move to the waiting area, Aegis arrived. He was grabbing something big with his talons. For me? What's this? Bone? Is this part of that whale? Whatever it is, don't just pick up something strange. You want a reward? Oi, how can you ask for a reward for bringing a strange thing? Alright, I'll give you a dish from my bento then. Yeah, my own bento. I made it this morning before the parade started. Is that enough? Good. Here it is. Whoa, don't just take the main course. That's my grilled fish. In the case like this, you're supposed to go for the second or third best dish and not the main course. I'm not asking you to give it back because your mouth, your beak, is already holding it. Don't ask for the cover of the bento just because you don't want to eat it on the ground. Alright, I'll give you everything. I'm glad we're in Shashuato. I'll just order my lunch at Mala. By the way, this bone is from. I'll bury it somewhere and give it to memorial service. And what's this? This bone looks strange. Is it safe to bury it? Rather than burying it, should I have to enshrine it at the shrine? For some reason, I think it would be safer to place it in a place where we can see it anytime. Let's take it to the shrine in Village 5 and leave it to the Silver Foxes after the parade is over. For the parade outside the village, the plan was to finish the parade in Village 5 to Shashuato City on the first day. There was a slight delay in Village 5 and a significant delay in Shashuato City. It was supposed to be finished before the sun went down, but unfortunately, it was so late that it's still ongoing even after the sun went down. So, the festivities continued through the night in Shashuato City. With that on the side, an emergency meeting was held in a room of a big inn in Shashuato City. The participants were me, the Demon King, the civil servant girls, and the civil servants from the kingdom. The agenda for this meeting was simple. We were planning to proceed until in front of the royal capital tomorrow, but, can we? We barely managed today, but we were completely overwhelmed. Even if we go ahead as planned tomorrow, it is expected to have some impact. Whether or not to accept the suggestions from the civil servant girls and the civil servants of the kingdom, it would be better to postpone the parade in the royal capital schedule for the day after tomorrow by day if it is necessary. I would say postpone, but postponing it for a day will extend the blockade of the usage of teleportation gates, which is for the parade's exclusive use, until the end by a day. In addition, postponing the event would naturally increase the cost of lodging and food for the parade participants. It's a tough decision to make. The problem is, why am I in this meeting? I'm just going to follow the suggestion of the civil servant girls. As I said, I'm not going to be reckless or unreasonable here. I can't say something like do something about it when those in the field are saying it's difficult. However, what about the Demon King? This parade is a decoy to investigate the cities and villages between Shashuato City and the royal capital. Will postponing the parade have any impact there? Will it disrupt the schedule in that matter in any way? Of course I won't put it in words because it's apparently a secret. I looked at him worriedly and the Demon King asked me with a serious look on his face. Does village chief mind if it was postponed? Me? I'm okay with it. I've entrusted the command of the village to Zibadon and Flora in my absence. If something happens, they will take care of it on their own. Besides, even if something should happen, we can just go back to the village right away using the teleportation gates. You don't have to worry about us. I see. Then, Let's move forward with a one-day postponement. The Demon King made that decision, and it was decided. I don't think I was necessary for this meeting. Wouldn't it be better to have someone like Governor Ephorus participate rather than me? Speaking of which, that Governor Ephorus has invited me to dinner. It's an apology table where he apologizes for making a scene with Dawes and the others while the parade is happening in Shashuato City. I said he doesn't have to, but Mayo went so far as to offer me her own reward medal for me to join. I think it's the civil servant girls and the civil servants of the kingdom are the people he should apologize to, not me. In the meantime, Mayo said that the dinner with Governor Ephorus would be after the parade was over, but I wonder if he would ask for it right away now that it was postponed for a day. Let's be prepared. Incidentally, when I asked him if he would allow the civil servant girls and the civil servants of the kingdom to participate, he refused with a bitter smile on his face. They said they would prepare a separate table for us there. I wouldn't mind if they were with us though. Progress of the parade completed on day 1, Village 5 and Shashuato City. The parade's progress toward the royal capital has been postponed, but that doesn't mean that the parade has been interrupted. It just didn't proceed to the royal capital as scheduled. The parade is still ongoing inside and outside of Shashuato City. The most popular, or rather most exciting parts are, perhaps the experiment of the combination transformation of the carriages being conducted by the mountain elves. Whether the combination transformation succeeds or fails, everyone's getting excited. I wondered why the success rate seemed to have increased, but I heard that the teachers of Ephorus School are cooperating with them. I would like to think that there is no problem with Ephorus School doing that since Lou is supposed to supervise it, but I'm a little worried because Mayo said that there are many people who need to be considered there, both top and bottom. I hope the mountain elves don't go in a strange direction. The next most crowded place is the waiting area of Kuro and the others. A dry run was also held in Shashuato City, so the residents of Shashuato know about the Kuros. However, it seems like they were not able to get a good look on them during the dry run, so an audience gathered to catch a glimpse of Kuro and the others. The Kuros don't seem to feel bad about being looked at, and a few of them even walk around with children who wish to ride them on their backs. The Kuros are still in their big form, so even adults can easily ride them, but no adults seem to want to ride them. Incidentally, the children are not allowed to ride alone, so they are assisted by the high elves. Perhaps the adults don't want to be assisted by the high elves because they were embarrassed. There aren't a lot of them, but there's also a crowd at the waiting area of the angels. Unfortunately, it seems like during the parade in Village 5 and in Shashuato City, the angels were attacked. About 30 of those who made those attacks were gathered to apologize. You're still alive, you goddamn angel. I'm going to kill you this time. I didn't know you were still alive. Demons are pretty stubborn, aren't you? Instead of an apology, it looks like they were challenged. I thought it would be a sword and magic match, but it was an arm wrestling match and drinking battle. Is this alright? No, I don't mean you should compete with sword and magic. In case you're wondering, we're allies this time, so. No, I threw the spear as a reflex, or rather, if I leave you flying, the evilest thing will surely follow. It was just a reconnaissance. I'm not doing anything strange. Well, the information I bring is too accurate, and it might be a bad thing for the enemy. Well, since we're on the same side this time, that's no longer a problem. Well, they are playing their matches without getting nasty, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to stop them. In this kind of situation, if you stop halfway, the grudge will continue. I won't tell you to be reserved or go easy on each other, so give it your all. Just don't leave any alcohol get the better of you tomorrow. No, I didn't mean to beat alcohol by drinking all of them until there's nothing left for tomorrow. The stuffed animals with the spiderlings inside them are on display. I asked them if it's alright for them to be outside during the exhibition, but they said they would abide by Zabaton's instructions. They have improved the habitability of the inside of the stuffed animals, so staying in them for a long time is not a problem. However, the clothing artisans of Shashuato City are looking at them pretty closely, so will they be okay? If the presence of the spiderlings is discovered, they will be scolded by Zabaton. Let's warn the artisans to not touch them. No, it's true that I'm basically the owner, but not for sale. Won't be sold. You want to see the base of the foot? You want me to lift it? Okay. How about this? No, I don't think I want to flip it over. You want to see the back? Wait, the pressure is too much. Somebody help me. I had a bad experience. I guess enthusiastic craftsmen can't see what's going on around them. I would have been in danger if the employees of the Goran company had not helped me. The craftsmen, who had cooled down after being seized, apologized, but they still couldn't hide their desire to see the back of the stuffed animals. Should I praise them for their dedication? No, they shouldn't cause trouble for those around them. Who should I ask to remind them? Governor Ephorus? No, if there's a craftsman guild, so something, that would be enough. right? Let's ask Mayo. There's no sign of Dawes and the others in Shashuato City. Dawes and the others were to wait at Daraim's nest. As a matter of fact, after the parade in Shashuato City, Dawes and the others planned to skip the cities and villages between the royal capital and Shashuato City and just meet up with us at the royal capital. This was because the dragons would be traveling by flying instead of using teleportation gates, so time coordination would be tight. It would be a problem if Dawes and the others were too early or late. Coordination is almost impossible. Since that is the case, we decided to just leave them out. Well, the main parade team would have to run through the cities and villages on the way to the capital, so there's no other way. I wonder if the decoys that the Demon King had mentioned will work with this arrangement. Anyway, Dawes and the others will not be in action tomorrow either. Thus, they will have to relax in Daraim's nest. I didn't send them there to avoid further trouble. The wyverns, like the dragons, will not be in action starting tomorrow. Thus, I suggested that they wait in Daraim's nest like Dawes and the others, but they didn't want to because they thought it was too dangerous. As a result, they decided to go to the royal capital ahead of us and wait at the waiting area in the royal capital. A civil servant from the Demon King's kingdom went to contact them using the teleportation gate so they would not be mistaken for a group of wyverns that had attacked the royal capital. Late afternoon, I was taken to a private room in Big Roof Shashuato, separated from the rest of the restaurant by a screen. A big round table was placed in the center of the room and chairs were arranged around it. The chair across from the one in which I'm sitting was occupied by Governor Ifrus. This was what I promised Mayo. As I had expected, he immediately rescheduled it because the parade had been postponed. Mayo is really a capable little girl. However, as for me, since I was dining with a distinguished person, I wanted time to reconfirm business manners such as upper seat and lower seat greetings and table manners at meals. We'll make it work. Mayo pushed all those ideas aside. Well, it's fortunate that I didn't have to worry about upper and lower seating since it was a round table. No, the table they use at Mala is square, so they must have prepared a round table for this dinner. Did Mayo arrange this? I'll say it once again. Mayo is really a capable little girl. The dinner with Governor Ifrus began with an apology from Governor Ifrus. He wanted to apologize for having thoughtlessly accepted the challenge by Dawes and the others and for stalling the progress of the parade. I don't think it's something that a governor like himself should apologize for, and if anything, there wouldn't have been any problem if Dawes and the others hadn't initiated the game. I also think that if he really has to apologize, it shouldn't be to me. However, I don't think that Ifrus would make such a mistake, and he must have a reason for apologizing to me. What reason? I realized. From an outsider's point of view, I am the boss of the civil servant girls who are involved in the parade proceedings. In fact, the boss of the civil servant girls is Frau and not me, but it's impossible to tell that from an outsider's point of view. If the emphasis is on the postponement of the parade, I can understand why he would apologize to me, who is apparently the boss of the civil servant girls. I see. I guess properly apologizing to me is officially apologizing to those he should have apologized to, like the Demon King, the civil servants of the kingdom, and the civil servant girls. As expected of Governor Ifrus, as long as I know the reason, I will not deny the apology of Governor Ifrus. I accepted his apology and replied that I would do my best to make the parade a success. Yeah, it seems like I was right. Governor Ifrus had a look of obvious relief on his face. Good. That was the end of our business, but the dinner had just begun. I enjoyed Mala's curry with Governor Ifrus. Spice curry with lots of vegetables. Delicious. However, I mustn't get carried away with the meal. We must have a proper conversation. Eto, come to think of it, weren't you scared of the Dawes and the others? Yeah, but we met before when we were searching for Count Pujiaru. Ah, right. Also, I could feel the dragon's dedication to their grandchildren. I was so impressed with their dedication that I decided to respond to it. Yeah, Dawes loves his grandchildren. So, does Governor Ifrus already have a grandchild? I heard that the baker's daughter and Gilspark, the son of Governor Ifrus, got married, but I didn't know that they already had a child. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, not yet. However, we are preparing for the birth of my grandchild at any moment. From this point on, the conversation about Governor Ifrus' grandchild continues. Looking at Governor Ifrus, I could see Dawes and Raymaran's love on Hichiru, Daraim and Grafaloon's love on Rananoon and Q Kulkan, and Beazles' love on Fraser. Grandchildren are so adorable. Alfred, Tysel, and Ursa too will someday. No, it's too soon to tell. When I finished my meal while listening to Governor Ifrus, he looked at me with a serious expression on his face. What? Did I make a mistake in something? Village chief, actually, I have something to tell you. Something to tell me? Is it something that needs to be said at a meeting like this? I was a little defensive, but the content of the message was not that difficult to understand. Did you know that the Demon King is not hereditary? Of course, I know that. So, even if the current Demon King falls, that doesn't mean that Yuri will succeed him. Yes, as for the position of Demon King, when a new Demon King challenges and defeats the current Demon King, it will be easy for him to take over the throne. However, for example, if the Demon King is to fall in a war, there is a period of absence until a new Demon King is chosen. Well, I guess so. During that period of absence, there are those who lead the kingdom and will decide on the new Demon King. The new Demon King is going to be chosen by an elective parliament. Are those people necessary? Those who belong to the elective parliament will not indulge in selfishness but will solemnly and quietly decide on the next Demon King. Sounds strict. Yes, it is strict. However, only when there is no Demon King. Otherwise, they are just a bunch of normal nobles, easygoing nobles. If you ask me, it is true that you can't be uptight even when you're not working. So, I learned a lot, but what is the reason why you took the trouble to invite me for this? Here's the main issue. Those dissatisfied with the current system have moved to the top of the elective parliament. Moved? Even though the Demon King is still alive and well? Can the elective parliament dismiss the Demon King? No. The elective parliament doesn't have the right to dismiss the Demon King. Once the Demon King has been decided, he will be the Demon King until he is overthrown or withdraws on his own accord. Then, even if the top of the elective parliament makes a move, he can't do anything, right? The top of the elective parliament is the present Demon King Sama's maternal grandfather. In short, the Demon King's relative? Yes. He is someone who is concerned about the current Demon King Sama. A few days ago, 3 days to be exact, I saw him in this city. Did he come to watch the parade? I hope so. In the meantime, I thought I should pass this information to you. I see, thanks. Just to confirm, you've told this to the Demon King, right? Yes. He's already on alert. Please be careful too, village chief. Thus, the dinner with Governor Ifris ends. Eto, why should I be careful just because the top of the elective council is here? I'll ask Mayo later. Wait a minute. If it's just this information, Mayo could have told me, right? Did he really need to invite me to dinner just to tell me that? Or is there some meaning if Governor Ifris personally tells it to me? I don't know. Let's ask Mayo that too. Village chief, I better ask Mayo what's going on in Shashuato City. My name is secret. I am not dumb enough to give my name easily, because I am even planning to rebel against the Demon King's kingdom. Let's just say that I'm a male demon. I had a grievance. In the past, the Demon King's kingdom attacked, destroyed, and expanded to the territory of the human kingdoms as much as it could. However, for the past dozen years or so, the front lines have been stagnant. No, it can be said. We retreated. In the last battle, we had greatly reduced the territory of Full Heart Kingdom but then retreated as if they were abandoning the territory. The reason for that decision, according to them, is the threat of the Elf Empire, so the front lines need to be organized and logistics strengthened. More than 10 years ago, there was a food shortage, not only in the Demon King's kingdom but worldwide. That's why at that time, I even supported the decision to retreat the front line. However, it's different now. The food situation in the kingdom has greatly improved over the past few years. There is an overflowing supply of food in the frontline fortresses. The Elf Empire, which had to be watched carefully when the front line was retreated back, has been annexed by the kingdom. Garrett Kingdom, which supports Full Heart Kingdom, is in disarray. Now is the time to invade the human kingdoms. That's what I think. Thus, I appealed to the Demon King and the leadership of the Demon King's kingdom to make it happen. However, they didn't take me seriously. Then, I have no choice but to do it. I will defeat the Demon King and become the new Demon King. Of course, I am not so conceited to think that I'm stronger than the Demon King. The Demon King is strong. I recognize that. I am dissatisfied because he doesn't even move even though he is recognized. To defeat a powerful Demon King like him, you can't do it head on. The only way is by surprise. Then, can we surprise the Demon King? When can we even catch the Demon King off guard? When does the Demon King let his guard down? I don't know. That is why I will continue to watch the Demon King, hoping for the moment when he lets his guard down. I'm currently in Baiton village. It is one of the villages between the royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom and Shashuato City. The only distinctive feature of the village is that it has a teleportation gate. The population of this village is not big. It should be around 150. Of these 150, about 50 are my comrades. They are the ones who agreed with my criticism of the current state of the kingdom and the Demon King in the royal capital. Yes, in the capital. It was not the residents of the village who agreed with me but them. They moved to this village in the midst of the commotion to build the teleportation gates. As the organizer of these 50, I have earned the position of being one of the village's face officers. I am not the village chief, although I can become the village chief with the recommendation of those 50. I am not the village chief because I don't have time to take care of a village. No, I do work in the village and participate in village events. Neighbor relations are important. Since they accepted a suspicious group of around 50, we have to do our parts. However, I have a great ambition, the great desire to defeat the Demon King and destroy the land of humans. That is why I can't be the village chief. Well, it can be said that newcomers are disliked when they are outnumbered. By the way, there is a reason why I moved from the royal capital to this village. It was because many of my comrades who were hiding in the back streets were caught in the cleanup operation that suddenly started, so I had to escape. Apparently, the cleanup operation was to uncover spies and assassins from human countries. I feel like I've been caught in the crossfires. I'll never forgive humans. I was so angry when I remembered it that I decided to destroy them all. One spring day, the Demon King's parade was marching in front of us. We had heard in advance that there was going to be a parade and the village chief of Baiton had been invited to join the parade, so we were not surprised by the parade. What surprised me was that it was smaller than I had expected. The Demon King even appeared early. I don't know how many people are following him because of the teleportation gate, but the star of the parade must be the Demon King. Is this a careless mistake? The number of guards is obviously small. Can we do it now? No. The elite royal guards are there, and they have shields. This must be a preparation for a surprise attack. I thought so, but I was a little confused because the troops following the Demon King were armed with farming tools. Should we do it? Should we do it or not? The Demon King will immediately go into the teleportation gate toward the royal capital and move to the next location. There is no time to think long and hard. I looked at my comrades. Among my comrades, there are those who are stronger than me. Some of them had more experience than me. Thus, I wanted to rely on their judgment. Where is the one who boasted his bravery comrade? I asked a comrade nearby. You know it, right? The one who boasted his bravery comrade went to village 5 to scout out the parade. I remember that. Hasn't he returned? He saw his old enemy, an angel, in village 5 and challenged her to a match right then and there. I see. If that is the case, there's no way he'll come back alive. Let's dedicate a silent prayer for our fallen comrade. So, where is our demon beast comrade? He isn't here either. Went to Shashuato City. Is he scouting the parade too? Something like that. Tell me more. He heard that there were inferno wolves in the parade and wanted to see them. Idiot. An inferno wolf is a rabid demon beast. How can such a thing participate in a parade? They just claimed some wolf-type demon beast and claimed it as inferno wolves. He also said he wanted to see dragons and wyverns. How can dragons and wyverns be in the parade? Those two should be demon beasts similar to dragons and wyverns. That may be the case, but he hasn't come back yet. Was he caught? Arg. How could 2 of our strongest men leave? But we still have other comrades. What happened to Unicorn Cavalry comrade? The unicorn seems to have escaped, so he's in a lethargic state. Escaped? It was around the end of winter. I heard it suddenly disappeared. That unicorn with broken horn, right? Yes. It's a unicorn that was captured by humans and was protected and raised by Unicorn Cavalry comrade. That would make me lethargic too. However, I hope he'll recover somehow. Right. For now, let's put Unicorn Cavalry comrade aside and go to, right. What happened to Assassin Comrade? Captured in Shashuato City. In Shashuato City. Is he on a scouting mission too? How did you know he was captured? I heard that the parade was going to be delayed for a day. We went there to find out why. I heard that when he disguised himself as a craftsman and approached a big shot, he was caught by the guards of the Garan Company. The person who went with him brought back that information. Also, though you haven't asked yet, I would like to inform you the known scholar comrade was also captured. The one who captured him was the little girl of Shashuato City. The little girl of Shashuato City is a close aide of Governor Afrus. The branch office in Shashuato City was destroyed by her. She is an opponent you should never underestimate, along with Governor Afrus. However, known scholar comrade should have known the danger of that little girl. How can he be caught so easily? According to those who were with him, he was absorbed in watching the public experiments that were taking place in Shashuato City. That guy loves experiments and stuff. He even said he wanted to get into Afrus school somehow. But, oh well, the timing is so bad. I guess I can only let the Demon King go this time. When I decided to do so, the Demon King had already gone through the teleportation gate, but I didn't care. Yeah, there's still a chance. No. Comrade. What's up? There. What my comrade is looking at is the gate that leads towards Shashuato City. What about it? Countless of inferno wolf-like creatures were pouring in from the teleportation gate. I know a real one when I see it. Yeah, those are genuine inferno wolves. A creature that can destroy a city alone. And countless of them are. That's more than the total number of demons living in this village, right? Ha. And with such power, they can invade and destroy the human lands anytime they want. We don't need to worry about the human countries. So that's how it is. I see. As expected of the Demon King. I fainted while thinking that. The unicorn cavalryman, who woke up from his stupor, could not take his eyes off one of the unicorns pulling a magnificent chariot. That unicorn is my unicorn. It has a horn, but I can't be mistaken. He's looking at me. waving his horn happily. I see, your horn is healed. That's great. I'm really happy for you. And I also understood that it would never come back to me again. Unicorns with healed horns don't stay in one place. My unicorn cavalryman days are over. That night, the unicorn cavalryman drank up the fine sake he had hidden in his room. A few days later, the unicorn returned. It has an expression as if saying, "Please take care of me again." Progress of the parade. Currently, the main group is proceeding from Shashuato City to the royal capital. The wyverns are waiting in the royal capital ahead of the parade. The dragons are waiting in Drame's Nest.